Take it to the next level.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along. It is the first women's series of 2023. And, of course, myself and Gob are here to run you through all the action. Gob, good morning, buddy.
How are you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, good, mate. All good. All good indeed. Before the action starts, I'm genuinely excited for the women's game. 141 entries. That is outstanding.
Yeah, look, it's showing that I've been a bit concerned about this, where the entries haven't quite risen at a reasonable rate in the last couple of years, because they've been the PDC have been chucking a load of investment at it and trying to develop this platform for women starts to grow. But actually now it seems like the players are taking this on board now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think the scheduling is important as well, because last year, look, there's still decisions to make for the women, what route they want to go down. And there was a lot of clashes last year. What are you?
And I think the PDC, Dita Hedman was on social media saying that she was grateful to the PDC for taking some of those clashes on board and putting it within their calendar so that as many players as possible could make this event. So it's nice that has been, that's a different effect by the PDC, or whether they've just got fortunate, I guess, at that point, is quite nice to have seen as well.
I think it's the latter. I think they've got fortunate. I don't think they've deliberately done it. Good morning, chat room as well. Simon is in. How are we doing, Craig? Peter's in, of course. Hope you are good, buddy. George is in. Rudolph is in. John is in. Madwack K218 is in. Hope everyone is good. So plan for the day is we will both be here for the entirety of event number 1. At the start of event number 2, I'm jumping in the car, driving to Portsmouth because I'm on comms tonight for the Super Series, and I'm going to jump back on with Gob once I am there until play starts, is the general gist of things. Are the board draws out yet?
Yeah. Yes. That's why I'm pulling faces, Philip. Let's go back to the top, shall we? Board number 1, Tracy North, Joe Dean. We've got Vicky Pruim on there. Carla Boys against Noelin van Leuven. Board 2, Mikuru Suzuki, Trina Gulliver, Natalie Davey, and Robin Byrne.
Tasty.
Board 3, Katie Sheldon's in there. Denise Cassidy against Ann Dorestein. Corinne Hammond opens up against Natalie Gilbert. Board 4, Chrissy Manley's in there. Anastasia Dobromizlova. Kirsty Hutchinson's got an eye on that board as well. Board 5, Dita Hedman, Aileen de Graaf against Anka Zylstra to start. Anybody? Board 6, Chloe O'Brien, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Jane Monaghan, Rachel Brooks. Aaron Van Veegelen back. I think there's 2 Van Veegelens.
I think so, yeah.
And I don't believe we saw, I'm definitely butchering that name, is it? I don't think we saw this one at the last block. Board 7, Rhiannon Griffith, Rebecca Hoyland, Courtney Hines in there. Shay Cole, we got an American playing.
Like that.
Rashna David is on board. 8, Eleanor Cairns in there. Barbara Hospoderska. Casey Gallagher's playing. Zoe Jones at the women's series. Yes! We were literally having a conversation about it a few weeks ago, weren't we?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pleased to see Eleanor Cairns playing again because this is the first time she's been old enough.
She played one event before, yeah. She turned old enough halfway through last season.
Yeah.
There's Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat. I think Adriana played more events than Aaron last year. Donna Glee, Joe Moore, Steph Stutley, board 10. Lindsay Ashton's in there, Laura Turner, Aurora Fochesato, Claire Stamper's in there. Board 11. You know who we haven't said yet? All 3 of them. So
They're in the same half, aren't they?
Yes. Board 11, Roos van der Velde, Ros Bourma, Sarah Roberts is in there. Board 12, Samantha Curtin. In the same quarter. Board 13, there we go. Fallon Sherrick opens up against Joe Clements. That is a tough opening game.
Yeah.
Fonsal and Willis on the same board. Paula Jacqueline is making her women's series bow.
And interestingly, Gob, she's playing Aoife McCormack, which is Mrs. Lennon. And there was a lot of excitement around her in the last set of WDF events that she played very well.
Interesting. Have you seen the next board? Lisa Ashton, Tori Kewish is playing in the women's series. Will take on Felicia, Fallon's sister. You've also got Lorraine Hyde on that board. We scroll down a bit more. Josie Patterson against Joe Locke. Laura Patton's on this board, which must mean board 16. Maria O'Brien. Bo Greaves against Lorraine Winstanley. Priscilla Steenberg and Christy. It's brutal.
Ouch.
It's absolutely brutal as a draw.
This is absolutely brutal.
That's ridiculous.
Look, this shows the strength in depth now coming into the ladies' game, which is fantastic. But flipping the coin on this, Gob, as well, the fact the strength is now getting a lot deeper, there's a genuine case to seed this now.
There is, and I think you need that. You need to be rewarding these players. Like that bottom quarter of the draw is ridiculous.
Yeah, and look, that's not trying to protect the better players. I think that just earns them the right not to be literally plonked in the same quarter together.
Yeah. It's not protecting, it's rewarding consistency and better performances.
Yeah. Yeah, because that is absolute carnage. But look, the established names, we all know. We all know what they are going to produce. But from the back end of last year, there's a few that I'm looking forward to seeing, like Aoife McCormack, because there was a lot of excitement. She actually played pairs with Steve, I think, didn't she?
Yeah.
In one of the events as well. And there was a lot of excitement around her. Great to see Tori Kewish playing in there. Great to see Zoe Jones playing. Eleanor Cairns is an exciting young talent. The strength in depth is just unbelievable now, and it's just great to see.
Yeah. Very, very good. So the board numbers you need to keep an eye on then. Board 16 for Bo Greaves. Board 14 for Lisa Ashton. Board 13 for Fallon Sherrick. Where was Mikuru? Board 10 for Aurora Fochesato. Which also... Oh, we have Nanako Shimizu in the draw, but I don't remember seeing...
Yuki.
Yeah.
She's not allowed to travel at the moment through doctor's orders. Who told me this Someone told me this. Laura Turner told me in Dublin that Yuki's not allowed to travel at the moment.
Which is a shame. And I also don't see... I'm just going through order of merit. There was no Evelyn Howard
we haven't seen a lot of Tori Kewish since her fabulous run at the WDF at Lakeside, have we?
Not in the PDC, no. She relocated to the Netherlands.
Correct.
Yes, Yuki Sakaguchi was 9th in the race to the match play. So that will take a hit this weekend, especially when Steenberg, Berno, Sullivan, Maslova, Turner, Nolan van Leuven are all in the field. I don't remember Yitka Cicerova either.
Morning, Barry. Hope we are all good. It's great to see Anastasia back playing. I know she played in the last block as well, but it's great to see her back. Yeah, Tori does live in the Netherlands now, Rocket. I believe she's romantically with Priscilla Steenbergen. I believe through Facebook. My apologies if I've got that wrong. Yeah, Yuki was in contention, absolutely. But look, doctor's orders, she's not allowed. Are we taking a guess on what's going to be streamed?
Ashton against Sabrina.
Yeah.
Young and
I was going to say that would be the one.
Yeah. Well, it does say play starts approx 10:30.
That's changed. That was 10 o'clock, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's been put back.
I'd still be in bed if it was 10:30.
Yeah. On the old brief, it was 10. However, we're here. We're chatting along. I'm just doing some work in the background as well, because by the time I got in from Dublino last night, it was like needed some sleep. Nothing worse than a delayed flight. But come and get involved, chat room, everyone. Lendl says, guys, don't forget around. Yeah, I'm not going to try and butcher that yet. She's top 10 in the field without a shadow of that. Oh, top 10's a big statement, Lendl. I'm not saying she's not, but that's a big statement. Top 10. Who else am I looking forward to seeing today? Another one that we haven't mentioned that's playing, I believe, maybe not for the first time in the women's series, but I don't think she played last year. She may have played in the first year. But Casey Gallagher as well.
Yeah.
Obviously played at the BDO Worlds quite a lot.
We are underway. There is a game active, and do you know what? It's going to be our feature game on stream. Because it is Fallon Sherrock against Joe Clements.
Again, decent game as well.
Yeah.
I tell you, if you're the field today, seeing the big three in the same chunk, and if you're in that top half of the draw, you're liking that.
Yeah. Very, very good chance to rack up some prize money if you're a Mikuru Suzuki, perhaps. So I believe we're going to see Lisa Ashton on stream first in the prelim round. Then we're going to jump to board number 10 and watch that throughout all of the first round, which includes Lindsay Ashton. So we're going from Lisa to Lindsay in the space of 2 matches. Rocket says Hammond to win an event this weekend. I don't think we've seen Corinne Hammond play darts like she can since she made the Women's World Championship final.
No, I agree.
Whether that's the pressure of backing up, getting to that final.
I think maybe priorities in life changed a little bit as well.
Well, she moved to the UK after that, didn't she? To pursue playing darts.
She did, however, then romance comes along and you get happy in life.
Yeah.
But no, I fully agree that we haven't seen anywhere near the best of Corinne Hammond that we had seen in the past, because she was always a big 180 hitter. Her scoring was always ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we've got 2 games that are showing us live, but no actual scores yet. I don't know if the markers... Have we got markers for this one, Gob?
I believe so.
I don't know if the markers have just got a little bit trigger happy. The other thing that I'm not over keen on, chat room, let me know what you think. I'm not happy with the 128 starting before the 156 because I just think it creates a backlog. Get all the prelims out of the way first.
Well, and start the entire tournament at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a 256 game going as well.
That's what I mean. It's just like, get those out of the way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can have people in the 64 when people in the 128 potentially don't even know their opponent yet. But the list is
first winner of a leg today, Tracy North, quickly followed by Rebecca Browse, who has just hit an 11 dart leg.
That's very good. Fallon Sherrick has won the ball against Joe Clemens. Morning, Jack. How are we all doing, everyone? So play it away. Jack says good turnout for the women's team. Yeah, that class. And Matt Porter was in Dublin. I'm doing a sit down with Matt on Friday at the UK Open. He was just chatting in the press room, and he was delighted with the numbers this weekend.
As you would be.
Oh, completely. Yeah, absolutely. Fallon, you know better than that.
Learn to count.
To be fair, normally her counting is very good as well.
Yes. That wasn't.
No. Ferret counting.
Yes. Legs on the board for Grace Angle. Katie Sheldon wins open against Alex Howard. Ryan Griffiths off to a good start against Grace Ferridge. Donna Gleed with the first leg against Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat. Rouse doubles her lead. So she's still averaging 113.
Are we interested to see Paula Jacqueline in the women's series for the first time?
Yes. Just straight up, yes. That is my answer.
Fallon Sherrick does take the opener. Took her 3 darts to polish off 20, but Queen of the Palace or the Maestro of the Match Play, depending which title we're going to use, she leads. The opener against Eleanor Cairns in the 2-5-6. Chrissy Manley 1 up. Marina O'Brien is underway.
Anyone that can practice regularly with Peter Manley deserves a medal.
Do we think, though, she's got the dark arts like her husband?
I don't think so. She's way too nice for that.
The reason I said Maestro of the Match Play is that's because that was the wording that Rod Studd used to call it in. I believe it was Fallon Sherrick is now the Maestro of the Match Play.
He definitely panicked, didn't he?
I'll tell you what as well, potentially this year's Women's World Match Play could be genuinely outstanding.
He could indeed. As we do get game on between Lisa Ashton and Sabrina Youngnotter. Ryan Griffiths goes 2-0 up on Grace Ferridge. Rachel Brooks taking the opener against Carly Townsend. Rachel Brooks in the prelim is not what the tournament director wants to see.
With the greatest of respects, and I don't mean this horribly, if she loses, it is. But if she wins, it's not. and that's not being horrible to Rachel Brooks, because look, she's a great player. However, like we said before, not easy on the eye. Jack says still tickets available as well. Yeah, some interesting ticket updates. Speaking to the guy that is very heavily does all the ticketing for the PDC, already this year, Gob, they have done more tickets for the Women's World Match Play than they did last year for the already. Yeah.
And you don't know the field yet?
No, but already they've done tickets. I believe he said that they are up to close to 600 already for the women's match play.
That's very good.
What will be the highest average of the day, lads? I'm going to go somewhere around the 95 mark. But then in event 2, I think we'll see a ton topper.
I'm going to say 87 to start.
Have I gone high and ambitious? Sue Hall 2-0 up on Eleanor Cairns. Chrissy Manley 2 up as well.
Rebecca Browse is still averaging 93 against Kelly Struve. She's just gone 3-1 up. First two legs were 11 and 16, I think.
Very, very good.
Lost the next, but it's still averaging 93. Ashton takes the opener on stream. Obviously, Dark connects ahead. Apologies. Joe Locke goes 2-1 up. Josie Patterson.
Fallon Sharrock in control of this game against Joe Clements at the moment. But just a slight chance here for Joe Clements to possibly get a break back.
That's very inconsiderate of your lad then, Jack, don't you?
Yeah. Also, God, there's a WDF event in Slovakia this weekend.
Is there?
Well, that's where Neil's gone to play, so I presume so.
Interesting.
Wait a minute, let me just double check. I presume that's where he's going to. I was with him on Thursday. Calendar. Yeah, the Slovak Open and the Slovak Masters.
That's interesting.
Which is a silver event. Do we think that the move of the WDF Worlds and the way it was all handled and the way the cut-off dates were moved has maybe also had an effect? That the ladies have gone, nah.
Potentially. And we've seen an increase to the prize money structure for the women's series for this year.
Yeah.
Double one gets Sherrick out of trouble in leg number 3. There isn't any standout names off the top of my head not here.
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's that? How are we doing, Peter? Hope you are good,
Dark
mate.
Rankers have completely started again with the women's series order of merit. Basically, the race to the world race to the world championship. So they have a women's world match play race. But the order of merit now for the women's series is now starting from fresh.
I thought it was rolling, but I may be wrong.
Rebecca Browse is the first winner of the day. She wins a prelim match with an 85 average, beating Kelly Struve 4-1. Katie Sheldon quickly follows. That's a 1-2-8 result. She beats Alex Howard 4-0.
I'll tell you what, I love Katie. The fact that she is this little pocket rocket that is absolutely fearless.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No F's given with her. She gets up there and bashes it.
Ashton's average is on the up. She's now averaging 80 as she goes 3-0 in the lead against Sabrina Younganotta. Jo Clements gets one back against Fallon Sherrick, 3-1.
I think she deserves that as well. She's been in this game.
Kuro Suzuki now warming up against Jackie Wilkinson.
Fallon's just got to be careful here. She's just opening the door. She's getting embroiled in a game that she won't want to be embroiled in.
This is below the level I was expecting from her, I'll be honest, because she was good at the World Championship. I mean, we've seen her at the Super Series since. There have been glimpses of performances better than this level.
I think, though, I don't know if she deliberately... I don't think anyone deliberately does it, but I think she very much plays better to the way her opponent's playing.
Yeah.
As well. A bit like James Wade has done for all these years, that he won't average a ton if he doesn't need to. Does that make sense? He'll just do what's in front of him.
Yeah. She just missed double 12 for 138.
Yeah. This is what I mean. There's glimpses. Look, 134, 101, missing double 12 for a 138. We said at the start of that leg, she was just getting embroiled and then find something. Lisa Ashton has wrapped up a 4-0 win goal, averaging 80.
Yeah, steady performance from her. That got better. The first leg was a little bit edgy. I think for this first round, I'm just going to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. When we have seen these players play recently, it's been at other environments or atmospheres or on telly or in front of cameras. Let's look. Lisa Ashton played Neil Duff on TV 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now.
And was brilliant.
And averaged 92 and was absolutely brilliant. She had a bad first leg there, and in a race to 4, that did put a dent in her average. So I'm not going to read too much into that just yet. She's still got the scoring power when she needs it. The finishing looks sharp, but it could be better. I think that'll be the case for everybody. It's just about getting through, staying in, and then seeing what you can do with it as the tournament goes on.
I like this. I like that.
Grand Slam needs something, but
yeah, I could fully get behind that. Peter says, I wonder how Priscilla Steenberger would do. Broke her hand at the Dutch Open. Think the plaster only came off this week. Ouch.
that.
And Fallon Sherrick does get the job done 4-1.
What do we want as feature? Do we want some Makuru?
Yeah, let's go some Miracle. This is the other issue here, Gob, and it's the same with the Challenge Tour. So I'm not just going purely on the women's series. That when you lose early, like you have here, you have got a bloody long wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mikuru wins the opener. And again, we said this last year, early in the women's series, and I thought she sorted it out until I saw yesterday. I'm not sure our travel prep is the best for this.
Few results in then. Adriana Van Veegen and Vermaat has beaten Donna Gleed 4-3. There's results for Tracy North, who beats Joe Deemer 4-3. Sharon Stratzman-Paul beat Grace Angle 4-2. We had results for Rachel Brooks, a 4-0 winner over Carly Townsend. Rhiannon Griffiths wrapped up 4-2 over Grace Ferry. Samantha Curtin, a 4-0 winner over Deborah Watling. Josie Patterson beat Jo Locke 4-2. And Maria O'Brien, a 4-1 winner over Lauren Hitchens.
Any ladies in Modus coming up? I haven't got the schedule in front of me, but we will see Fallon and Lisa in this series. Then, look, I don't know if it's going to happen, so don't quote me on this, but it was being explored, the possibility of having a ladies' week. But obviously, look, things like that are out. I don't get it. There was the avenues being explored to see if it was feasible. That's above my pay grade. But look, I would love to see a ladies' week.
It would be interesting.
Here's one for you, though, Gob. Would you have a ladies' week without the big three and let it be a little bit more competitive? Because the big three could arguably go and have play in their own week anyway. Well, they do.
No, I think you have to have them in there.
The issue, though, is the betting.
I mean, yeah. And part of me is also conscious of protecting the players from abuse, because we've seen some of the messages that players in the Super Series get now. We've seen some of the messages that pros get now. And look, not every single darts fan in the world will be watching this right now or keeping up with the women's series. You see what happens on the post when you get 2 or 3 of them play at the World Championship. If you suddenly take an entire audience who, for the best part of 2.5, 3 years now, have been used to predominantly male darts, seeing them and the reaction that may cause. I think we're finished in the prelims. Sherry Yeomans just beating Claire Stamper. Sue Hall beat Eleanor Cairns.
That's the problem, Andrew, is the bookies wouldn't price some of the games because the big three would be so heavily favoured.
Yeah.
In a race to 4, they would be so massively odds on that they might not price them. Look, we had it this year where there was a couple of games they wouldn't price Peter Manley's games because he was that shit. I don't mean that horribly, but he was horrific in some of them. That when he played a couple of that were flying, they wouldn't price them. God, the game warming up we obviously know it's not here, but how good would that be if that was the Yvonne Taylor?
I'm going to say very good without knowing who the Yvonne Taylor is.
The original Mrs. Phil Taylor. From all the old videos of when he won titles. Her name was Yvonne as well.
That makes sense.
Just for pure nostalgia. You'd be no good in a quiz team then if you didn't know that.
Do you know what? My historic darts knowledge is shocking, right? I know I've got friends and people and whatever that I can have a conversation with that can literally go back and tell you every single world champion in order. Nope.
Makuru is 3-0 up, averaging 67. She's just doing enough here. Lendo, off the top of my head, without looking, I don't know what the biggest price is. I think I've seen at least a 1 to 33.
Makuru just one leg away then in your featured game. She leads 3-0 against Jackie Wilkinson. Again, just below the 70 average. We saw similar from Sherrick to start. Lindsay Ashton is now 2-0 up on Claire Brookin.
Is it Lindsay that plays more than Danielle?
Lindsay is currently A, I believe, yeah. She's averaging 91 in the process. So if Danielle does play more, I'll be very surprised why she's not there as well. Chloe O'Brien is 2-0 up on Amy Evans. Sarah Milkowski's dropped the opening leg to Vanessa Zudima. Felicia Blade takes opener against Tori Kewish.
Lendo, a lot of it is just done on availability, that some players can't commit to a whole week because of work and stuff like that. Some people can only physically do Group B because of their work and things like that. So a lot of it is done on availability. Simon, I didn't see a lot of the Euro Tour, if I'm being honest, because I was travelling yesterday. I've seen the results and that, but yeah, didn't see a lot of it. How are we doing, Anthony? Hope you are good. Good morning, David P. 180.
What time is it? Trina Gulliver's just warming up.
Good to see the Golden Girl playing.
Mm-hmm. What's Wadey done now? Also, does that mean he beat Barney? Because I
Yeah.
I went out for a practice last night, and we left halfway through that game.
Yeah, he beat Barney 6-3. Felicia Blay has taken the opener against Tori Kewish, but Kewish should level up here.
What does that remind me of? Are you watching the stream?
No. Do you want me to?
Yeah, have a look. Have a look at Lindsay Ashton's action.
So I'm multitasking, and I've just done the highlights from last night. PDC TV. Login. Yes.
One day they'll give us logins for free. We do enough work for them.
You use jars anyway.
Shh. I used Cam's own account last week to watch the boxing as well. I can't work out how it reminds you. Is it a bit Danny Lauby?
Yeah, it is. It's very Danny Lauby.
Just without the million miles an hour.
Yeah, apart from she's not quite as quick. Yeah, it is. Didn't realise she was a lefty as well until today.
Yeah, and it doesn't really come up, does it, in conversation? Like, you can see results and everything, but unless you've actually seen a player play, you don't know what hand they are. Everyone just presumes.
Well, on the live league the other day, we had lefty versus lefty, and it just looked weird because you don't see it.
Blom versus
Lauby.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was for the first time I can remember seeing lefty versus lefty.
Yeah, I don't remember. There aren't many at the top level of the game that are.
No.
Wadey. I have to get the rankings up now.
Clinical though from Ashton.
Very, very good.
Yeah, that was good. Wow. Morning, Laura. Maisie's just woken up.
Shocking.
It's 11:15, Maisie. Have a word.
Chloe O'Brien's a 4-0 winner over Amy Evans. Left-handers. Wade.
Are we talking at the very top level or just...
I'm just going through the order of merit now. No.
Mickey Mansell's a lefty, isn't he?
Yeah. Me cool. Is Rafferty?
No, I think Rafferty's a righty.
That might be it then, you know. Slevin?
Can't remember, Slevin. I think he might be. Felicia Blair has got 2-1 up on Tori Kewish.
Graham Usher.
As well.
But he can play right-handed just about.
He can play right-handed as well. But how good was it to see? I mean, the performance wasn't great, but there have been nerves there and everything like that. But seeing Graham Usher win on the Euro Tour yesterday, things I love to see. Look, got to know him very well through the Super Series. Just genuinely one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Mm. And an absolute gent of a guy.
Slevin and Meulenkamp. It's surprising that there are so many not so many, but more back in history. We've got Kevin Spielet, Les Wallace, Alan Glazier, Wade, Webster. From an era where being left-handed was considered strange in life.
Yeah. Yeah, Zonneveld.
Is he a lefty?
Yeah, Zonneveld's a lefty.
Hedman, a 4-0 winner over Sandra Page. Just a 60 average for Dieter. Again, just get into the tournament, I think, is the way forward in this opening round. Trina Gulliver's taken the opener against Natalie Davey. Felicia Blay leads 2-1. But Q-ish favourite to level once again. Ros Bulmer just getting underway. Yvonne Taylor took the opener against Eleanor Petton. Vicky Prum's 2-1 up. Denise Cassidy, a 4-0 winner over Anne Dorestein. Laura Turner's warming up against Wendy Reinstatler. That'll be a good game.
Yeah.
Rashna David, 2-0 up on Marion Conway. Devil worshippers. I might teach myself to play left-handed.
I did that. I can. It takes me about 5 minutes to warm up again left-handed, but once it's there, I can throw them left-handed.
Just because I've hit a wall playing right-handed, so I just want to see rapid progression. So if I just throw left-handed for a while, see how quickly I can get up to the same level.
Fairs.
Caroline Breen has beaten Gemma Bowen 4-1. I went and played last night. We're like, what should we do? Should we have some sets? Couldn't set the scoring app to do that. So we're like, we'll just play legs. Race to 10? No, that's not enough. Should we do a race to 17? I went 5-0 down. Get it back to 6-all. I'm like, right, I've got you now. 16-14. I missed match darts. 16-all, and I missed double 14 for a 15 dart leg. Win it in 18. Thanks for coming, pal.
Big moments here, Goblet. Tori Kewish should be 2-all. She's mucked around there, missed doubles, and paid the price. Felicia Blay now 3-1 up. This would be a big scalp and someone that we were looking forward to seeing going very early.
Yeah, and again, this might just be getting used to the environment. We've seen Felicia play in an awful lot of these events. Is this the first time the women have played in Leicester? Or the second time, maybe?
No, I think it's the first time they played in Leicester.
Pretty new to them as well, but it's still a PDC setup. Suzanne Hagval has just beaten Jessica Shakespeare 4-0.
Craig, don't worry. Lorraine Winstanley is in. The bad news is it's an horrific draw for both because she plays Bowgreaves.
I was going to say, she's in, but for how long?
Peter says first, yeah, I thought it was the first time they played in the Morningside Arena.
It is interesting they're using that for floor events now.
It's a matchroom venue, isn't it?
It is. But the amount of work and renovation that Wigan put into Wigan, surprised they don't use that as often as possible. They love the Metrodome because that's got facilities on site as well. The Leisure Centre literally rebuilt themselves a bar in the venue so that they can host the Hearts events.
Laura Turner is underway now, as is Aileen de Graaf against Anka Zilstra. Again, terrible draw for both. And Felicia Blay has beaten Tori Kewish 4-1, 68-3. Vicky Primin, 4-1 winner over Karen Webster.
Would you like to watch Rianne, Pete?
Yeah, do it.
I'll go with that one for you. No doubt we'll see more about Aileen de Graaf this weekend anyway. Vanessa Zaidima. I think it's Zai. It's like Zaidima, isn't it? Zaidima has beaten Sarah Milkowski 4-1. Oh, go on, then.
Do you still think Bo is in the same form as 2022? I don't think Bo. Look, it's the early on in the season, isn't it? Is for all of them is the thing, and that's at the men's level as well. It's early on in the season. You almost have to build yourself back into form.
Rashna Davids a 4-0 winner over Marion Conway. Just dropped below the 70 mark, but was above it up until that final leg. Gulliver now 2-1 up. Warming up. Bo Greaves against Lorraine Winstanley and Corinne Hammond against Natalie Gilbert. Brutal.
No, I disagree with that, Craig. Look at the PDC boys from the Worlds to the Masters. They're never in the same form, and that's only 3 weeks.
Aileen de Graaf motoring 2-0 lead against Anka Zilstra, averaging 88. Laura Turner gets level with Wendy Reinstatler. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, what have you just done there? 109. 1954 missed the double, potentially. Barbara Hospoderska underway against Aletta Vaya.
Trina Gulliver 3-1 up.
We are underway in that one. Let's load that up. We'll watch the end of this leg, and then we'll flip back. Don't believe you can ship it.
I think you could bet on the outright winner before play started of the event, but that was it.
Yeah. There we go, Pete. 2-0 to Rianne. We'll have that one in the background. We are going to jump to this one because it is such a blockbuster of a game. Lorraine Winstanley against Bo Greaves, 2 players in the top 8 of the Order of Merit who meet in the very, very first round. So the names absent this weekend, Yuki Sakaguchi, Stephanie Rennock was in 12th place, Eastland Howland from 19th, no Mandy Smith from 20th either, unless she's one of the players that have already lost. Lorena Rietbergen, was she beaten or was she just not there? No Lorena Rietbergen either. No Yitka Cicerova, no Natalie Van Marm, no Astrid Traulborst, Louise Pearson, Tara Deemer, Sandra Spranger, Tina Nalon, Danielle Fry, no Mozgan Romani, by the way, or Evelyn Van Tol.
Bo Greaves does take the opener on throw. Corinne Hammond takes the opener against Natalie Gilbert. And that was only one leg, but 93.94.
16 dart leg. Trina Gulliver gets the win over Natalie Davey, a 4-1 victory for the Golden Girl.
Just a bit of pressure building here on the Lorraine throw gob. 2 trebleless visits has just invited that pressure from Bo Greaves.
It has, but Bo's also done similar. It's just the fact she's been straighter with her trebleless visit. Now there's trouble. There we go.
Now there's big trouble.
Yeah. Turner goes 2-1 up on Ryan Statler. She was 1-0 behind in that one. And the Bromislova warming up against Margaret Sutton under a neutral flag here. Rianne now 3-0 up on Michelle Andrews, still averaging just under 80.
Is that a bad look on the... And I'm not WDF bashing it, is it a bad look? The fact that Anastasia is allowed to play in PDC events under a neutral flag, but is still banned from WDF events.
Is she banned though?
That was the talk at the weekend, on Thursday, from someone that plays within the system, but the Russian athletes are still banned. That's why I brought it up.
I guess so.
And Bo Greaves does break the Winstanley throw, and already got the writing looks on the wall for Lorraine.
Potentially. Natalie Gilbert's just gone 1 apiece with Corin Hammond. Both of those players averaging over 80. Sally Whiting, a name I don't remember seeing previously, 3-0 up on Nanako Shimizu, averaging 77. Joe Moore has just beaten Catherine Hanley 4-0. Seems to be a bit of a struggle for both players in that one. Shay Cole has just got underway from the United States. We're playing under American flag, a player that I don't know an awful lot about, but it is intriguing to see that USA flag here in the women's series. She takes on Rebecca Hoyland, who I know very well from Derbyshire.
I like that. I'm a huge fan of seeing that. Guys, should there be a Women's World Cup? Not yet.
Now, a Seniors World Cup. Yes, please.
I would rather have a Seniors pairs event than a Seniors World Cup, personally.
The World Cup would be pairs.
Yeah, but just a pairs event.
4-0 victory for Rhiannon Sullivan. She beats Michelle Andrews with an 85 average in that one. Big 180 from Lorraine Winstanley. Pressures the Bo Greaves 80.
She needs something. Is that the spark?
Ros Bulmer beats Kat McLean 4-2.
I wonder if she missed a dart at tops there, Gob.
I believe so.
I wonder. I think she has. Oh, as well. Oh, Bose, let's see if she hits this first. I've got some other news regarding the UK Open and how the other boards are going to look. Break back for the Win Stanley. Missed chance there for Bo Greaves to absolutely stamp this one. So, the outside boards for the UK Open, Gob, spoke to Dave and Matt from the PDC. I'm excited. It's going to be split cam.
Yeah.
One back on the player.
Yeah.
The other one full board.
Constantly, yeah.
So you get to see the player throwing and where they land.
Yeah.
And score graphic across the bottom as well.
Interesting. Will they be commentated on?
No, not to start with.
Okay.
Obviously, that's something that down the line, potentially, but this time around, just visually. You will have audio, so you will have the referees calling and you will hear people in the background and stuff like that, but no commentary.
Okay.
How would they decide the pairs? Are we talking for the seniors? I would love just a random pairs draw.
No.
I'd love it.
Let them pick it.
Nah, because if they pick it, it becomes boring. Because there'll be one or two standouts. Bo Greaves looking at double four for a 3-1 lead. She scored an awful lot better in this leg and does tidy it up.
And Sarah Willis, 4-0 win over Monica Clear. Sally Whiting wraps up a 4-0 win over Nanaku Shimizu. Els Davis says, are these all your card holders then in the same format as the men's players champs? So the tournament's in the same format as the men's players champs. These are races to 4 instead of races to 6. There is no tour card holders in the women's game. You can just pay your entry and turn up and play. Laura says, Jack McKenna for the Irish seniors, please. Is he still playing?
Robert, thank you very, very much. Massively appreciate it. Thank you, as always. This is the best. It's the best women's field we've seen in the women's series, Elvis, 100%, and it's still not the best it could be either. There's still a few notable absentees through different reasons.
Yes. Will we bash the Premier League a bit more? Hate it. Yeah, Nick Garner.
Yes.
McKenna still play it? That's interesting.
Gob, yes and no. Look, for us at home, I get it and I agree. However, for the fan in the venue, and this week proved it, that final was gripping and it was still packed at the end.
It was?
Under the old format.
I've it with the videos of fans fighting and everything else we've seen as well. That's sort of the you need your big names to put bums on seats ticket argument when they're sold out miles in advance.
No. What I'm saying is, before, under the old format, people were going early. The venue wasn't full at the end of the night for the last game. But from a fan's point of view at home, I am completely with you. But for the fan in the venue, this format works.
It is crap. Bo Greaves has beaten Rain Winstanley 4-1, an 85 average for her. There's also win for Aileen de Graaf, pushed all the way by Anka Zylstra. She did lead in that one 2-0. Gets over the line 4-3. Board 13 warming up.
Oof.
Aoife McCormack against Paula Jacqueline. Still no sign of... Oh, hang on a minute. Isn't board 10 being streamed? What? Why did that happen?
What?
So I've just been sat staring at a graphic that says streaming will continue shortly. It's 3-2 in that game. I just had to refresh to watch the stream.
Yeah, I've just checked mine. I had the little spinning wheel. I think something went down. I think they might have lost internet connection or something. Yeah, I had to refresh. Yeah, Andrew had to refresh as well. I think they lost. Power in Leicester or something.
Shock. Someone probably nicked it. Anastasia de Bromazlova goes 3-0 up on Margaret Sutton. Your turn. You can pronounce board 1.
Where's board 1? Yeah.
Sylvia Schlappbach is 3-0 up on Jane Warwick. Wendy Reinstatler does complete the job on Laura Turner. Another little upset. We've lost Turner and Winstanley in the 1-2-8 already today. Aletta Via, Barbara Hospoderska locked in at 2 apiece right now. Corinne Hammond, it's a 3-2 leader on Natalie Gilbert.
It's a disappointing average from Laura Turner as well, considering last year she played so well. That's a little disappointing.
Andrew, I really would be interested to see how bad Sky's viewing figures are the Premier League have been. I don't know one proper darts fan that likes it. First week was 200,000 viewers. Not seen any others since. However, week 3 was moved to Sky Sports Mix as well because of the rugby starting. So that'd be interesting to see how that one did. Week 2 was obviously the Seniors World Championship as well, which is 1.2 million across 4 days.
I just think that it's gone with the 2 Premier League formats. I think the one last time was geared too much for the fan at home, and this one's gone too far the other way.
Mm-hmm. Too long.
That's an argument you're never going to win. The 16 weeks pays for the season, Gob.
But it's not. Look, I understand why it exists where it does. They build it up and now they can't get rid of it. But it is too conducive to not being able to find a format that works to engage fans in the venue and at home. That's why it's changed so often.
Yeah, but without it, the money available on the Pro Tour and everything like that isn't there.
Find another sponsor. Sack Kazoo off. They're gone anyway. That's boot. Skin.
But I say, it's that pays for it. Anastasia de Bromazlova, 4-0 winner over Margaret Sutton.
Corinne Hammond comes through a tough test against Natalie Gilbert. 4-2 win for the Australian.
if Fallon wins a second round match today.
Oh, Matthew, you cutie. You're also insane if you look forward to watching Phil more than you look forward to watching Van Gogh.
The funniest thing with, I know Pete Larson jokes about the Fallon for the Premier League, but last year, if it had stayed as 10, she was in.
I'm quite glad she's not and wasn't, because we have seen what that Premier League does to players that aren't ready.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And I said this on Thursday night, and it might be a bit early to be saying this, especially after he did win night one. But I'm a little bit concerned that is unravelling with Chris Dobie right now. Because since that win in week one, winless.
Yeah. No, I get it.
All right, Johnny Clayton was magnificent. Took Gerwyn Price close in Cardiff. That was week 2.
Morning, Richard. Hope you are good, buddy. Good to see you in. So there's a lot of love in the chat room today, Gob, for us and the live lounge and everything. Always good to see, and I'm glad you enjoy it so much.
Yeah, because if you sit saying it's crap, I'm retiring. I'll leave you to it. I've not resigned yet this year. I did it about 12 times in the last 2 years. It's nearly March. Still time.
I can wind you up a few more times. It's fine. Huge chance here for Aoife McCormack to level up against Paula Jacqueline. Jacqueline missed 2 visits for a 2-0 lead. Doesn't go. So Jacqueline will be back.
Nah, we love Boise. Don't be like that, Matthew.
Liam says, ready for Costa Del Minehead next week? No, I'm not. I have got an absolute truckload of stuff to do before then. We've got 2 recordings to do. The live lounge. Then I'm going to watch Sheffield United Spurs in the Cup. Exeter Premier League, then Minehead.
I'm not grumpy. What? Oh, what?
David says we love the debating and controversy. Us. It's a little harsh. Paula Jacqueline does go 2-0 up in the end. There was a glut of missed doubles from the pair. Have dragged those averages well down. The averages were quite tidy up until that leg, Gob.
Yeah. It's still competitive, though. And I think they'll go back up as well. There's still time in this match. They keep scoring the way they are. Both open up 140 in leg number 3. Elsewhere on the stream, we're live with Aurora Fochisato against Joanne Pugh. Lucy Cunningham's in action against Eve Watson. Priscilla Steenbergen's 2-0 up on Christine Redhead. Silica Lowe and Rowena Sidley just underway. Almundina Fayado Ayuso 1-0 up on Tony Lee Balstead. I will tell you the result of that game and nothing else afterwards. The next time I have to say that name, the better. Almundina.
Paul says one of the best things about the live lounge is honest opinions. Yeah, look, that's what we've never said we're right. We've never said we're the best. But one thing we'll give you is our honest opinions. People might not like them, but at least we are always honest, Gob.
Yeah. I don't want to blow our own trumpet too much either, but I guess when we do give opinions as well, there's reason or justification behind it. It's not, I don't like this person. It's, I think this, and this.
Yeah.
"6 a.m. UK." Is that when it is?
What's that?
Tommy versus Jake Paul.
It's not 6 a.m., is it? It's in the Middle East.
We'll see. He's staying up to watch cricket in a minute anyway, so. Oh, 114 checkout for Aoife McCormack. Gets her back to 2-1. 10 p.m. Even better.
Considering that we don't know much about Aoife apart from the bits we've seen on social and whatever. There's a lot to like early on in his career.
Yeah, scoring's been decent. Nervy on the doubles in the second leg against Paula, who is a well-known name in the sport as well. Look, let's leave all the politics aside for a second. Paula Jacqueline is a multiple WDF title winner.
Yeah, I completely agree. Look, technically, do I like the mechanics of her throw? No, I think it sucks, but it works for her.
Sharon Godbeer beats Jane Biggs 4-0. Are we reviewing the Euro Tour today? Well, keep an eye on it, Robert. Obviously, the primary focus of this stream is the Women's Series, but that gets underway in 40 minutes' time. So I'm going to have the stream available for me. We might drop it into conversation a little bit. We're going to have some waiting time between quarterfinals and semi-finals and event 2 starting, etc. So we'll keep an eye on it throughout the day, but
yeah,
there won't be too much attention. Right, I'm intrigued now. How does the O'Shea household work when you're watching? Because Laura's commented, John's commented, obviously Maisie sat watching as well. Do you have us on the TV and then you both reply separately on different devices?
I love this.
Or are you sharing around an iPad and changing in who's commenting on the stream? I'm really, yeah, come on. How does it work? Are we just swapping accounts so you can drop in different, have a conversation with yourself? Shay Cole of the USA beats Rebecca Hoyland 4-2, 66 average for her. Becca Hoyland's average just under 70.
3 TVs. I love that.
Huge fan.
Aoife just won the Irish Ladies Cane Championship. Yeah, look, there's a talent there. I know it's exciting to see this.
Leanne Topper is a 4-1 winner over Sarah Mortimer. Just been called up to the Welsh international side, so congratulations to her. Jacqueline Maiden is a 4-0 winner over Lainey Webb as well. 9:30 p.m. was repeats from Monday at 6 a.m. Yeah, close enough, mate. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I've seen Rachna David's name before, but it is a name that I have heard. And that was a very, very good opening performance that we saw from her earlier on. Harry Brook is an absolute machine, Craig.
Right, see, we've got some cricket fans in there. I'm going to get you involved in this goal, even though it's probably a little bit before you. 05 Flintoff or current Stokes?
Flintoff.
Yes, that's the right answer.
I've literally seen this debate, right? There's a channel on TikTok and YouTube called Dealt With Cricket. Right?
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
Baz ball or bauble, and it's like, who do you put in the side? And look, part of that might just be, for the same reasons, they're a similar age to me, the sentimental value of Freddie Flintoff. Yeah. And because that 05 series was the first one I watched, I had family friends visit when I was at home last weekend. My nan passed away the weekend before, so they came up to see if everyone was okay, etc. And one of the conversations and memories we had was the last time we'd visited their house. And it was during the summer of 2005. We had the cricket on the TV. They've got like a little green in front of their house. We had like a mini little wooden cricket set out, and we were playing cricket in the street all day, all night. It was absolutely brilliant. And that 05 series got me into cricket massively. So part of that sentimental will be Freddie. As a bowler, he is head and shoulders above Stokesy. As a bat, Stokesy is more dynamic. But I also think that Stokesy benefits from being in an era where you learn a bit more. And technology is so much better and there's so much more available to you. And there is that freedom now to play that bit more aggressive. I think if Freddie took cricket seriously and was around 15 years later, I think he would have been even better.
Oh, completely.
You think he was still overweight as one of the best fast bowlers in the world and one of the best all-rounders?
Yeah, him and Peterson. But Peterson's arguably England's best ever batsman.
Harry Brook, to me, is the new Kevin Peterson. He has all the shots, all the aggression. Like, he was flat batting balls back over bowlers, back over the infield yesterday. I'm like, what are you doing? He's just clubbing the ball over the infield. I was like, yeah, this is brilliant.
Yeah.
I think he walked down the pitch at one point, clubbed the ball over the infield, that raced away for 4 off Henry, who was bowling 130 kilometres an hour at him, and just went up to Joe Root. I think this was for 49 as well, so it was just before he hit 50. And they were just laughing at each other in the middle of the pitch.
Should do an online darts followers darts tournament. Something we can look at for sure.
Gotta get a venue.
What's that?
Pete, I'm very jealous of your life. I cannot lie. Apart from the season ticket at Spurs.
Right, that's the best bit. Unreal.
You could keep that bit.
Pete, are you going to Sheffield United away on Wednesday?
Good performance from Eve Watson, by the way. 79 average, beats Lucy Cunningham 4-0. We're seeing more and more of the mid-70s and low 80s, just below 80 averages right now. Another one comes in from Amadina Fayado Ayuso, 4-0 winner over Tony Lee Bowstead. Bit far for you, mate.
I tell you, just watching the Aurora Fonseca throw, it's nice. I like it.
It's been steady. No heated seats.
I'm going with Bridgie, Pete.
Oh, friend, just drop that into stream, yeah, dickhead. Aoife McCormack from 2-0 down has just taken the lead 3-1 over Paula Jacqueline. It's back on throw. Jacqueline has the darts in leg 6. Quinty Beeman has just beaten Erin Van Vegan and Vermaat. And we're level between Priscilla Steenbergen and Christine Redhead. Josie Patterson and Laura Patton are warming up. Carla Boys against Noelin Van Leuven is a game just underway. Once we get a result in McCormack versus Jacqueline, I think we will swap to that one on stream for you. Casey Gallagher won a piece with Emma Wapshot. That's a great name.
Yeah.
Freddie will love this. Can we also just take a moment to appreciate James Anderson,
Ridiculous.
who is at 40 years old, the number 1 ranked test bowler in the world? His average is now second only. His career average is now second only to that he had after his second test. And since he has turned 40, did you hear the stat last night?
Yeah, ridiculous.
Since he has turned 40, he has taken 43 wickets. Where's it gone? 43 wickets at 13.6. In an era where teams are just trying to whack the ball straight back at you. His economy in the last few tests has been ridiculously good when everybody else is going for runs but taking wickets. It just doesn't make sense.
It's a good response here from Paula Jacklin.
Ooh.
She looks to send this one to the Noble. Aurora, Gob, a 4-0 winner. Tidy from the Italian. Pretty well, love watching.
That was interesting. So Fortunato left 8. She went inside, and then opted to bust. She hit the big 20 because Joanne Pugh was on 166. Pugh only scored 42 in the next visit. And then Fortunato's gone inside and gone, do you know what? I'm going for the double one this time. And pinned it first start. Priscilla Steenbergen is a 4-3 winner over Christine Redhead. Jacqueline has the opportunity to send us to a decider against Aoife McCormack in your featured game. She wants just 40 to do so. Casey Gallagher 2-1 up now on Emma Wapshot. She was 1-0 behind. Get Freddie on the live line. Look, I know we've had a star on the show.
That one's a little bit out of my phone book.
Yeah. I hope Helen's watching as well. I just got that.
Yeah, Freddie's a little bit out of my league when it comes to phone books.
Noah Lynn van Leuven is already 2-0 up on Carla Boys, averaging 83. I think we're going to see Noah Lynn win one of these events this year. I'm going for it.
Well, Paula Jacklin has missed darts. Match darts incoming for Aoife McCormack to beat Paula Jacklin, and it goes in one gob.
Very, very interesting. A tale of missed darts at doubles. We are watching but didn't hear what you said. Someone asked for Freddie to be a guest, Pete, and I said we've already had one star on the show this year.
Yeah, Shays are happy right now as Aoife McCormack moves in to the next round.
She's going to kill you for that. She's going to kill you for that. We have a last 64 game. This is Katie Sheldon against Denise Cassidy. That should be a good scrap as well.
Yeah, it'll be decent. To have the standard is noticeably up Gob, as well. Just looking at the averages, there's not so many sub-averages that you think, oh, that's a shocker.
Yeah. I think we'll just continue to see that rise as well. Now, there is an avenue for this, I guess, without a massive amount of travelling, and I suppose this does apply to the UK more predominantly than anywhere else at the minute, but with the creation of this Women's Series and the expansion and the better financial reward now that exists on it, there's motivation to get up and have a practice at home. There's motivation to go down your local and have a practice, or to go out and play more than just your local league darts and see how it goes, which in the past has been perhaps the mentality of a lot of players.
Yeah.
She can only just be... How old's Shannon Reeves?
There will be a 9 darter this year for the ladies. Big call. Look, there are a few of them that are capable of it, 100%. But I think it will be one of the big three, Gob.
Yeah. Tammy McKenzie's beaten Fran Elwick 4-1. Wow, what a 180 that is.
Denise Cassidy.
A bit like the European Super League and the Chinese Premier League, Lendo. Reeves is 20. Yeah, I was just doing some digging. I think she played youth level at the same time as Bo. 2019 WDF Youth Cup, etc. I think this is the first time we've seen her at the Women's Series, though.
Yeah, I've just switched to have a look at the stream now. I just want to have a look at her. The other throw is a bit sideways, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not sure I like Shannon's release. The setup looks good, brings it back to the same place every time. But there's a moment where it just gets away from her a bit.
I just want to see the split screen so I can see it in its entirety.
Yeah.
Where
the first visit, she re-gripped a little bit and the final dart dragged massively. Then she banged in a 180 the visit afterwards. Like, hang about, here we go.
Yeah.
Every bit that we're seeing on camera right now looks good. Yeah. The setup, the elbow's nice and high. It's coming back to the same place. You can tell by their eyes that there's focus there. It's just that release.
Yeah, that's the bit I want to see.
It's a little bit twisty. Oh my God, she didn't. She just pinned bullseye first dart for 50.
Oh my, that's outstanding.
I'm a huge fan of that.
I'm a fan already. I'm sold. That is absolutely genius.
She left 90. She went single 20, dragged it into the treble 1 and hit the 17. And then it just hit bullseye first dart. Yes!
Just watching the release there, the wrist comes through a little bit too much for me.
Yeah. She's still smiling now, though. Look, she just opened up 26, but she's got this massive grin on her face of saying, yeah, I've just done that.
She knows. Oh, I'm sold. I'm a huge fan.
Just beating Jane Shearer in a 68 average for her in a 4-0 whitewash. Joe Moore and Adriana Van Veegen and Vermaat are warming up. Samantha Curtin against Kim Holden. Also, Vicky Pruitt has taken the opener against Tracy North. Fallon Sherrock takes the opener against Caroline Breen. Once again, it's not setting the world alight from Fallon.
I think she'd rather do that now and keep winning and maybe produce later on when she needs it.
Yes. I'm going to be honest. I think this game as a 1-2-8 is better to watch. Lisa Ashton against Lorraine Hyde. Paul asked a question earlier, Phil, and I think we missed it. Dream guest on the live lounge.
Are we talking darts or just in general, if I could pick anyone?
Both. Have one of each. They have to be a celeb or someone that is relevant to darts. Like, you can't just go Michael Jackson, for instance. I know he's dead and whatever else.
Right, so there's a connection here because I know he likes darts, so I'm going to go with it. Ed Sheeran.
Yes.
He's a huge darts fan, so that's the dream one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one's in our phone books either.
No,
I'll be completely honest.
Look, that's different level. That's up there in the stratosphere. But he's a huge darts fan, so Ed Sheeran. But realistically, I would love either, and one of these is doable, either Barry or Eddie on the live lounge.
Okay.
One of them's doable because he is in my phone book.
Yeah. Philip. I think I'd prefer Eddie, though.
Eddie would give you more.
Eddie would give us more. You could have that bit of bounce back. You've seen him in interviews with people like Parsons on TikTok, etc. And I guess we don't have to be straight up just darts on that one as well. You could drag in a bit of boxing and whatever.
Yeah.
Tim Vaughn would be good. Yeah, I think he spoke really well on the broadcast when he was at the seniors. Does he know he's in your phone book? I'll be honest. The first guest we had this year was pretty close to my dream guest anyway. In Gary Anderson. However, Flintoff would be good, I think.
Yeah.
If he's still into the sport. Obviously, that was a dip in comms-wise. I tell you, I'd love to have a conversation with, but I'm not sure if he's ever looked at how transferable it is, like others, like a Mark Williams or a Sean Murphy. But Ronnie O'Sullivan.
That's doable.
Yeah. Do you know what? In fact, that's underway at the minute as well. So I want to say big shout out and good luck to Rhiannon Evans, who's in Thailand playing at the minute. But I had some great conversations with her at the seniors. She's putting a board up at home and everything. She's proper getting into the darts.
Fallon Sherrick in maybe a bit of bother here, Gob.
Yeah, one apiece. Her average just flew up massively, though. So that must have been a decent leg from Caroline Breen.
Yeah,
bad time to have swapped to watch Lorraine Hyde 1-0 up on Lisa Ashton and darts to go 2-0 up.
Caroline Breen just missed a dart to break the Fallon Sherrick throw with Sherrick on 89. So this isn't a gimme.
Yeah,
she's missed darts as well.
And more darts gone from Lorraine Hyde as well. Yeah, I think Ronnie might be possible. It's just, is he interested in darts enough to bring him onto a darts show?
It's Ronnie O'Sullivan. Whether he's interested or not, we can make it work. Caroline Breen has broken the Fallon Sherrick throw, bringing the Palace in a bit of bother here. Didn't play well that leg.
Whereas Lisa Ashton was very nearly in the same amount of trouble. Could have found herself 2-0 behind. Lorraine Hyde missed darts to go 2-0 up. And the Lancashire Rose levels at 1 apiece. Yeah, if Tommy gets beat by Jake Paul, his career's over. Because he is a boxer. We have a budget, Pete? Just chicken wing it. I went to the shop yesterday and bought snacks for the entire weekend, and there is a serious concern they might not last the day. Josie Patterson beats Laura Patton 4-2, 68 average. That's one of the better performances we've seen from Josie as well.
Yeah. Josie can play. We haven't seen the best of her, granted, but there is a game there. Technically, the throw's quite nice.
I think that I didn't want my point to come across disrespectfully. There's other tension on Josie because she's been around for a long time already and is still relatively young to the sport. Daughter of Lorraine Winstanley.
Two seconds ago, I'm just muting my mic.
Thank God for that. We got him. Hey! Did you order a pizza? Pizza? Big pizza. Sherrick levels back up at 2 apiece. Denise Cassidy, Katie Sheldon is also 2 apiece. Their last 64 games. Vicky Pruim is 1 away from the last 32. She's 3-1 up on Tracy North. Dita Hedman and Sharon Stratt, some apologies get underway as Pruim does take that 4th leg that she needed. It's 2-1 now to Lisa Ashton. Eddie Hearn on the phone. Oi, keep my name out of your mouth. Go on Will Smith on him. Who's comment in chat room? Wrong answers only. Who's on the phone? Nothing too rude.
Hi.
Hello. Don't tell us who it was yet. Told the stream to guess who was on the phone. Wrong answers only.
What was that? Wrong answers only?
Wrong answers only without being rude. Paul says Ed Sheeran. Phil would have taken his clothes off if that was Ed Sheeran.
I wish I had that number.
Ed was watching the stream and wants in on the show. Best friend Bridgie? Was it your best friend Bridgie? Oh, he sounds left out there. Robert Downey Jr. says M-Dog. Yes, please.
What a random. That's random.
James Wade.
To be fair, that number is in my phone book, but I don't think he'll be ringing.
Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah. No.
Laura Woods asking Phil to stop sliding into her DM. Maisie chooses to stay with you guys and not go down to watch Eurotour with John. Yes!
Love
Johnny
that.
Boy.
Love that, Maisie. Love that.
MVG telling him he is phenomenal. I like that. Els, I said not rude. There's always one. Hyde and Ashton, 2 apiece again. Strong argument. Lorraine Hyde could be 3-1 up here. Sheldon, 3-2 up on Denise Cassidy. Fallon Sherrick, 3-2 up on Caroline Breen. She's spun it around once again.
Yeah, she's just doing enough. It's almost as if that she's pottering along and then presses the blip button when she needs to find something.
Yeah.
Which, it's not a good thing, but it's working at the moment. But she's going to have to find something here. Also, whilst you're on the subject, God, we spoke about Josie Patterson and we spoke about others like Laura Turner not producing her best. The same argument for Lorraine Hyde because she's a multiple winner in the WDF as well.
Yeah. Pete's done with it. He's absolutely done with it. Yeah, first season, I think Lorraine put in some really competitive performances. But since then, I think she struggled a little bit in this environment, but has also had the point where her priorities have lied elsewhere occasionally. There's been a couple of times where WDF events and this have clashed, and without being within touching distance in this, she's opted to go and secure passage to WDF World Championship instead.
Yeah.
Maisie's got a new shirt on. That'll be why. Did Henry fail his driving theory test 6 times?
What's that?
Did Henry actually fail his theory driving test 6 times?
I don't know. If he said it,
surely
I guess
not.
Caroline Breen looking at 56 to send us all the way against Fallon Sherrick. Big moments here for both players. The 56 doesn't go, so Sherrick coming back for 43 to win it.
Just that's a message. That's ridiculous. Kirsty Hutchinson, another in that conversation.
Oh, Gobb's internet's having a mare. Whilst Gobb's trying to sort his internet out, Fallon Sherrick misses and somehow leaves 17 from the 43. Caroline Breen does take out 24, and we are going all the way in this one. Sherrick making a mess, but does have the darts in the decider. Elsewhere, Lisa Ashton does lead 3-2. Kirsty Hutchinson was a 4-1 winner, I think Gob was saying before he lost us.
I was talking about Hutchinson. I don't know what's going on. I'm wired in. My internet is genuinely pay way too much for it to keep cutting out like this. It's crap.
Get on the blower tomorrow. He said on the MODUS
Super
Super Series.
It's shocking. If I'm running Ethernet cable, I should never have a dropout ever.
No.
And it just drops back to Wi-Fi. It's stupid. Henry failed his theory driver test 6 times.
That's amazing. Oh my. What a 180 from Caroline Breen. Fallon Sherrock, depending on this visit, is in a bit of bother potentially. But then Sherrock replied, "Oh no, sorry, whoever's marking's had a mess
anymore."
Well, I'd say Caroline Breen's 180's disappeared and it's now gone to Fallon. Someone's having a mare.
Ashton beats Lorraine Hyde 4-2. Just 2 more 1-2-8 games to go then, and that's Shannon Reeves and Sherry Yeomans. That's on the stream at the minute. And Zoe Jones is 2 up on Sue Hall, averaging a shade under 70.
I'll tell you what, Gob, in the last leg decider, an 11 darter, 140, ton, 140, 180, 81 in 2. That'll do it.
Hello. That was a bit good.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie, she didn't play well in that match until that moment. But doing it when it matters is the important thing. Oh, couple of tidy games warming up there. Chloe O'Brien against Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Good question. Probably not often enough. Wouldn't even know how to. $180. The greatest song in the world is back.
It is an absolute belter of a tune.
You know it's on Spotify?
I did actually, yeah.
I may have added it to my team's playlist without them knowing. So it's just going to appear one Wednesday night and they're going to be like, what the bloody hell is this?
Oh, it's an absolute banger. It's an absolute banger. Yeah, Dan, tickets for this weekend's Euro Tour have been very good. The Friday afternoon is always not great on a Euro Tour unless it's Belgium was quite good, I think, and Prague was okay as well. But historically, God, the Friday afternoon they just write off.
Yeah. Yeah, Belgium was because that was on Belgium TV, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They went all out for that. Iris Zoe Jones not had that name for a few years. Yeah, I didn't even realise she was still playing. I called, played County, a referee for Derbyshire, and she played for one of the teams that we played against earlier in the season. And that was when I realised that she was still playing. So,
Adam says, just watching the stream, I think Shannon Reeves' throw has potential. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Adam. Look, the throw looks all right, apart from the bit at the end. The wrist sort of like comes through and spins, doesn't go straight at times. Potentially, yeah, look, it looks very good, but there's just a couple of bits that need work. But there's certainly a core to work with, Gob.
Yeah. And look, she's got experience as well. She played at youth level. This is the first time stepping up to the women's series. being on that stream is not an easy place to be.
No. The draw for the UK Open for the first, is it 3 rounds, is on Monday.
Does the Euro Tour affect ranking?
Possibly, yeah.
Sherry Yeomans has just wrapped up. Does this 1-3-3 go, or is my stream that far behind? Dieter Hedman won away against Sharon Stratsma-Paul. She's 3-1 up now. Noelin van Leuven from 2-0 up against Sylvia Schlappbach is now level at 2 apiece. It's an interesting game.
Yeah.
Angela Kirkwood goes 3-1 up on Rebecca Edwards, averaging 71. We are seeing more and more of the averages in the 70 mark. Shay Cole has just put in 79 average in the first leg. Anastasia 1-0 up on Yvonne Taylor.
I was just looking, and in her first game, Shay Cole averages 66.89, which again is very, very tidy. Look, that's
to an opponent who had a better average as well. It was a 69 from Rebecca Hoyland.
I'm just going to drop a message to our American friends.
Are they awake? It's only 7 a.m. on the East Coast.
Well, they get it when they wake up.
It might be too late for that. Can we talk Euro Tour quickly? Just as it's going live and actually showing a crowd outside and fans coming into the venue, etc. A big plus and a big negative as Suzanne Hagwall goes 1 apiece with Bo Greaves. Big plus, the extra they're putting into the broadcast. I think the opening titles, for instance, and the graphic that they cut back to every time they come from a break, very, very good. It's not major, but it just makes that broadcast look that much more professional, etc. Some of these shots that we're seeing are very, very good. The downside of it, and actually the introduction from Dan, etc., is good, just to open up rather than straight into comms or watching all the pissing about on stage before with Brzezinski and whoever's refereeing and the fans getting involved. You don't really need to see all that. That is more for in the venue.
Yeah.
However, and I appreciate it's on DAZN and Viaplay, so during that time they are ad breaks. The fact that on PDC TV, that is just silence on a loop of pictures or video is annoying.
It is, but I think it's small steps. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I tweeted it yesterday. Look, it's just boring. It makes it difficult to watch. I have the same issue whenever you try and watch American sports late in the evening through the apps. So through the NHL app or the MLB app. Every time they go to a commercial break locally, if that's what's broadcasting it to the app, they just cut to... The NHL is the worst for it. They just literally cut to like a 3 or 4 10-second clips of somebody like making the ice. They're like cinematic shots, but it's silent and it's black and white. So if I'm trying to watch that at 2 a.m., I just fall asleep every time there's an ad break. Which, well, not even an ad break, because in ice hockey, you get 20-minute break every 20 minutes for them to Zamboni the ice again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my one thing. The video you're seeing in the break needs audio. Whether that be the Euro Tour DJ, who is a massive part of what makes the Euro Tour fantastic to those watching at home, or something else looped in. Even if you're watching adverts, right, there's something to be engaged with. Have you seen what's next on the stream, by the way?
Oh, hello.
Makuru Suzuki against Trina Gulliver. Hello there.
Bowden, hello there.
Hello there.
This is the game you're looking for. Do you think the potential for more PDC events to be held in Wales in the future? I don't know, is the honest answer. One, I don't know what other venues are around in Wales of a suitable size to use is the issue. We all know the Motor Point or the Cardiff International Arena, whatever it's named now, works. But I don't know what else is there. Like, not necessarily even in Cardiff, but in Wales in general.
I guess the only other one we're aware of is Depot, isn't it?
Yeah, but that couldn't hold an event, a PDC event.
No.
It
could hold a floor event, though.
I don't think it could.
One 1-2-8 game still in play. That is Zoe Jones thrown up on Sue Hall. There was a few results in the 64. We have Vicky Pruitt beating Tracy North earlier on. Nolan van Leuven 2-0 up, then pulled back to 2 apiece. Then a 4-2 winner over Sylvia Schlappbach. Katie Sheldon was a 4-2 winner over Denise Cassidy. We're not seeing the best from Katie so far, by the way. That was just a 58 average. It was a 56 earlier on, but she has only dropped 2 legs so far today. Dieter Hedman was a 4-1 winner over Sharon Stratzman-Pull. Adriana van Wiegeren Vermaat, 4-1 winner over Joan Moore. Fallon Sherrick, that 4-3 winner over Caroline Breen. And Angela Kirkwood, a 4-0 winner over Rebecca Edwards. I believe we've just had Jones' result, which I think means she won. Yeah, 4-1 victory over Sue Hall. So we're into the last 64 everywhere. We have Makuru against Trina up on stream. Lindsay Ashton against Wendy Reinstatler.
We've gone
Steph Stutley's taking the opener against Jacqueline Maiden with an 83 average.
That's different from Makuru. Normally we have the short little bob with maybe the little bunches. We've got literally huge plaited pigtails this time.
I don't really comment on the men's hair as often. Trina's action is just solid. Last start drags it into the 5. Yeah, time it. Crammond, after a solid performance in round 1, won a piece of Eve Watson, averaging just 58 so far. Steph Stutley's averaged 79 as she goes 2-0 up on Jacqueline Maiden. Amy Grant's 2-0 up on Felicia Belay after her very good performance in round number 1 against Tori Kewish. Aoife McCormack leads von Salon Willis 2-1. Bo Greaves over the line against Suzanne Hagval 4-1 in that one. Rhiannon Sullivan 2-0 up on Chloe O'Brien. Shay Cole 3 up on Vanessa Zaiduma, averaging 71. Ros Baum averaging 71 as well, with 3 apiece with Roos van der Velter. Let's put Rhiannon for Pete because we cut out her game earlier on. Well, what's the end of that? Jumper to Araduna Fayado against Lucy Pat. Ross Palmer beats Roos van der Velde 4-3.
Yeah, Shay Cole 3-1.
Talking of shoulder length pigtails, do you reckon we should plait Ryan Searle's hair?
No, we want Ryan Searle to come back with a Peter Andre bob walking onto Mysterious Searle.
God, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mysterious Searle. Aoife McCormack is 2-2 with Francois Willis. Again, tidy enough averages for Aoife as well, Gob. I'm liking the look of what I see and a potential one to go into that next block of players as well.
Yeah.
Pete says, I think every event should open walk on tracks, vote, public vote. Oh, could you imagine?
Some would get bullied. Imagine what the fans would vote for Price.
To be fair, he actually got a really good reception in Dublin.
Because he wore green. Fans are fickle people.
Does he have the balls to do that in orange for Rotterdam, do you think?
If anybody has, it's him. Questioning Gezzy's. How do I phrase this? Questioning the size of Gerwyn Price's anatomy is not going to be an issue.
I tell you what, fair. If he does the orange one for Rotterdam, then I'm sold. Could you imagine?
I don't think there's many more he can do it at. Steph Stutley puts in a solid performance. 4-0 winner over Jacqueline Maiden. 83.5 average for her.
God, because that shirt that he wears has got 3 colours on, he could do it for Berlin. He could do it black, bit of orange as well for the German flag.
You think he would?
If it gets them cheering, yeah.
Bromizlova is through 4-1 victory for her. Corinne Hammond turned it around. She was 1 apiece against Eve Watson, average just below 60. She's now 3-1 to the good, dragging it up to 64. Amy McGrath takes opener against Marina Sidley.
For Berlin, he could just do the 3 colours of the German flag would work. For Aberdeen, does he go with a more traditional red for Aberdeen or blue for Scotland?
And then you just got the 10 events in the UK, in England to consider.
Well, Liverpool, he could go red, blue and white, because then he gets a bit of Everton, a bit of Liverpool. He caters for both.
He might wear the red one again.
No, that'd be brave.
Can't see it, he sort of reserves that for Wales, don't he?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see any more colour changing.
I think
We've already been to Scotland once. We didn't see a colour change in Scotland, did we? We might get an orange in Rotterdam, but other than that, I don't think we'll see one.
Corinne Hammond 3-1 up on Eve Watson.
Can you imagine, by the way, him rocking up in a St George shirt of some reference? A Welshman whose national emblem is a dragon, and going, oh yeah, let's just back the man that killed a dragon.
Genuinely, I've got more chance of playing on the World Match Play than we have Gazzy ever referencing England in anywhere on the shirt.
Nice to know we're still loved all around the world.
Absolutely none.
Hated.
Oh, as well. How good was it to see Aaron Monk back on a PDC stage yesterday? Every emotion.
Screaming with his mid-80s average. I'm a big fan.
As beating the floor and everything. It was great. And as well, genuinely, the story that Dan told about George Noble's bathroom was hilarious because I'd known about that for ages. And it was like, he literally knocked the wall down before George had even said yes.
Huh.
The bathroom was done. It was finished.
I didn't hear it.
Have you? They put the clip out on social. George has retweeted it. Mute yourself and listen to it now and come back. It honestly, it is exactly that. It is hilarious.
I'm trying to get rid of me.
No, just listen to it because it's an unbelievable story. Aoife is going all the way.
I'm
3 piece. Wendy Reinstagler 3-1 up on Lindsay Ashton, and again, this is the drop off. Lindsay was superb in her opening game. Only we're comparing it because she played so well, but down in the 70 average in that one. Kirsty Hutchinson is underway, as is Maria O'Brien against Priscilla Steenbergen. I'm going to jump back into the chat room quickly. I think the PDC event when the players switch darts. No, not a fan of that one. Peter Wright will win that week. Yeah, absolutely. Rhiannon O'Sullivan looking to level this one up against Chloe O'Brien and break straight back, looking at double 10 to send us to the Noble. And it goes in 1. Break back from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Got our last 32 game warming up as well. Mikuru Suzuki 2-1 up. Just gone 3-1 up on Trina Gulliver, averaging 84.34 from the Miracle. Eileen de Graaf 2 up. Josie Patterson 1-all. And on our feature game, the pair share tons. And Aoife McCormack's run continues. She's a 4-3 victor. And she moves into the last 32. It's advantage Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She's down to a finish. Can Chloe O'Brien join her on a big out? The answer is no. So Rhiannon has a minimum of 6 starts to get rid of the 1-4-1. Doesn't need to go in 1. Whilst we do that, Wendy Reinstagler has beaten Lindsay Ashton 4-1. And Rhiannon tees up a nice little 2-darter, 58. And again, Chloe O'Brien can't even finish. So no pressure on this 58. And it goes in 3. Rhiannon O'Sullivan into the next round, a 4-3 victor over Chloe O'Brien. What else have we got? Rhiannon Griffiths just getting underway in the last 64. Tammy McKenzie has taken the opener against Kirsty Hutchinson. Sarah Roberts and Leanne Topper 1 apiece. Priscilla Steenbergen 2-1 up on Maria O'Brien. Josie Patterson now leads as well. Mikuru is edging closer to beating Trina Gulliver. Thought you'd like that, Pete? And Mikuru Suzuki does get the job done. Remember, Dark Connect slightly in front of the stream, so we'll tell you how she does it. Currently on 220.
It's the most Aaron thing I've heard since he'd only booked Q School for one night.
That's genius, isn't it? Yeah, so funny.
Kent says, did I see Zoe Jones there? You did. Wasn't it no Pink Panther thing? She still might be.
I think she still is the
Her
Pink
flights
Panther.
are still pink. Her flights are still pink when I refereed for her a few months ago.
Does she still have the stance where her back arm is out a million miles?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I remember when she played at Lakeside, the back arm was always out here.
It's a bit difficult to know because I'm not supposed to turn around and look.
Fairs.
I'm looking at the board the entire time. Alan, is Paula Jacqueline not playing? She is. She was beaten first round by Aoife McCormack.
Yeah, Fallon's still in.
What board was that Makuru result on? Board 2.
And speaking of Aoife McCormack, she is warming up, Gob, against Fallon Sherrock.
That should be a good game. Sharon Godbeer against Robin Byrne will be next up on the stream. Looking forward to seeing that one. Priscilla Steenberg and a 4 winner over Maria O'Brien.
We were saying, Gob, that this game is about consistency, that Lindsay Ashton was brilliant in her opener, then dropped off, lost 4-1 to Wendy Reinstagler, averaging 70. That's just a consistency thing which will come in time.
Yeah. Well, it's one bad leg, potentially, as well.
Yeah.
I had a practice the other night, raced to 10 at home, averaged just below 80. I went last night, found myself 5-0 down in a race to 17, and the average never got above 62. Because I missed a shed load of darts at double. Mario gets a leg on the board. He was at risk of being whitewashed by Ryan Searle at 5-0 down. He takes out 54 for 5-1 on the Euro Tour.
Paul says, how many in the rankings are definitely going to Blackpool? So I'm guessing you're on about the women's one. So women's world match play. Can you remember what got you in last year, Gob?
What, financially?
Yeah.
No, but they've also, haven't they just changed the amount of prize money available?
Yeah, I was about to say we've got to factor in the double prize money as well.
Yeah, so no idea. Not a clue. Bo Greaves is there because there's no way she doesn't accumulate anymore.
I think about 1,005 got you in, but let's double that because of the prize money increase. So say 3 will get you in. Based
How many
on
events have we got between now and then? Have we got another 12 or have we got another 8? We've got 12, including this one. There's 20 in the race to the match play, I'm sure there is. And there was 8 at the back end of last year, 13 to 20. Obviously, Bo won them all. That should have been the easiest sum in the world. The rule John has here for the boys is take 10% off your practice at home. You have your real match. I think mine's worse than that, I'll be honest. We had a good night Wednesday, though. Vodka was flowing. I've played Under the Influence twice this season. And our format is 6 singles, 3 pairs. Singles is best of 3, 501. Pairs is 1 leg, 701. First time I played Under the Influence, averaged 92 in the pairs. Thanks for coming. And then on Wednesday, I averaged a flat ton. 78, 60, ton, 140, 122 to leave 32. Was on 154.
So I really like the Robin Burns shirt. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah.
Aoife McCormack took the opener against Fallon Sherrick, but Sherrick in a strong position here to level it up thanks to a maximum. Yeah, it wasn't a great leg, Kent. I'll give you that one. Look, she's not played particularly well all day, but she just found enough in spurts. But again, God, notoriously that we've seen even last year and the first year, she's one that gets better as the weekend goes along.
Yeah. Mikuru does the same, which is surprising considering she's always knackered by the end of the weekend because she never gets some travel right and it catches up with her. What a result that is, by the way. Almondina Fayado Ayuso loses 4-3 to Josie Patterson, another 70 average from Josie. This is a level above what we've seen from Josie. I know I said that earlier.
Yeah.
We were watching performances last year where she was losing with low 60s, even high 50s at times.
Yeah.
But she's added that 10% to her game now that we know she's capable of and have known she's capable of for a long, long time.
I completely agree.
Byrne making a right mess of the first leg and still gets away with it. Corinne Hammond against Katie Sheldon is the last 32 games. Some of these are blinders. Lisa Ashton a little bit behind. She's in her last 64 game about to get going against Kirsi Vinkainen. There's definitely no way double I is I, but Vinkainen? What does double I mean in Finnish, anyone?
Aye.
Hey, that's terrible. Go on. That's dreadful.
Oh.
Invite
Aoife McCormack tees up tops if Sherrick can't take out 80. And Sherrick's missed 2 darts to break. She's come inside 10s and inside 5. So Aoife McCormack pins tops in 1. Fallon Sherrick is in a game here, and Aoife McCormack is winning a lot of admirers this week, Gob.
Solid. Letavia just beating Russian David 4-2. David with the better average as well. That's 2 names that are new to the women's series that are more than capable, that have lost in the 64 in tight encounters. Is that just lack of experience in this environment, perhaps? Sarah Roberts, a 40 winner over Leanne Topper.
Yeah, I think so. And so any plans for Corinne to commentate in the Super Series? Yeah, I think that Corinne should always be in and around the Super Series.
Van Vegan and Vermaat beats Steph Stutley 4-3. Match that one, 72 average plays 78. Hammond gets on back against Kate Sheldon. This is the best performance so far we've seen from Katie in terms of average by quite a mile. Tom, are you coming to Blackpool, Tom? Play like that, you'll have a decent chance, mate.
Decent. I like that. Robin Byrne, we've got the phantom Paul Lim throw in the background. That Robin Byrne throw, God, when it's on, it's like Michael Smith because it's just bosh. Yeah. It's just she's a slinger.
She's having a nightmare on the outer ring, but the rest of this performance has been very good.
Yeah. The only thing from a technical point of view, would you be worried that she doesn't sight it because it comes back quite low?
I'm not sure it's the lack of sighting. I think because of that, her elbow's quite low. And she doesn't throw upwards. It still just extends from there.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the last 32 game warming up now. Aileen de Graaf against Dieter Hedman. This has been brutal this afternoon. Ryan Griffiths beat Stephanie Potter 4-1. Cherie Yeomans, who won on the stream previously, finds herself 2-1 up against Aurora Fochesato. Much better performance from her away from the stream as well.
Yeah, and Fallon Sherrick has potentially carved a break opportunity here, Gob, unless Aoife can find a roof raiser.
Yeah, this is for a 14 dart leg, by the way.
Missing a lot of doubles today so far.
Yes. Will that come back to bite her? She must have missed a dart.
Yeah, she missed dart tops. Come inside.
Pressure now, though. And it goes in 2. Fallon 3-2 up on Aoife McCormack. Corin Hammond now 2-1 up on Katie Sheldon. De Graaf and Hedman are underway. Good man, good man. Let's see. Burns finds herself on double 2 once again. A double's just not. She's on 4 after 15 darts. Scoring power has been very, very good from Robin Byrne. She just cannot buy a double right now.
We've all been there.
What I do like, though, is it went and there was no sarcastic sigh or big relief, whatever. It was just, go again.
Yeah, just get on with it.
Because I would have given myself a sarcastic clap or calling myself every name under the sun. Feeling hot, hot, hot.
Away, 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 away.
Is that Graham Usher giving Rob Cross a fist pump?
Oh, as well. The fact that Graham Usher didn't walk onto Usher yesterday as well. Again, Fallon Sherrick missing match darts. Will this come back and bite the Queen of the Palace? because this 82 is more than doable. Last starting hand gob.
Needed once again from Fallon. 75 average. It's just creeping up a little bit from her. We know she's got more levels. She joins Noelyn van Leuven and Adriana van Veegen and Vermaat in the last 16. And this is where we're going to get behind, right? So they're already in the last 16. We have a last 64 game warming up. Zoe Jones against Casey Gallagher. So board 8 is going to be behind. I believe Fallon will play the winner from board 14, which looks a chance to be Lisa Ashton. However, she's still playing a last 64 game. She's one apiece with Kirsty Vainikainen on 14, who would then play Amy Grant to play Fallon Sherrock.
This is what I said. I wasn't keen on the, what was it, 256 taking place before the 128, or at the same time as the 128s. You had to get all those prelims out the way first, and then start all the 128s at the same time.
Yeah, Robin's scoring power is delightful right now.
Yeah.
Batabazi. Oh, we need a game. Do we go Eileen Dieter?
Yeah. Corinne Hammond got taking a 3-2 lead over Katie Sheldon.
Interesting. Are we seeing Corinne fight?
Possibly, yeah.
Five. Everybody get up, Tom, because the drum drop on that at the start is just unbelievable. Frustration settling into Robin. She does get over the line 4-1 against Sharon Godbeer. Just missed starts at double 7 this time. I think she wanted 20, hit the 6, and ended up on a double 7, which nobody likes anyway. Kim Holden is a 4-0 winner over Louise Leahy. Double 2 once again for Robin Burns. Should have just gone straight for it in every leg. I'm sure that's what she hit 4 times.
So that last 64 game, Casey Gallagher against Zoe Jones, that is a real blast from the past, isn't it?
Yeah. And yet they're both still under the age of, 35, comfortably?
Oh,
possibly younger than that.
They're both under 30 still.
I know. So than me, I'm sure she is.
I thought she's under 30.
I'm sure she's older than me. Yeah. 92. He's 30. Casey's 26. It is the Pink Panther back playing Lee. And that is possibly one of the bigger topics of conversation today. Look, we've got Paula Jacqueline involved. We've got new players involved. Rashna David. We've got Almondina Fayado. But the return of Zoe Jones to top-level darts has got a lot of people intrigued. There was a lot of talk around Zoe Jones.
Oh, completely.
Two events today, Dan. Otherwise, we'd have only been underway about 40 minutes if it was just the one. And instead, we're approaching the 3-hour mark already.
Christ. To be fair, it's actually flown.
Yeah, see if you're still saying that by the time we get to the semi-finals of the second event.
By then, I'll be in Portsmouth.
Oh, there it is. We haven't had one for a long, long time.
However, though, to do that, they had to subscribe.
Hey! Have you blocked them already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come up, use your arrow, and I tried to do it.
Yeah, I've done it. I've got the studio open as well.
Oh, next up on stream, Bo Greaves against Priscilla Steenbergen. Christ!
No, it's good to see Anastasia back. Yeah, 100%.
Haven't seen anything yet from James. I don't know if he'll start locally. I don't know where he's from, to be fair. The last thing I saw him tweet was about not being able to watch Phil Taylor play badly. It was Corinne Hammond, 4-3 winner over Katie Sheldon. For the UK Open, a PDC going to have 1 or 9 streams instead of the 2, PDC 1 and PDC 2. How are they doing it? Don't know how they're doing it. Would probably have to list 2 to 8 as the board, so they will have to create extra streams at that point. What I hope they do is have an option where you can watch all 6 of the boards that won't have commentary in the same feed. There's like a split screen, small versions, but it won't happen. So now we're going to have to run 9 streams at once. Jane Monaghan's a 4-3 winner over Quinty Beeman.
So there's about
64 games going on. Zoe Jones 1-0 leader over Casey Gallagher. Lisa Ashton finds herself behind to Kirsty Vainakainen. Ken, am I pronouncing that correctly? Because it's really getting to me.
As well, we've just been asked, how was the location for the Super Series picked? It's quite easy, buddy. The fact that most or 99% of all the production team live in and around the Portsmouth, Southampton area, that's where it was.
Yeah, just those that involved that started it, got the space in Southampton. Am I pronouncing it right? Nope. Is there a way for you to tell me how to pronounce it before I give myself? What sound does the double I make? Is it V? Vainakainen? Fochisato beats Sheree Yeomans 4-3. Martin Dracht is having a fantastic time on the Euro Tour. He was solid yesterday. Vainakainen, lovely. or Venikainen. And he currently leads Rob Cross 2-1 and just banged in a 180 to leave 165 and giving it the big one. Angela Kirkwood now 3-0 up on Josie Patterson. See, this is the performance that concerns you when you're watching Josie, because this is the flat 60.
Yeah.
Needs to find the level like we've seen for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, agreed.
Venikainen. We're going with that. And she does beat Lisa Ashton. Ashton is out, Phil.
Ooh, that's a shock. However, the average from Venikainen is very, very good.
All right, now you say her name. You haven't done it once all day. I get confirmation. You're like, oh, I'm hopping on that. Look at me go. Who invited you? Good morning from Canada. Good morning to Canada from the UK, should I say. From 1-0 down, Aileen de Graaf has match starts incoming to beat Dieter Hedman. Anastasia and Kirsty Hutchinson currently 1 apiece. It's a 15-dart leg to open on stream for Priscilla Steenbergen against Bo Greaves.
Zoe Jones
Was a hold of throw as Aileen de Graaf does beat the Hedman. Chat room, what do we think? Is this the weekend where Bo Greaves loses a game in the women's series? Can she go and win 4 straight again? She is on an 8-tournament win streak in the PDC women's series. Something like 50 matches. Bo takes out 84 for an 18-dart leg and levels up at 1 apiece. Yeah, good. Suzuki beats Greaves today, she promised me. Interesting. Sarah Roberts, Ros Bulmer currently 2 apiece. Pat Everest says, think Greaves will win 2 out of 4 this weekend. Interesting. Angela Kirkwood beats Josie Patterson 4-0. Kuru Suzuki against Robin Byrne. Okay, we can put that one up here. She has to beat Robin first. It's on. Hey, it's not Phil today. I'm in charge. There we have it. Look, Robin Byrne has already missed 7 darts at double. Finds herself 1-0 behind to Mikuru Suzuki. Her scoring power has been ridiculous today. She's just got to start finding that outer ring. As Bo banged in a 13-dart leg to lead 2-1 and then goes, haha, have a 180. Ridiculous. Kim Holden 1-0 up on Jacqueline Brighton. Rihanna Sullivan is now underway against Jane Monaghan in the last 32. That last 64 game, just 1 still going. Zoe Jones against Casey Gallagher. The winner of that will play Aletta Vaya, who beat Rashna David. So that's an interesting one still to come.
Yes, it is.
Oh, he's back. Yay! Hello, Phil.
You know. Casey Gallagher levels up against Zoe Jones. That one's 2 apiece.
What did you think the best average of the day was going to be, Phil?
I said 95.
Okay. That might be under threat.
Still closer than yours.
Unless she misses 12 darts at double in this last leg. It's easier for an average to go down than it is to go up. Yeah, maybe not. Hutchinson leads the Bromwich over at the minute. 71 average from Kirsty. It's just slightly better than the level we've been seeing from her in the last couple of blocks. Ros Bulmer 3-2 up now on Sarah Roberts. Casey Gallagher's only jumped 2 apiece. One of them is slowing this down a fair whack by the looks of it. Christ. Surely not. Surely not. Oh!
What's that?
Bo Greaves is just beating Priscilla Steenbergen 4-1 with 101.45 average. She lost the first leg in 15 darts, and she has been out of this world. Back-to-back 13 darters, followed by a 15 to finish, in which it's the ball for a 170 for a 12-dart leg. Shall I ask the chat room the question again? Can Bo Greaves be beaten this weekend? I think
she will be beaten this weekend. I still think she picks up a couple, but I still think across the 4 she will. We've seen she's given players chance to beat her in other events. It's just a case of can someone take one? I still think she picks up a couple. Where is it? Yeah, Fallon Sherrick moved up a place already in the race for the match play job. She's now up to 6th in the table.
I think that's inevitable. Makura Suzuki takes out 115 for a 3-0 lead on Robin Byrne.
That's tidy enough.
£2,000. £2,000 says she plays the last one.
Yeah, she's there for the whole weekend, isn't she? So.
Level at 5 apiece on the Orator. Rob Cross has fought back against Martijn Drek. Will have to break the throw in the decider if he's going to progress.
Makuru, Suzuki, Gob, match starts incoming in the feature game for a bagel.
Wasn't expecting that at the start of play. Oh, Zoe Jones also beats Casey Gallo. That's 2 on the spin for her. She moves into the last 32. Kirsi Venikainen. Venikainen? I'm not sure which one we established now.
Venikainen we went with.
I think it was Venikainen.
All right, we'll
Takes
go
the first leg
Venikainen.
against Amy Grant. Does anybody know anything about Amy Grant?
Yeah, she sung Baby Baby. That reference has gone completely over your head, isn't it? Popular female vocalist from the 90s.
Can't be that popular if I don't know who she is.
If I played you the song, you'd know it straight away. Chat room, help me out here. Or the slightly older ones like me.
No comment.
Who wins Modus tonight? Oh, wait a minute. Who do I think is going to win? I need to see who's in the group. I know the 6 are, but what order? I think either Danny Lauby or Ryan Furness.
That's where we're going. Venikainen, that's where we're going. Whew.
Considering her performance to beat Lisa Ashton, Venikainen's dropped off a little bit here, Gob. Is that the adrenaline dump because you've beaten Lisa Ashton?
Essentially. The name of Grant is 86. Do we know who's playing next week? Are we allowed to say? Yeah, we're not denying you, Ken. It's just we're trying to work out which one it is.
Yes, I do know who's playing, but it'll be released later on, the groups.
Oh, that's tonight. Ooh.
What are you oohing about?
Two new names.
Which two?
Yeah, I get the email as well. What? Group A, player number 1 and player number 3.
All right, yeah.
1's not played before and 3's not played before.
I've got the email, but I haven't even looked at it, if I'm being honest. 2 seconds. You know one of those emails, it just comes through and you're like, yeah, I know what that is.
Amy Grant is married to Vince Gill. Who's Vince Gill? Oh, Rob Cross was 5-4 behind. I thought that was 5 apiece in that last leg when he needed a break. He's now got... What? No, what's going on? Has that just jumped back?
Yeah, Gob, you are correct. 1 and 3 in Group A are debuts. It's not a bad group, is it?
Yes. No, I like that. Country singer. Nah. My music knowledge is normally pretty good as well, by the way. You lot just stumped me with... Oh, you mean the singer Amy Grant, not the dancer?
Yeah.
Just... Rhiannon Sullivan beats Jane Monaghan. She's into the last 16. The last 16 is taking shape right now, and it looks very, very interesting, by the way. We do have one last 16 game getting underway, and it is Bo Greaves against Angela Kirkwood. I don't think we're going to get another streaming game until the last 16 now, because all the 32 games are live. They've not moved Zoe Jones over there against Aletta Via. We might see Noelin Van Leuven against Mikuru Suzuki on the stream. We might see Corinne Hammond against Kirsty Hutchinson on the stream. Aileen de Graaf against Rhiannon Sullivan is a possibility. We're still waiting on 7 and 8. So oh no, 8's already gone. Where's that
I don't think it'll be Mikuru because she just had one ran before against Trina, possibly.
So we've got 6, 4, 7. Shay Cole against Ryan Griffiths 3-2. We'll play the winner of Aletta Via and Zoe Jones. We've got Van Vegan and Vermaat against the winner of Ryan Statler and Fochesato. Bulmer will take on Brighton or Holden. Sherrock will play Amy Grant or Kirsty Venakainen. And it is Kirkwood against Greaves.
Yeah, it's jet lag, different class. Again, look, I'm not one to criticise thing, but Mikuru, I don't think's got a prep the best getting into the country this late.
No, but some of that might be out of her control. Some of that might be financially motivated. It's not the cheapest, and these aren't. There is money to be won here, but some belters warming up. Hammond, Hutchinson, Suzuki, Van Leuven. Just got to get there first, mate.
Oh, did you see
it is Suzuki versus Greaves. It will be the final.
Yeah. No, Mikuru's not.
We've got to go through Kirkwood, either Sherrock, Grant, or Venakainen. Then one of Van Vegan and Vermaat, Ryan Statler, Fochesato, Bulmer, Brighton or Holden. And then it will be Mikuru. That top half is stacked, by the way.
Yeah.
Scarily stacked. Van Leuven, Suzuki, Hammond, Hutchinson, de Graaf, O'Sullivan, either Shay Cole or Ryan Griffiths, and Aletta Via or Zoe Jones. It's Ryan Griffiths who beat Shay Cole 4-3. No, it's not Makuru in the Modus next week. Speaking of the 90s, Phil, have you seen what other snacks I have?
What snacks do you have?
Oh, that's disappointing. Well, first of all, I've bought the wrong Maltesers and they're dark, so they're going in the bin. That was a big bag as well, which pissed me off. So like dark chocolate, you absolute savages. You definitely know these by a different name.
Opal Fruits.
And I bought myself some biscuits.
Oh, hello.
BN.
Oh, I'm just throwing it out there as well. In Ireland, they have the best biscuits in the world. Like different class biscuits.
Not got a lot else going for them, so we'll let them have that. Sorry, O'Shea's. Kim Holden beats Jacqueline Brighton. Bo takes the opener against Angela Kirkwood.
Yeah, 100%, Laura. The biscuits in Ireland are genuinely different class.
Sorry, Laura. Tim Tams are just penguins, aren't they? What do we call biscuits? Biscuits. It's the milk, Phil. Their cows drink whiskey.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, Tim Tams similar to penguins. See, I'm not that impressed with Australian snacks.
Right. Laura will help me out here. The Kimberley biscuits are unreal.
Oh no, our biscuits aren't bread.
No. Yeah, the Kimberley biscuits are just different class.
Our biscuits are like custard creams, bourbons, Nice, digestive. Even cookies are classed as biscuits over here sometimes.
Yeah.
Which would absolutely confuse the hell out of Americans. Do you know what? Sometimes I sit and watch the Super Series and I think there's all that darts going on. How on earth do they start talking about some of the things they do? And then I look at this stream and so far we've spoken about cricket, biscuits,
Irish biscuits,
and God knows else what. And we're not even halfway through yet. The Premier League starts in 2 hours. I didn't get the hype with Oreo. I can't lie. Suzuki takes the opener against Van Leuven. Hammond did the same against Kirsty Chinson, albeit in slightly less convincing fashion. Greaves is 3-0 up on Angela Kirkwood already, absolutely flying. Zoe Jones is 2-1 behind to a letter by Amy Grant. 3-2 behind Kirsty Venikainen. Wendy Reinstatler, Aurora Fochesato, 3 apiece. Fochesato wants 153 for the match. Reinstatler sat on 70. Bulmer, Kim Holden warming up. Now, this is where we start looking at the concerns, by the way, Phil, because we're still waiting on a result between Grant and Venikainen. Fallon Sherrick beat Aoife McCormack at least half an hour ago, if not more. I'm going to say closer to an hour.
I think it's closer to an hour, Mark.
Have a biscuit.
Fallon, it was about 45 minutes ago, Gob.
I'll wash it. I'll do the cups. Also, take them. I'll come back. Right, Sam. I mean, Laura, if you're making breakfast,
I'll tell you what is. I didn't eat this yesterday. I'm quite glad I didn't know. Is an elite. It's the salted caramel whisper.
Ooh. I don't get the salted caramel hype at the minute either. It's not my thing.
I love salted caramel. Bounty, yes or no? Yes for me. I like coconut.
No, Bounty's minging. The best decision ever made was taken out of celebrations.
Nah, I like it.
Grow up. That says an awful lot about you, Phil Bowers. And I'm seriously concerned about the direction of my career working with you if you like Bounty. Good news, I finally had my scan on my back earlier in the week. Bad news, I don't know how long I have to wait for the results. And I actually realised I'm not currently registered with a GP, so I have no idea who I'm going to discuss them with.
Slight issue.
Yeah. I got some forms, to sort them out. Aileen DeGraff against Rihanna Sullivan will be next streaming game. Like that. So Greaves already into the last 8. And there's still last 32 game in action.
Bo's going to have the same issue that Fallon's having at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Of that weight.
And do you know what our biggest concern about that will be?
Practice in between.
She's likely waiting for Fallon. She's likely waiting for Fallon Sherrick. Not to write anyone else off, but.
Oh, wait a minute. I need to look at the. I think Eileen de Graaf's new shirt is potentially everything I hate about dart shirts.
Just colours.
I know, on the back, I think she's got a dartboard and a picture of herself.
Oh, no. No. It looks like a dart with a couple of segments of the board as the fly.
Still got a picture of herself on it, though. And I absolutely murdered Devon when he did it.
Where?
Right. Above the dartboard, it looks as if there's a silhouette of us. There's a silhouette of a person.
Yeah. Yes, they're making a cup tower on the Euro Tour. Yeah, that is. Yeah. Have a word.
Yeah. It's like when Dev had a picture of himself on his shirt. Just no need. Kirsty Hutchinson got 3-1 up on Corinne Hammond.
Again, just under that 80 mark, we are seeing a better level of performance from Kirsty. This feels like one of the deepest runs she's put together this season.
Last year, I was disappointed with Kirsty on the Euro Tour.
Women's series. I mean, she missed events 13 to 16, 17 to 20, 0, 50, 250, 0. Now, that's a bit difficult to work out because I don't remember the prize money structure from last year and it's changed this year. I don't mind Ricky's shirt. He's got his face on the back, but it's more cartoony, but
still not a fan.
Again, the rest of the shirt's all right.
The rest of the shirt's the fine. Just get rid of the picture of yourself. Fallon Sherrick warming up against Kirsty Vinakainen.
That's Take It Its Time. That's the one that we've been waiting for. Van Leuven just leveled up at 2 apiece with Mikuru Suzuki. Marianne Sullivan took the opener against Aileen de Graaf.
Yeah. See that Mayweather Aaron Chalmers fight tonight is the worst selling boxing at the O2 ever by all accounts.
Who, what?
Aaron Chalmers is fighting Floyd Mayweather at the O2 tonight, isn't he?
Okay.
But ticket
Who the
sales
fuck is Aaron Chalmers?
What's that?
Who the fuck is Aaron Chalmers?
Aaron from Geordie Shore.
My question still. What you really don't want to do, Phil, after you've just been talking about someone from Geordie Shore, is be caught taking selfies on stream, because I saw that.
Snapchat, I don't care. The streak was about to finish.
Shocking.
Hey, Snapchat streaks are important.
I'm saying absolutely nothing, Laura. You can go sit in his gang.
And as well, the price of the pay-per-view for it is ridiculous. Well, people just aren't going to pay it.
How much is it?
It's like 32 quid or something.
What?
Yeah.
I can't believe Fury Jake Paul's going for 20 quid. How is that a pay-per-view fight? Get it on YouTube so everybody could stream it illegally and watch him get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, quite possibly, Pete. To be fair, Geordie Shaw back in the day was good when it was the original cast and things like that.
Right.
When it was Scotty T, Vicky, and all that lot. It was funny.
Scotty T is the only name that I recognise.
Vicky Patterson, obviously.
Only on TV more recently, but I wouldn't have known that was where she started without looking at it.
Oh no, on Geordie Shaw, she was genuinely hilarious. Some of her one-liners were outstanding.
Remember that conversation we had 20 minutes ago about how we go on random tangents about other crap? Zoe Jones, Aletta Vaya, currently 3 apiece. Mikuru Suzuki has just edged back in front of Nolan Van Leuven. Jones beats Vaya. Return to the women's series. Is this her first?
Oh, don't get us started on WWE, boys. Mania is not far away. You know, Gob.
Yeah, I do know. See you later. I can't be listening to that. I can't conjecture all to that.
I can add myself back in. See, look, the chat room's agreeing with me. We've got a lot of love for Vicky in there as well. You're all going to be glad when I'm driving down to Portsmouth for an hour or so, aren't you?
Please. It took you that long, Pete? Who are you commentating tonight with? Is it Mace?
Mace, yeah.
Any idea where you can get a Jim McEwen shirt? Message him.
Oh, don't worry. Me and Matt Edgar speak about wrestling all the time.
Probably says more about you two than anybody else.
Nico loves it as well.
Again. It's been a while. Let's see how the break affects Fallon Sherrock. First visit maximum.
That'll do.
I've sent Jim a message for you, Matthew. We'll see what he says. Three players into the last 8, then they are Mikuru Suzuki, Corin Hammond, and Bo Greaves. It will be Mikuru versus Corin in the last 8 as well.
Yes, John. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Now we're talking.
And that's gone even further over my head than Amy Grant.
God, Fallon's leg. What complete bookends? 180, 59, 56, 174.
Take 18 dart leg on the card. That's it. Sat down for over an hour.
Yeah.
14 dart leg. And Bulmer goes 2-1 up on Kim Holden. That's for the right to play either Adriana van Vegan and Vermaat or Wendy Reinstadler. O'Sullivan just one away now against Aileen de Graaf.
I missed this one. Obviously, we were talking about it before. I was just updating my phone, so it's a message only just come through now from the Joker. Aoife obviously is dating Steve Lennon. She's throwing round the clock with him. It's good practice, let's be fair.
Yeah.
You're playing round the clock with Steve Lennon. That is going to rub off on your game very, very well.
Yes. Steve Lennon's scoring power, by the way, when he's on it, his 180 hitting is up there with the very best in the world. We don't see it anywhere near often enough, but he has the ability to just go berserk. Also, his phone wasn't updated, John. He's been on it twice for phone calls. He just blanked you to start with. Mate, have a word.
No, in between, I just done the latest update. What do you guys think about darts nicknames? Some of them work, some of them don't.
We're almost at that point now where you have to have one, but not everybody in life has a nickname or have a nickname.
Yeah, just quickly, God, Brianna Sullivan has absolutely battered Aileen de Graaf 4-1 on the stream. That's impressive from Rianne.
Very, very good. A 14 and a 15 dart leg from Fallon.
Yeah. In spells, it's been very, very good.
That's the other thing as well, Ken. A nickname like Double Trouble almost means, I don't know, I think you play to it sometimes. If you're constantly hearing the name Double Trouble as you're being announced or introduced or whatever else, that's in your mind when you go on stage. Phil behind bars.
Also, though, I think nicknames, I don't know about up yours, well, where you are, God, but I think nicknames also depend on...
Up mine? How rude.
No, as in the area you're in, as in what... Like, I've got about 3 different nicknames, depending on what group of people I'm with.
Nah.
Is it not?
I don't think anyone are like that. I guess my growing up at school, we didn't really, and even to this day, we tend to just use surnames. Nobody uses their first name. Especially when I've got two mates called Rob, so we just go by their surname. They've had nicknames on the back of their dart shirts, but they're not anything that stick in conversation. They're just whatever they put on the back of the shirt. Some interesting stories behind some of them as well. Yeah, we tend to just use surnames. Especially when it gets to the point where somebody's picked their nickname rather than it be a factor of something else happening. My brother started to get a nickname, which he's not that keen on, but his voice carries a long, long way, even in general conversation. So especially once he's had a beer, like he just has no ability to understand just how loud he's being. So they started calling him the foghorn.
Fair enough.
What else do we have? One started calling himself the main event, just for a bit of fun. That's sort of sticking. Captain's Hand of Cod. We got Sideshow, Hurricane. What's great? Oh, one of them's called the Staff Room nowadays.
I dread to think.
He was previously called the Six. It is difficult to find a nickname, though. What's my nickname for Phil? I cannot tell you that on stream. I'll get demonetized. Never understood John Parts. So he's a Star Wars fan. Darth is the name or the prefix to a Sith Lord, so a bad guy in Star Wars. And then obviously Maple is relevant to him being from Canada. So if he was a Sith Lord, that's what he'd call himself. Owen Bates is quite funny, yeah. Yeah, mine grew from Gobby to Godfather, so it was always Gobby as a child, and then from football, and then I got responsibilities at uni. I used to manage the pool and dart society, so pronounce.
Pretty impressive there from Fallon Sherritt. 4-0, 95.43 for the Queen of the Palace.
That's the average you thought we'd see today. John, I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce that. Is the S a Z? Is it like Simon Zebo? Z-boy? C-boy? C-boy? Don't know. Irish is confusing enough as it is. Burns says one of the top players' nickname that stands out to me as a Cornish is the Dream Maker. Yeah, not sure about that one. Spiky Mike, because when I gel my short hair, it's like a hedgehog. I like that. I think we're going to hold to start the last 8 at the same time, which means I'll put Reactors and Zoe Jones on.
That also means that let's
should have the longest to go in the match.
We all know what the stream game is going to be next.
Fallon versus Bow, 100%.
That's what I mean. We all know where this one's going.
Yeah, so the games we do know will be Suzuki versus Hammond It'll be Rhiannon O'Sullivan against the winner of Rhiannon Griffiths and Zoe Jones. So potentially an all-Welsh Rhiannon game. That was the worst drift into a Welsh accent you ever heard. Van Vegan and Vermaat is 3-1 up on Wendy Reinstatler. The winner of that game will take on Ros Bulmer. And it will be Fallon Sherrock against Bo Greaves. That's why I ran with the Joker. Yeah, no idea how to pronounce it, Johnny boy. No idea what it means either. Talking of the Dreammaker, he's up next on the Euro Tour, taking on Richie Edhouse. So far, we've had wins from Ryan Searle, 6-1 over Mario van den Bogarde. We have a win for Adriana van Vegan and Vermaat, so she will take on Ros Bulmer. Rob Cross beaten in a last leg decider by Martijn Dracht, who beat... Did he beat Ryan Meikle yesterday?
No, Nico Springer beat Ryan Meikle, didn't he?
Who did Dracht beat?
Ricky Evans.
A win for Dave Chisnall. Had a great one a while back. Guy with a limp was a sniper's knife. But nicknames are one of the things that hit my TikTok feed a lot. They're normally like Australian radio shows or podcasts asking people to call in with their best nicknames for people. And some of them are just very creative. One's like an ex-police officer that used to work with a guy that was 5 foot something. They called him Laptop because he was a mini PC.
I like that. That's very good. I'm a huge fan of that.
There are some really, it's on my TikTok feed constantly, but there are some really, really creative nicknames. And they tend to come from Australia, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that.
There is just this Zoe Jones against Ryan Griffiths game in play right now. Somebody's tapped the iPad for Bulmer versus Van Vegan and Vermaat. But I do think they will hold it to start at the same time. I still can't get over how horrible a base colour that beige is for Dimitri's shirt.
Oh, it's rank. Absolutely rank. I tell you what is interesting, though, is the fact that, one, he's sped up, and two, how much better he's playing with a set of equipment he's used to and can throw. And I think a lot of players should take note of that. Of look, players will move manufacturers during their career. That's just something that naturally happens. That when a player goes to a new manufacturer and said, "Oh, this is what I want," take a look at data first, not just think that this will work.
Yeah. 100%. And without being able to say who, we're aware of some pretty high-profile players whose contracts are up soon and potentially considering moves, etc. And I think Dimitri should be a warning to a couple of those.
Yeah.
I like that, Tom. My ex-missus was called San Marino because she kicked off every 5 minutes.
I'm a huge fan of that. But yeah, like you say, look, we do know that there are some moves on the horizon potentially. And yeah, these players should take note of that the dart that Dimitri tried to play with because he thought that's what he wanted. When, let's be brutally honest, he was shite with them.
Yeah.
Changed back to something very similar to what he was throwing before, and he's playing well again.
They've gone with Mercury versus Corrin.
Interesting. So we have one quarterfinal underway. Mind you, God, we laugh about players and we talk about not just darts, but equipment in general as well. That darts is still, I know we've spoken about it and we're great advocates of it, that there has to be more coaching in darts. But because I look at some of the equipment back end of the dart that players try to throw with as well, because they think it's right. I told them, oh, these will work for you. And you see it and they really don't, but they won't change back because they almost feel embarrassed or something like that.
I think so. I think at the very, very top level, there are only a handful of players who have had success with something revolutionary or so different. Taylor's barrel was slightly different shape. John Lowe had similar. Peter Wright's tinkered with flights and stem setups. We haven't really seen anybody.
Well, the one I look at is Chizzy at the moment. He's changed to this moulded stem and flight, and I think he's a worse player for it. Because the way he throws them, he has more darts on the floor now than he's ever had. Because the way he clatters into his darts, with the standard flight, there's more given them, so they still end up in the board. Where now, when he clatters into them, because they're that moulded hard material. Oh, can you still hear me?
Still hear you, but we're just seeing the Elgato.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I sort of agree with you because I've thrown the axes as well myself, and they are so much more rigid that there is less give in the deflections. If he threw a zero stress or an L style or a Cosmo fit flight or something, there is a little bit more give in those as a molded shape that lasts longer. I mean, I've just moved away from them. I've gone back to a standard setup for a while just to see the difference because I do think they go through the air that little bit quicker. I've just shortened my setup completely as well. But like I said, when you do look at darts, apart from Peter Wright, who has tinkered a lot, but actually, if you look at his success, it has been with a straight barrel dart, a standard stem, and at best a half molded flight, not a fully solid one. When he won the Worlds the first time, every other person that has had success has been with a straight barrel dart, a plastic stem, and a standard flight. You look at players that tried changing or tried doing something new. When the first manufacturer to really go after something completely revolutionary was Target with a pixel grip, I think. And they sort of changed the way that product releases were done.
Yeah.
They marketed it so much better than anybody else. They had everybody in the venue at once. It was streamed. They had Mardell there. But they literally made their entire lineup change to a pixel grip style dart. And at that point, Adrian Lewis's career started to fall. He had varying factors around that at the same time. Stephen Bunting struggled when he made that change. Dave Chisnell struggled when he made that change. There was a pixel grip version of the 9.5s, and you see Phil ending up with the grip at the back of the dart by the end of the Premier League that had the 4 places to put his thumb because he couldn't get used to the pixel grip. I think we're seeing it less and less, but actually because there is that need for constant innovation and to keep driving out new products as well, there's only so much you can do in darts with a standard shape. And the more and more players that try and look for something revolutionary or new or give it a try, I'm not sure it's going to work for them. Because even the grip on players' darts that have had success, you don't see anybody really having a massive amount of success with even something as aggressive as a razor grip. A lot of it is just ring grip. Standard ring grip, slightly different grooves. I've not seen anybody throw with anything radial, so that runs down the barrel instead of all the way around, really, at the top level.
No. I suppose one of the most, not unique, but would have been the Peter Wright dart that he used in New York. That was quite jazzy when it comes to grips. That was quite. That had lots of different elements to it.
Yeah, I never used the slick sticks. I think Keane Barry does throw pixels.
Yeah, he does.
He might be one of the top rank that throws something like that. Quick update on what's going on, by the way. Zoe Jones is 3-2 up and has left 80 after 15 darts. Potentially match darts incoming very, very shortly. Then should get one at tops minimum. Ryan Griffiths back on 1-2-6. Corin Hammond and Makuru Suzuki have 1 apiece. Ros Bulmer, Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat 0-0 at the moment. Let's have a quick look at the rankings. That just helps judge a dart, basically.
Cheers, Ken. Thank you very much.
Michael Smith, basic. Peter Wright is Peter Wright, but he's better when he throws basic. Van Gerwen, basic. Gerwin Price, a little bit different in the diagonal grip, but I'm not sure that's where he actually holds the barrel, by the way.
No, he doesn't.
He holds it where there is ring grip.
He holds it where it's normal.
Yeah, I think that's just aesthetic. Luke Humphreys, slightly bigger at the front of the barrel.
And a ridiculously long stem.
Yeah, but it's still a plastic stem, plastic 5.
Yeah.
Rob Cross tried Gen 2s, didn't like them at all.
Back to very basic.
Back to basic. Johnny Clayton, slightly different shape. Danny Noppert, ring grip. James Wade is probably the standout man for a player that just doesn't change his setup at all.
No.
Even when they went noir, he was very reluctant to change to a scheme. Aspinall barrels, Dimitri Vandenberg, we've had that conversation that actually he's better with this straight up dart that he's throwing now that is as close to his unicorn darts as they can get without breaking copyright infractions. Van Dyvenbode, straight dart. Joe Cullen, slightly different with the groove. So
it's
just
only
heavy.
It's only a
Jose ring dart. Yeah, Jose ring dart. Ross Smith straight dart. Damon Hector. There's a slight front weighting in those, I think.
Very slight, yeah.
Dave Chisnell straight dart. Gabriel Clemens straight dart. Ratajski straight dart. Dobie straight dart, albeit with a slightly wider ring grip at the back than most.
Phil Bars, straight dart.
Bunting, light dart but straight. Gary Anderson, straight dart. Callum Ridge, straight dart. Brendan Dolan, weird bit at the front, maybe. Gurney, straight dart, but a longer one. Schindler, is he still throwing the Vander passes?
A version of them, yeah.
Hybrecht, straight dart. Mervyn King is Mervyn King. Van der Voort, straight dart. Barney, slightly torpedoed, somewhere in the middle. And Alan Suter, straight dart.
And Bow and Fallon is the stream game. Shock.
Oh!
Who'd have guessed?
And I'm throwing Adrian Lewis darts.
And Bo has won the ball. Just looking at that shot there, Gob, that streaming area in Leicester looks a lot smaller than in other venues. That looks very
tight. The
tight.
curtain looks a bit tight at the back, doesn't it? Yeah.
It looks really tight.
Yeah. Does that mean the monitor behind it is even closer than it was at the last event?
Possibly.
Pull some more faces. Whitlock's one that we're going to the opposite side of the conversation, I guess.
Yeah, but even he's throwing a straight barrel dart now.
Pretty much. There's different grooves in it, but primarily a straight dart.
The darts aren't the issue with Whitlock. This is the problem at the front of it.
The players that have had success with revolutionary darts, Jelle Klassen, Whitlock a little, Taylor, and then possibly Lisa Ashton. But again, that's a Taylor-shaped dart.
Yeah, it's still a John Lowe, bulbous.
Yeah.
It's not... Are we going off stream or off Dart Connect for the stream game? Bo Greaves pings 130 to hold in the opener. It was a bit scrappy from both, but I'll tell you how she does it as the stream catches up now. But it is a 130 out for Bo Greaves. And it is
under no pressure as well, by the way.
And I know we spoke about this before, God, but Bo's throw on the floor here looks a lot better than it did at the World Championships on TV, as in the PDC Worlds.
Yeah.
It looks back to how it was.
Yeah, I was conscious about the conversations we were having after the World Championships. There was a lot of people saying that the performance from Bo was nerveless and she settled really well and whatever. I'm not convinced. I thought we saw a little bit more signs of pressure up there than perhaps people let on at the moment.
No, I agree. And Fallon responds with a 12 dart 108 out. Carry on, ladies. Carry on.
They're a bit before my time then, Tom.
For the 108, it was the Shanghai on the 18s for Sherrock.
How come new straight darts, 23 to 25 gram, used to be under 6.4 mil, now around 7.1? Cost cutting? Tungsten is quite expensive.
Yeah.
So instead of throwing a 95% tungsten dart, you might get 80 or 85 these days. Depends what you're looking at.
It looks like as well, Gob, that Bo is throwing her new world champion dart. The last ones that she played
I didn't notice that. I noticed the flight and stem. I didn't remember her throwing an L-style setup.
I know, she's always used L-style setup. It's because I'm sure the ones she played with last year were, I think the dart's the same, it's just the colouring's different, was Goldie, where this one looks like the new World Championship ones that have been bought out. I think they've both missed darts here. I think Bo Bo misses tops. And then Fallon misses a dart at 113. And then Bo holds. So they both missed. Bo had darts first, but they both missed. But we are still on throw. Bo's first dart at tops clips the underwire. So does Sherrick's. And then also early doors, depending on this visit, this has to be big from Sherrick because she started with 48 and Bo piles in a 140, 125. If this is another ton or more, the Sherrick throw is under some pressure, God. It's under pressure.
Uh-oh.
In fact, it's been a really good game so far. They've both had chances, but it's been a very, very good game
last
so
time
far.
it was a good game, wasn't it? There was just that one key moment that changed it massively.
Just looking, the 1-2-5 from Sherrick. She has 2 in there and takes a whopping deflection into the 5 off the other darts. And then Bo follows it up with a ton. Sherrick needs 2 trebles here. Doesn't find a finish. Advantage, Bo Greaves in leg 4. Ton to leave tops. Sherrick not on a finish. Bo Greaves will come back 3 darts in hand to break the Fallon Sherrick throw. Goes in 2.
As does 60 for Mikuru Suzuki, who wins 4-2 against Corinne Hammond.
Fallon Sherrick currently averaging 92, Bo 88. It's a very good game, though. Oh, that double 10 from Bo, it's just right in the corner. We know it's close to the double 15, but just in the 10s. It's one that's, as a player, like...
That is very tight in that back end.
Yeah, it is really tight, isn't it? Huge maximum from Bo.
Matthew, just popped out for half hour. Anything interesting happened? Were you here when we lost Lisa Ashton? She was beaten by Kiri Venakainen. We also lost Aileen de Graaf to Rihanna Sullivan. Corinne Hammond, Kirsty Hutchison was a 4-3 result to the Australian. Looks like we're about to see Bo Greaves beat Fallon Sherrick in a great match between these two. And Mikuru is already to the last 4-2 win over Corinne. Zoe Jones is into a quarterfinal on her first appearance in the women's series. She does trail Rihanna Sullivan 1-0 though.
Fallon scoring deserted her here. And Bo Greaves now coming back to polish off 16. She's already missed match darts. Doesn't miss again.
Result for Bo Greaves. Are we looking at Mikuru Suzuki versus Bo Greaves showdown in the final once again?
It's looking that way.
On the Euro Tour, Dimitri has beaten Richie Edhouse 6-3. Next up, I think, is Joe Cullen.
Right. What were the? Yeah, tidy enough. 88 for Bo, 89 for Fallon. Rhiannon Sullivan 2 up on Zoe Jones right now.
Who beat Lisa? It was Kirsi Viinakainen from Finland.
Viinakainen.
Very good. She averaged 86 in doing so, I think.
Yeah, it was good.
86.56 to Ashton's 77, a 4-2 win in that one.
So, our American friends have woken up, Gob. I have not a lot of info, but it was like, how you feel, the pleasantries. Not a lot. Originally from Florida, currently lives in South Carolina. Husband is Ronnie Cole. Plays on the ADO circuit here in the US. Frequent partner with Liz Tynan, another great women player. Won the Ladies 501 Las Vegas Open doubles this year.
Interesting.
We've got some info.
I think that's the next step, isn't it? Is can we integrate more and more nations from around the world now to come here? Like, look, there's still significant financial outlay required to come and play in the women's series.
Yeah.
Especially for those travelling from abroad. Is there any names from around the world that you can think of that would benefit?
Oh. What, women, do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
None that really stand out. I think we've seen most play at some point on the women's series. I don't think there's any that we haven't seen yet. Do you agree?
I think there's one. Can't remember her name though. Victoria Monaghan from New Zealand was already qualified for the WDF World Championship.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the main WDF women's rankings because it gives us thing. There's Wendy Harper and Kim Mitchell that I don't know anything about.
Mm-hmm.
A name here, Gob, that I don't think I've seen today, or I may have done, but we've missed it. Suzanne Smith.
Not there.
That's a bit of a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously now with Mission.
Yes, maybe she was solid in England.
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Oh, who was the Hungarian lady?
Yep, Kosisarova.
The one that played Bow at Lakeside. This comment, I'm 100% right. The US in general is right behind women's sport, 100%. Massively.
Ilhaz. Veronica Ilhaz. Thanks, Pete. I don't think we are, though.
I don't know. It's in some areas we are, in some areas we aren't.
Yeah. Some of the knowledge of the wider game that some of the guys on Twitter have is just ridiculous. I get lost in some of their conversations. The likes of Patrick Buss, Yetzian, Lendl, Wim, Pim. Then people that specifically follow that side of the game. Inside the WDF, his knowledge of some of the wider game is ridiculously good.
We're quite nerdy when it comes to the PDC stuff.
Yeah. But even then, they follow like every single result of the home nation qualifier they filled. I struggled to keep up with a lot of that. Pretty much all Dutch lads, yeah. The Dutch lads and dart stats are like Americans and soccer or football. There's a Canadian guy. I can't remember his name now. You might have seen him on TikTok. Where he just like will do a random flag and start an 11 with it. And it'll be like, oh yeah, I know this left back from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And stuff like that. And he will just produce, it's just like an encyclopedia. It's ridiculous. Samantha Ponak from Canada. I don't think she's 18 yet. Interesting. What you've just done there, Phil, is that the only one this afternoon?
What's that?
The thing you've just done there?
Yeah.
Is that the only one this afternoon?
No.
The only one for me this afternoon?
No. Aubergines.
One does his own. Depends if he does his Insta.
Right, okay. Oh, I love Aaron's next polo shirt, Pete. Other brands are available.
Bangs in a 180. 42 followed by a maximum. Let it rip from Kirk Bevins. We're all out of games, by the way. There was a win there for Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Zoe Jones. So we will see Mikuru Suzuki against Rhiannon O'Sullivan on the stream. Bo Greaves will take on Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat on one of the outside boards. And then we will have a finale.
Interesting, Gob, as well. Some more good news for the ADC this morning or this afternoon. The ADC Vault is now coming to Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland.
Ooh.
To be fair, in the UK, the Vault has been absolutely killing it for the ADC.
Yeah, I'm trying to get one here in Nottingham. I've had a couple of discussions with people that are interested in set or finding a event, and then we'll get in contact.
Yeah.
I love your comment. I would feel a level of embarrassment tipping up in my designated shirt full of sponsors and being beaten by a shirt. It would be less funny if you were a sponsorship right
now. Pete says the ADC is flying. Yeah, it is. It is absolutely flying at the moment. If the Vault comes to Holland, going to play a decent look, especially in the UK. Gob, the ADC is massively taking over now.
Yeah. It will come. They do need an end goal. They do need a global championship or a world championship or whatever else. But actually, putting from the ground upwards is probably the best way to
make sure it's sustainable.
Make sure it's sustainable, build from the ground upwards, and actually just get people aware of it. If you suddenly go, oh, by the way, you've got to go to this many opens to play in a world championship, that's a long way from home. People will get involved through the Vault. Well, actually, this is quite good. Is there anything else a bit more local or a bit more, the next step up? And I think that's where the old system fell apart. Granted, you add local league into Super League and whatever, but I think the name Super League is quite scary in itself.
Have you gone to Wi-Fi again?
And the difference between... So what?
Have you gone to Wi-Fi again?
No, I'm still plugged in. Just useless. The name Super League is where I was. Is quite scary to some, I think. And there's this perception that Super League is so much better than what you're throwing locally. And I think to some extent, it possibly is right now. It never used to be. But I think Super League has narrowed.
Yeah, possibly.
And less are committing to it. The ones that are still, the ones that play County A and that are producing 65 pluses regularly.
Yeah.
There was a time when Rock having a running average in Super League of like 62, 60. But now you're going to be in the bottom half of your averages.
I think that I don't know, but I genuinely think that the Rileys aren't fit for purpose for the UK Open qualifiers. I think that I think that the ADC have got a system here in the UK. I think it would benefit all if the PDC used the ADC for the UK Open qualifiers.
I think that's a rolling deal, though, so they can reevaluate after this weekend, can't they?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Adita has played today, Andrew. Yeah, Dan. Aaron is throwing Aspinall darts. Which one is he throwing today? Because he's chopped and changed between Aspinall Originals and the special ones they brought out.
The grip looks a little red, so I'd say the specials.
Specials, yeah. He chops and changes between the two.
Have Jenks and Gervin and etc. been out and bought another set of darts yet?
What do you mean? Gervin took Jenks' spare set and just went away with them.
That we did.
Yeah. He never gave them back.
Mad. Madhouse for Bo agrees, but it's still a 17 dart leg to open.
But you can't say that because he's not playing with his manufacturer's darts.
Which you just let the entire world know.
Well, so did you by saying he went off of Andy Jenkins' darts.
I said, have they sorted that out yet?
To be fair, it was pretty well spoken about because we spoke about it on comms enough times during it when it happened. What's your thoughts as well, Job, on... I'm not bashing Target here, by the way, but the fact that nearly every Target dart that is released now is only available in Swiss Point.
Makes sense.
It does to a point, but what happens if you don't physically like the Swiss Point? You're going to go... If you're not... I'm not in terms of contracted players, in terms of general darts player... Are you not cutting off half your market potentially by not giving options of Swiss Point and non-Swiss Point?
For some, but you're also bringing people into your market where the only thing they can do is purchase points from you. Let's not forget, one of the other manufacturers has the opening in their barrel will only fit their points, or has a narrow range of points that will stay in the barrel.
Yeah. Unless you've got super glue.
And they are a manufacturer where you have to buy directly from as well. They're not available elsewhere.
Yeah, it's just that I'm not a fan of the Swiss Point. I'm not
throwing with a Swiss Point. I throw pretty short points anyway. So actually, I've recently gone back to a point that snapped on me a couple of times. I went away from it for a while, but they're available. I like the grip and they're going all right and they stay there, etc.
Yeah, see, I'm the other way. As you know, I like a long point.
And actually, the way that does snap, having a history of that snapping, having a Swiss Point would make it easier to get rid of. I still have a barrel here. I have 9 now, where the point is broken inside of an Adrian Lewis dart. And it's snapped literally across the top. There's nothing to grip on it at all. If that had been Swiss, that would have been easier to get out.
Yeah, I just not. Well, I prefer the longer point and.
So Joe's already 2-0 up, and we don't have the second semi-final underway yet.
Jared is throwing, Paul. It's another Target dart. I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head, but it is another.
It's not the Vapor 8. Not the Verde. It's not the Agora.
Oh, it might be the Agora. That rings a bell. He did tell me, and I can't remember.
Have I tried a lung powder? I did a long time ago, but I don't think I did it right.
The other one's got. He's heat it up.
I did heat it. It didn't come out.
Did it not?
No. I've got some alum powder somewhere. I tried it. It just didn't do anything. I didn't keep it on for long enough. I don't think. I'm supposed to leave it overnight or whatever. Oh, yes, Joe Cullen. You pull that face as you take out 164.
Did he give it the old... Ooh.
Yeah. As he looked left towards Clayton's camera. I don't like long points. Barzy throws and knitting needles.
To be fair, the ones I've got in at the moment aren't as long as the other ones.
If you got to overcompensate in your life, mate, you carry on.
Having a longer point keeps the barrel away from the board and makes the target area bigger.
I played on a Blade 6 triple core last night.
That the first time?
I threw a few darts at the Super Series on stage, but that is the first time that I've played on one for a competition or for a practice session or whatever.
And I thought there was a.
I think I preferred the 5.
Really?
Yeah. Well, do you know what my favourite board of all time is?
Mine's the 4.
Blade 4. The Blade 4 was a fantastic dartboard. It was never wrong, ever. They got beat up a bit in the pubs by the end of it, but the Blade 4, whenever I walk into a venue and they've still got a half-decent Blade 4 up, I'm in love.
Do you know what? I've got upstairs unboxed, and I'm deliberately keeping it. Yeah, it probably won't be, but you never know.
What?
Blade 5 with BDO logos on it.
Yes.
I've got one unboxed, untouched upstairs.
Do you mean boxed?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, boxed and untouched upstairs.
You're bragging about it being in a worse state.
Yeah.
Bo Greaves wrapped up a 5-0 win over Adriana Van Vegan. Reminder, it is race 2-5 in the semi-finals. I definitely didn't forget that myself.
Yeah, I've got a boxed, untouched Blade 5 with BDO logos on it.
That'd be worth a bit, to be fair. To a collector. I felt like, despite being quite a solid board, it's not hard, not soft. My points were going in further than they do on a soft board. And when I throw pretty short points,
Yeah.
It wasn't very helpful. I mean, I played 16 legs practice at home the other day and then 33 legs practice away last night. And I threw the same amount of 140s and 180s in that despite playing 17 legs more last night. Some of that might just be me being crap.
I don't like the samurai board. They're too hard.
That's what I've got at home at the minute because the screw fell out the back of my NPQ. And I can't get one back in because it just shredded it.
Yeah, the samurai board's way too hard, I think.
Gone for a 66mm point. That's mad. That's longer than my entire setup, I think. I'll be honest, I arranged for a practice last night, and it was only 20 minutes before. I had to go and check where my darts were because I didn't remember bringing them home on Wednesday.
I tell you what, Joe Cullen, what a period of play this is, Gob. On the Aaron Monk throw, obviously Joe's 6'5" up with the darts. He's gone 180, 135 to leave 46 after 9.
140, the dart visit before that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a deflection that is.
My samurai did last a long time. I had one before.
Monk's pointing at it as well. It's gone in, and he's hit the target it's aimed at. But what's the deflection this takes?
140. For what?
The double 16. It goes in at a side angle. It deflects off the other dart.
Oh my God.
What a deflection. Have you seen they do it in a slow-mo replay?
I played on the Gladiators once. I wasn't a fan. I thought they were way too hard.
I love it. Aaron is now. He's not even got a case. He's just walking off with his darts in his hand.
For God's sake.
Only Aaron.
See, no, I couldn't do that because obviously you don't walk on with your darts in your hand, do you? Someone from the stage team puts them there for you.
No, that's optional. Whitlock always walks on with his darts.
Does he? I thought it was a safety thing.
No, that's optional. Whitlock always walks on with his darts in his hands because he cups them like that in his hand, and then Whitlock's always got his darts in his hand.
I thought they weren't allowed. I thought that was a safety thing. I thought that only changed during COVID.
No. No, that's optional.
Because when they're placed there, I wouldn't want somebody else touching my barrel.
Oh, are you like that?
Not superstitious. Just like, you know when you got wet hands or dry hands or they get a little bit sticky, whatever, I just wouldn't want to pick my darts up and they feel different to how they were when I handed them over.
That's fair enough.
I actually don't know, Craig.
I'd say Aaron's the one player that if I could reprogram someone's brain, he'd be the one because ability-wise, he is unreal. However, there's just nothing between the ears when it comes to darts.
No comment.
I've known him since he was a kid. I can tell you there's nothing between the ears.
But he can count.
Oh, he can. Oh, counting. I'm not talking about counting as that. I'm talking about common sense and doing the right things and actually being a pro. I think I've told the story before when we were doing it at Q School. The Hampshire Open is a tough tournament to win. Back in the day, there was people used to travel for it, and it was tough. And we'd been out on the Friday night, and he was absolutely hanging in the morning. And we were like, Aaron, are you going to come? He's like, oh, I don't know, I can't be asked. And in the end, he decided to come to play. He rocked up in a pair of shorts, a pair of flip-flops. We got there. He didn't even have a set of darts. He's borrowed a set of darts, hanging out of his rear end, shorts and flip-flops, and wins the Hampshire Open. The boy has ability.
Solid.
But if you kind of had like his ability with, say, Michael Smith's work rate, it would be unreal.
Yeah.
How we doing, Jordan? Hope you are good, mate.
Yeah, looking up board, Craig. Soft tip will tell you roughly.
How we doing, Richard, mate? Hope you are good. What are you wowing about?
Well, clearly it's that time of the day where they've done the draw for the next round. Next event.
Is it as brutal as the first?
There's a couple. Oh, yeah. 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 Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As Makura goes 4-1 up on Rihanna Sullivan. Board 1, we start with Sarah Brown, Sharon Godbeer. We've got Sharon Stratsman pull against Jane Monaghan. Kirsty Vina-Kinan's on there as well. Board 2, prelim game between Carly Townsend and Maria O'Brien. We've got Anka Zylstra against Chrissy Manley. Lisa Ashton against Denise Cassidy. Tracy North's on this board, as is Yvonne Taylor. Board 3, we start with Anastasia de Bromsleva against Rebecca Hoyland. Wendy Reinstatler's on the board also. Board 4, Fochisato, Aletta Vaya, Laura Turner against Christine Redhead. Rebecca Edwards is in there. Board 5, we've got Roos van der Velde against Grace Ferridge. Katie Sheldon takes on Sandra Page. And a first round match, the last on the board though, between Eileen de Graaf and Chloe O'Brien. On board 6, Welsh International Leanne Topper. Barbara Hospoderska against Lainey Webb. Sylvia Schlackbach, who was pretty impressive in the first event. Anne Dorestein, Aoife McCormack, and Abby Judd, all on board 6. On board 7, it's Ros Bulmer against Sarah Milkowski. Then it's Fallon Sherrock against Nanaku Shimuzu. So the winner of that one will play Bulmer or Mikowski, as well as it being an interesting first tie. Michelle Andrews on the board, Juliet Finley, Sarah Roberts 2. Lucy Cunningham was quite impressive in a couple of matches earlier. Also on board 8 is Paula Jacqueline Lorraine Winstanley. Then we move into the bottom half of the draw. Felicia Blay against Grace Angle is on the same board as Rhiannon Sullivan, Samantha Curtin. This board 9. Felicia against Grace Angle, Samantha Curtin, Rhiannon Sullivan. Casey Gallagher against Tori Kewish. 2 brutal draws for Tori to start. And Noelyn Van Leuven against Vanessa Zydema. Shay Cole takes on Amy Evans on board 10. On the same board is Lindsay Ashton, Cherie Yeoman, Steph Stutley, and Almudena Fayado Ayuso. Aaron Van Vigeden is on board 11. Fran Elwick against Terry Kidwell. Dita Hedman is last on that board against Sally Whiting. Board 12, a prelim game between Lorraine Hyde and Vicky Pruim. Rhiannon Griffiths takes on Julia Hymanson. Mikura Suzuki against Joanne Deem, and Lauren Hitchens has a bye for the winner of Pruim against Hyde. On board 13, Rashna David against Joe Moore, Robin Byrne against Rachel Brooks, Louise Leahy against Bo Greaves, and Laura Patton against Gemma Bowen. On 14 is where we find Amy Grant, Sharon Reeves, Zoe Jones against Kirsty Hutchinson as a 1-2-8 match. Claire Brookin in there also. She'll take on Karen Webber. On board 15, Joe Clements against Natalie Davey. Corinne Hammond will start against Sabrina Jongennotter. Priscilla Steenbergen against Tammy McKenzie and Kelly Streef on that board. 3 Dutch women on that board. And on board 16, Eleanor Cairns is the recipient of, well, she awaits an opponent from the prelim, which will be either Josie Patterson or Trina Gulliver, who is a 2-5-6 game. Courtney Hines on this board, as is Natalie Gilbert against Adriana Van Veegen of Vermont, who's just made her way to a semi-final for the first time, and Joanne Pugh against Joe Locke. That's pretty tidy as a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I just going to bounce off that. Yeah, Tom, I agree with part of that, but also the areas in question need to get behind the ADC as well. The areas it's thriving in is because people are buying into it.
What's that line? You can lead a horse to water,
but you can't make it blooming drink.
Every single one of them D2B. Just have a guess at them and wait to be told I'm saying it wrong. It's not quite like FIFA World Cup where they send out packs with how to pronounce every player's name or anything.
Yeah, but Tom, if the venue cancels it, there's nothing the ADC can do about that. That's not the ADC cancelling it. That's the venue.
To be fair, I don't think my pronunciation's that bad. Some are wrong. Some I've asked for help with in the past. If Lendel's about, he tends to tell me if I'm saying anything wrong. Especially Dutch. We got help with Kirsty Vienakainen earlier.
Yeah, Tom, I get there's other venues, but then that's down to the organisers to work with the ADC to source them. In the areas that are doing very well within the ADC, they've found local promoters and local organisers, and they're working with them. That's what's making it work in the areas. If that venue isn't working and there's other ones, then the local promoters need to be working with the ADC as well. Right, God, we'll do this final. Then I'm going to jump off, quick shower, drive to Portsmouth, and I'll jump back on.
Yeah. So this is, with the help of Colin Harris on Twitter, the 6th meeting between Bo Greaves and Mikuru Suzuki in the women's series since... this is the 7th meeting, the 6th in a final. They met in the women's series 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 20 last season. Bo currently leads 6-0 in head-to-head, obviously.
Clearly.
The results in those finals, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-3, and 5-1. They also met in the last 16. It was 4-3.
But, Tom, that's also the same as what the BDO was in the UK and the WDF to an extent. There's only tournaments in certain areas and everything like that for the amateur game. That's always going to be the case with any darts. You think if I was I'm not. However, if I was a PDC pro where I live, everything is a trek because it's all up north or Leicester and above is where all the pro tours are at. There's nothing in my area. I have to go to them.
Mm-hmm.
Where beforehand there used to be stuff at Reading and Crawley, which is local to me. But if I was a PDC pro, well, Aaron lives 5 minutes from me. To qualify for a Euro Tour or play on the Pro Tour, you have to travel. So that's kind of the same in any darts.
So nothing.
Zoe Jones earned £300 in that first event. Lee?
Where's it gone? Where's it gone?
Where's what gone?
The bracket system.
What do you mean bracket?
So there used to be an option when you view a bracket in Dark Connect where you can view it per board.
Go to board calls.
Or there was one where it would just rotate.
Go to board calls.
Yeah, I've seen the board calls. But in the bracket part, there used to be an option where you could put it on the TV rotator so it would show you each board as it goes around as a bracket.
I've never seen it, to be fair.
Anyone know? Is that just in the other side of it when you're an event host?
Might be.
I'm not sitting here scrolling up and down for it. Oh.
Just waiting for things to get underway.
It is taking a while to get this final going.
Right, I'll tell you what, whilst just general chit chat, how good is the Ben the Fozcast?
Very good.
Unreal. Yeah, absolutely right up there.
I do struggle with Tom sometimes. It's on the Fozcast.
Yeah.
But I think I get this a lot. He's good. I don't mind when they have tubes on there. To be honest, even there's a side to Goldbridge when he's on there that I haven't minded. I get people start a podcast with ends and happens, but I get the same with golf. Rick Shields. When I first started watching golf YouTube and Shields, it was always Rick Shields and Peter Finch. Now their channels went in opposite directions and that sort of thing. So Rick's podcast is with his mate. What's his name? Can't remember. But I'm not a fan of him.
We are underway, Gob. And Bo has won. I'm sorry, Makuru has won at the ball, but our throw is under pressure already.
It is. A quick reminder, by the way, that from now on, we are going to go off of Dark Connect.
Yeah.
So this will be ahead of what you're seeing on the PDC TV if you're doing both. So hit pause on us for about 20 seconds and try and get them to line up if possible. But bear in mind, if you do then interact in the chat room, you will be a little bit behind.
Yeah. This needs to be big from Makuru. Apart from the 140 in the leg gob, it's not been great.
No. These 88, we saw Bo take this out against Fallon in the quarterfinal. This is the ball. Rick's gone all big time. Yeah, look, and some of it is well deserved. He is the biggest golf YouTube channel in the world. And he has the personality to carry that. And I presume, I appreciate the content has changed a lot since him and Finchy were recording vlogs and course vlogs and basically playing a back nine on each player's channel and editing and camera work and everything that used to go into that. But I don't know. Guy's the guy. Guy is the name of Shields' partner.
Is that a big moment, Gob? Bo missed an early chance for what could be a big breaker throw, and Makuru steps in.
Could well be. That 180 suggests otherwise.
It could.
That
but
was
it's
only
all
a hold.
right.
If that's an early break, then I'll agree with you more. It's one each already.
In the Euro Tour, Damon Heta sees off Bradley Brooks 6-2. See how close these darts were for the 25 for Bo. Hugs the wire on the first. That's unlucky. There's a couple of questions in the chat room. Does Peter Wright win a night in the Premier League this year? I'm still going to say yes. I think he'll get it right on a night.
Yeah, he's capable of just rocking up with a set of darts, being perfect, but
yeah,
the concern is how long it takes him to get going, because right now, his next two opponents, after he plays Johnny Clayton this week, and then it's Van Gerwen and Price for him. There's a good chance that at the halfway mark-ish, he is winless.
Oh, yeah, he's close to getting cut adrift.
Yeah.
And the other one was, I think Price is potentially getting back to his best. I think he's getting back to the Gerwin Price we expect.
Mm-hmm. One.
Makuru not firing at all here. The average down at 68 at the moment, God.
That's better. What stage are we at, Johnny? This is the final, sir, of event number 1.
Said she wasn't firing, then finds 140, 180. I have to tell her she's not firing more often.
Just a bit more intensity to that as well.
Yeah.
Her arm got through that a little bit quicker. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more steely-eyed in her look.
Yeah, just looks.
Making sure to point that follow-through at the target.
Yeah. Giving it the Laban. That's clinical.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Johnny, look, Bo's in the final and she's played well, but I don't think she's played as well as what she did in the women's series last year.
She averaged 101 at one point, mate.
Yeah, but that's the only standout game. You think last time she was doing that 3 or 4 times, like 94, 95, 96, where...
What was the average in Fallon? 90?
88. And I'm not saying that's poor, but what I'm saying is last year they were all in the 90s. And that's a compliment as well with how well she's playing.
Great response here, by the way. If you look to be heading towards 2 apiece.
Yeah, agreed.
$15 dart leg gets us level once again. Effectively a best of 5 now.
Yeah, absolutely. She has gears, 100%. Yeah, I don't think she's played anywhere near her A game at all today. But looking likely she's going to pick a title up, and you take that all day long with your B game. Another good response from Makuru here, though. Can she do the Della?
I appreciate it went. You can't really say it was wrong. But he did go the wrong route.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Just don't tell him that, though.
No, look, he hit it, so it can't be wrong in that regard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I get it.
Mathematically, it works. But if you're going to go there and you've got a marker in the bed, especially if your opponent on a finish,
you follow the first part.
Yeah. Or you go the 19s route.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
always the 19s route. Say again?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah. It's treble 19 for double 12 for me. Because if you hit 2 single 19s, you go back up top. Treble 20 leaves you tops, and the numbers just work out that little bit nicer.
in the modern day era, with the 19s route, I agree with you. But back then, the 19s wasn't a thing. So I think treble 20, double 9 was, in terms of when the game was played, I think treble 20, double 9 was the right option.
Yeah.
In the current game, the way it's moved on, with the way the 19s are used nowadays, I'm 100% with you on the 19s route.
51, 51, 36 is not the route, Paul. Because if you don't hit a treble, or even if you hit one treble, you then single for bull to set it up. You have to hit a treble to leave a 2-dart combo.
Yeah.
A single to double combo. I suppose one is 60, so you go 20 for tops, but 76 just works out nicer. That'd be 70, wouldn't it? 68 for 70, yeah. So you have to go aggressive. Outside chance at the 142. Now you go 17s. Yeah. 142 and 17s. 51, 51 for tops. If you hit the single first, 25 and then 20s and set it up. You go 3 apiece. It's now a best of 3.
You just get the bow hasn't carved, apart from the leg one, the last couple of holds, bow hasn't carved the chance yet on the Mikuru throw. And the way she scores, you just get the chance that there will be one at some point, Gob.
Potentially, but Mikuru's doing the same on her own throw. Mikuru's not really getting any inroads into Bo. Bo's not doing the same, but this 180 might change things. But Mikuru's been relatively solid on her own throw so far as well. And she has the advantage here. She threw first. She has to throw twice in the next 3 legs if it goes all that way.
Now
that must be a slip.
Now it's
She's
advantage.
only 20 points ahead now.
That's what I'm saying. You always feel that Bo would get a chance.
That, my friend, is called Curse of the Commentator.
Yeah, Andrew, it's a very good match between them. This needs to be a max or a 140 bare minimum. Tons not enough for me. Not enough. Because you would fancy Bo to get at least a dart at the ball. $11 dart break.
That'll hurt. She's now throwing for the match, quick as a flash. What does Mikuru have left?
Still advantage, Bo.
Mikuru needs to find a two-double visit now.
Yeah,
she needs to apply some pressure, give ourselves an outside chance at a big finish.
Yeah, not enough.
Been a solid leg, but
yeah,
you need to create some pressure on this Greaves throw.
Yeah, solid isn't enough when it's a must-win leg.
There's a chance.
You have to pounce.
1, 3, 4, maybe. Lovely. That's not bad. 1 treble, single for a double.
unless this goes. Oh, she's come inside.
Will that rattle Mikuru? Will she get a dart at it? What route will she go? This is a huge visit. Has she had a chance?
I think she's missed the dart at tops on the outside.
Is that nice if you go inside? Oh, last dart in hand.
Right, let's have a look.
1-4-4. Bang. Bang. Drags it low.
But Mikuru didn't. My stream's in front of yours. Mikuru didn't get a dart at top. She just set it up. Bo finds double three. Last dart in hand.
There we have it. Bo Greaves is your Women's Series 1 winner, which seems strange because now she's on £10,000 in the race to the match play because that's technically event number 9 counting towards that. But it is event number 1 win this year for Bo Greaves. 7 straight matches now against Mikuru Suzuki, including 6 finals, 9 events in a row.
Yeah, very, very good. Right, Gob, I'm going to hop off.
Give me because I need the loo. And I'm not going to get a chance for an hour.
Oh, I'll stay here for a second. No, that's fine. I sort of stay on whilst Gob goes to the loo. And then I'm literally going to hightail it to Portsmouth. So that is event number 1 of 2023 in the Ledger. Take you through Bo's. So she's averaged 84, 86, 101, 84, 87, 91, and 94 on the way to winning event number 1. Super final. As we look forward to event number 2. Like I said, Gob will take you first through the first hour and a half or so while I get down to Portsmouth because I'm doing comms tonight and I'll jump back on then. Phil, who wins tonight? I'm torn. I'm going either Danny Lauby or Ryan Furness. I can't make my mind up which one. A different class, don't I? I'll be jumping back on when I get to Portsmouth. It's just I can log back on because I'm there. I just need to get down there so I'm there for comms. And then me and Gob on all day tomorrow as well. Must admit, feels so much better for a decent night's sleep. I'm looking forward to what Ryan wears tonight. Lauby for the win. Yeah, look, I'm a huge fan of Danny Lauby. Just at times a little bit too quick. Classen has looked very good for a day. Yeah, he has. I just think that the others may produce something special when it matters. But it should be decent. That is for sure. But what else you got then, chat room? Come and talk to us. McGregor gets an effort. Yeah, look, winning women's series events is obviously brilliant, but it's that get yourself to the match play and things like that. They're the important thing. And looking at Gob's Lucasade habit there in his picture is quite funny. We're just saying from that picture, Gob, you got a Lucasade habit you need to tell us about.
Yes. It's not good. You went too much more. There's 8 bottles on the floor, plus a few Coke bottles. That was the Canada Q school. It's what it takes to sit here and chat nonsense for God knows how many hours a day. I can't lie, it was worse. The last time I cleared this room out, there was about 70 bottles in here.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Not good.
No. Right, you good for me to jump off and then jump back on?
Yeah, get rid of you.
Right, everyone. Pleasure doing the first 5 hours with you, and I shall see you all in about an hour and a half. Bye!
This is where we have some fun. Let's get that up so you don't just have to look at me.
Just a quick one before I go. If I leave the studio, will the broadcast carry on because I started it because you're inside?
Yeah, I'm an admin. It's fine.
I was double checking that was all, that if I left it didn't shut down.
Yeah, it should do. I mean,
Because you're in it, it's all right, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm an admin. It's fine.
Sweet. Bye!
Yeah, you start. Yeah, sound. Okay. Do we know what's going to be streamed yet, anyone? Bueller. I don't want to commit to a feature game and then that be the one streamed, but I have a feeling it might do. If I were to pick Josie Patterson against Trina Gulliver as the feature. It is the Gob Show. What more could you possibly want on a Saturday afternoon when there is Premier League football, Euro Tour, Six Nations rugby, and God knows else on? Sit and watch me instead. Yes. Underway already. They jumped straight to it. Anastasia de Brommeslova, Rebecca Hoyland, Kim Holden, Joanne Senior. I mean, it's live, which means it's not the streaming game. So we're going to whack a bit of Josie Patterson and Trina Gulliver up on the stream. Readjust that one. Beautiful. Hop back on this screen to there. Who's Katie playing? I've literally just left that screen. Katie Sheldon takes on Sandra Page. Third match on board 5. The fact we're going to lose 2 of Patterson, Gulliver, Hyde, or Pruitt in the prelim is brutal. Dobromizlova takes the opener against Hoyland. Kim Holden with the first leg against Joanne Senior. Keegan Brown levels up with Danny Noppert with a breaker throw. Could easily be leading this one 4-2. Instead, he's 3 apiece. Topper, Grant, Gulliver all take opening legs. Solid response from Josie Patterson so far, though. 2-4 in 6. Has Anne-Louise Peters? I'm not sure she has. I don't remember seeing her. Nicola Biddick takes the opener against Aurora Fochesato. Another 2-5-6 game. Still no streaming game. That's going to have to be Hyde versus Pruitt. It's a 2-5-6 that hasn't started yet. Hoyland gets one back against Dobromizlova. Keegan Brown hits the front against Danny Noppert. It will be Lorraine Hyde versus Vicky Pruitt on the stream. So it looks like I picked right for the featured game. Someone earlier asked about Jim McEwen's shirts. I can't remember who it was. But I've had a reply. Amy Evans takes the opener against Shay Cole. Rachna David's taken the first leg against Joe Moore. Sarah Brown, the opener against Sharon Godbeer. You did, Matthew. He does sell them, but in extra large only. Does Vicky Pruitt have the most colourful shirt in the world? It's just a spectrum of colour. Gulliver goes 2-1 up on Patterson. Are we missing board 7? There's one game not showing. Ros Bulmer against Sarah Milkowski is not showing us live, warming up, or anything yet. Have we lost connection to the iPad, perhaps? Scoring tablet device. Give me 2 secs. Fochisato turns it around from 1 behind to go 2-1 up on Nicola Biddick. Grace Angle goes 2-1 up on Misha Blade, despite being 7 points lower in the averages. Strong first event from Rachna David. They're 2-0 up on Joe Moore in this one. Sarah Brown 2-1 up on Sharon Godbeer, looking closest to be the first into the next round. Possibly Kim Holden 3-0 up on Joanne Senior. That would put her into the 64 whilst we've got 2, 5, 6 games going on. Trina Gulliver is also 3-1 up on Josie Patterson. Shay Cole has taken one back against Amy Evans. That levels up at 1 apiece. Maria O'Brien now 3-0 up on Carly Townsend. On the Euro Tour, they've just done an interview with Ian Brown because he has beaten Danny Noppert in the second round. Just the second seed before so far today. Joining Rob Cross. Next up, we'll load. If I was Scottish, I think I'd appreciate it even more, but Lorraine Hyde's shirt is quite nice. A nice blue tartan print for the majority with a white patch over the shoulders. Gulliver wants tops to wrap up a victory as a feature. Doesn't go. Outside chance for Patterson at 91 to take us into a sixth leg. As Aaron van Vigeren goes 2 apiece with Suzanne Hagval. Patterson does get one back with a breaker throw. She's now got the darts to send us to a decider. Eyes on Ratchner, Holden, O'Brien to be the first to pick up wins here in event 2. And it does go to Kim Holden, a 4-0 winner over Joanne Senior. Carla Boys levels up with Leanne Topper. She had a nightmare first leg, but she's brought that average right back up now against Leanne. Harley Townsend gets one back against Maria O'Brien. It's a lovely response here from Trina Gulliver after being broken in the previous leg. She is in prime position now for a break straight back. That would wrap up the match. 180 after 9 darts. Keep them straight and you'll get chances from here. Patson on 219 and a visit more. Anastasia Dobromyslova continues to play solid. She's 3-2 up on Rebecca Hoyland, averaging 82. Just 60 from Patterson. We saw Gulliver miss chances in the previous leg. Will she make the same mistake here to wrap up the match? She does not. Trina Gulliver defeats Josie Patterson 4-2. That puts her into the 1-2-8 on board 16. Ratchner David completes a 4-0 win over Joe Moore. Joe Clements goes through and up on Natalie Davey. On the stream, Pruitt misses darts at tops. That's a double 12 for Lorraine Hyde to level us up at 2 apiece. Sarah Brown takes lead on Sharon Godbeer. Some interesting games warming up. Grace Ferrage against Ruth van der Velde. Robin Byrne against Rachel Brooks. Tony Lee Bosted against Courtney Hine. Richard Feenstra on the Euro Tour about to take on Dirk van Dijvenbode. What are we thinking then, chat? We've had some time to digest it. After that performance from Bo, can she be stopped? Seven straight wins now against Mikuru Suzuki. 9 events. That win streak is now 59 PDC Women's Series matches. In a field that right now is as deep and as strong at the very top as we have ever seen. Fallon, Lisa, Mikuru, Eileen, Lorraine Winstanley, Anastasia de Bromoslova's back, Trina Gulliver, Dieter Hedman. Carla Boys turns it around from 2-0 down to Leanne Topper to win 4-2. Everyone can be careful, like you said. Everyone can be a surprise here, take all the events this weekend. But that'll be 12 in a row, and that hasn't been since return to the Women's Series. She does, and every time that somebody responds against her at the minute, she seems to step it up. She's now played Fallon Sherrock twice in the last 2 events, stepped it up at that level, or one key moment. There was a 1:30 checkout in the match just played. I can't remember what the checkout was that caused the controversy at the back end of last year, but she produced that moment when she needed it, and it sort of just knocks the wind out of everybody's sails against her. Produced an 11 dart breaker throw against Mikuru Suzuki, who hadn't looked like her throw was under threat at any point. Vicky Pruitt does wrap up a 4-2 win over Lorraine Hyde. Shay Cole from behind defeats Amy Evans. We also had a win for Sarah Brown over Sharon Godbeer. Quinty Byman beat Amy Grant. And then was that 4-2 win for Trina Gulliver over Josie Patterson. Eran van Vigeren beat Susanne Hagvall of Sweden. So mixed fortune for the Swedish pair in the competition. Still no sign of board 7 being live either. I wonder what board they will move the streaming to now. Is it possible we might get 9? Felicia Blade, Grace Angle. Or will we get another one that had a prelim game on it? Nicola Biddick beats Aurora Fucisato. A 4-3 win against the Italian, who averaged 9 points higher than the young Italian, but does get the result in the prelim. I think bow is now the standard for ladies darts. No one has hit a level since Trina, but the bow is now at high standard. What was Trina averaging at her peak during her wins? I'll be honest, I don't really know. I've never gone back and had a look. It feels like Trina was more than capable of running at the 80, 85 average. As Felicia Blay wraps up a 4-2 win over Grace Angel. 15 dart leg for Rachel Brooks. Took the opener against Robin Byrne. Yeah, 75 and 85. My gut says that's where it was. Claire Stamper beats Monica Clear 4-1. So that's all of the prelim matches done and dusted. I think she's already there, Andrew. Look, I know there's a lot of money on the line now. What is this? Just event number 1? Maybe. She's definitely the match play already. 10 grand is unassailable. Rachel Brooks goes 2-0 up on Robin Byrne. 13 dart leg for Sharon Stratsma Poole. Opens up against Jane Monaghan. Lots of games kicking into life right now. Still no streaming board. Okay. So they've opted, instead of playing a prelim game on the stream, to hold board 7 when all of the prelim games are done. So the first game on board 7 is Ros Bulmer against Sarah Milkowski. I think 3 years ago, she played in the same team as myself. Mate, she's mustard. Samantha Curtin takes the opener against Rianne O'Sullivan. Sabrina Younganotter, 1-0 leader over Corin Hammond. Fontaine Willis takes the opener against Marlene Badger. Anka Zilstra on the board against Chrissy Manley. Spoderska takes the opener against Lainey Webb. Not seen the best from her so far today. And Sam Willis now 2-0 up on Marlene Badger. Hammond gets one back. Alex Howard takes opener against Shannon Reeves. Courtney Hine goes 2-0 up on Tony Lee Balstead. Rachel Brooks wants 1-2-1 for a 3-0 lead on Robin Byrne. Byrne does take one back. Excuse me. Another one for you then, chat room. What content do you want to see from online darts this year? What are we missing? What do we need more of in our lineup? Give us some ideas. Anchor Zylstra tuning up on Chrissy Manley. Terry Francis Kidwell and Fran Elwick locked in at 1 apiece. Burn scoring power looks to be back. Howard doubles her lead on Shannon Reeves. Ryan Statler 2-0 up on Sarah Mortimer. Robin Byrne looking good to level up at 2 apiece against Rachel Brooks. She wants 64 and has at least 6 darts to do so. Result for Roos van der Velta beats Grace Ferridge 4-1. Robin Bird did level up at 2 apiece on the stream. Ros Bulmer misses a dart at bullseye for a 2-0 lead on Milkowski, who wants 1-2-9 to level up. Drags it into the 3, so won't go. Courtney Hine 1 away now against Tony Lee Bowstead. Aletta Via 2-0 up on Jane Biggs. Second leg for Barbara Hospodurska. Wendy Reinstadler 3-0 up on Sarah Mortimer. Onsal and Willis 1 away. Anka Zylstra the same against Chrissy Manley. Will she employ some dart arts from her practice partner, Peter Manley? Angela Kirkwood takes the opener against Paula Jacqueline. A lot of intrigue about her playing in the women's series. On the Euro Tour? Surely not. Ted van Duivenberger is in the madhouse. And he goes first. He goes 5-3 up on Veenstra and lets the crowd know about it a bit as well. 2 each between Ryan O'Sullivan and Samantha Curtin. Bit of a fight back going on there. quick reminder, if you haven't done so already, to drop us a like on this stream. It really does help us out massively. And if you do want to get involved in the chat room, you do have to be a subscriber. But that is free to do also. And then you get to get notified every time we go live or upload new content. Katie Sheldon about to get underway then against Sandra Page. Games are just ticking along at the moment. As Fonsawan Willis wraps up a 4-1 victory over Marlene Badger. Rachel Brooks, as your featured game, goes 3-2 up on Robin Byrne. Can she dig herself out of trouble once again? That 180 suggests maybe she can to start with. $39 to back up that 180 though. This invites pressure. Zylstra 3-1 up on Chrissy Manley. Manley's got one back. Renault Sullivan has edged into the lead against Samantha Curtin. 3-2, averaging 77. Sarah Milkowski has a leg back against Ros Bulmer, but it is a win for Dirk van Duivenbode on the Euro Tour 6-3 victory over Richard Veenstra. Sheldon takes the opener in 16 darts against Sandra Page. I've just got up a bit more. Jane Monaghan completes a 4-1 victory over Sharon Stratsma Pull. Tony Lee Boster gets the one leg back against Courtney Hine. That's now 3-2. Shannon Reeves gets a leg against Alex Howard. Both players struggling a bit there. Minus 21 Celsius here, and I had to shovel walkways. No one likes winter, but ours isn't as bad as that. I'll leave out the bit where you threaten people to throw a dart at them. No, thank you. No idea what Philip Brzezinski just asked Dirk van Duivenbode, but he pulled a face as if to say, I don't know what you're talking about. Robin Byrne levels up at 3 apiece. We're going all the way in our featured game. You know you're from a wintry place when you actually shovel snow as well, because in the UK here, we just tend to just walk straight over it. It'll melt in a day or two anyway. The odd bit of grit down. Crack on. Corinne Hammond comes through as a 4-1 winner against Sabrina Youngnotter. Just a 64 average for her. Hello, Preston. How are you? Angela Kirkwood still leads Paula Jacqueline 2-1. Kate Sheldon 2-0 up on Sandra Page. Tony Lee Bostad takes us to a decider against Courtney Hine as Aletta Vaya is a 4-0 winner over Jane Biggs on board number 4. Good, just watching Euro Tour and popped in. Don't blame you, mate. A couple of hours break now between the evening session. Been an interesting day here so far. Once again, Bo Greaves the victor in event number 1 this season, beating Mikuru Suzuki for a 7th straight time, a 6th time in 9 finals. This afternoon feels like a little bit more of a slow burner so far. Donna Gleed goes 4-0 winner over Margaret Sutton. That's a 4-3 win for Rachel Brooks as your featured game. Where do we go next then, folks? We've got a few warming up. Denise Cassidy, Lisa Ashton. We could watch Lindsay Ashton against Cherie Yeomans. Lindsay Ashton is Lisa's daughter, one of 2. Lindsay and Danielle. Casey Gallagher, Tori Kewish. Priscilla Steenberg against Tammy McKenzie. Courtney Hine wins 4-3, pushed all the way in that one. Which Ashton D2B? DTB. Keep making it up as if it's a number there instead. Lisa or Lindsay? Just checking. Lindsay already a 1-0 leader over Cherie Yeomans. Eve Watson goes 1 up on Jan Robbins. Ros Bulmer completes a 4-1 victory over Sarah Milkowski. That was your streaming board. So what else do we have coming for you on board 7? Alec Howard beat Shannon Reeves. Roberts, go away. Board 7. Next up on stream, Fallon Sherrock against Nanako Shimizu. Then we'll see Lucy Cunningham against Michelle Andrews. And then Juliet Findlay against Sarah Roberts. Solid start from Lisa Ashton, who leads 167 after 9. Some absolute belters just getting underway now. So there's a bit of a slow burner to start with. We've got Lisa Ashton against Denise Cassidy. Lindsay Ashton averaging 83 is already 2-0 ahead of Cherie Yeomans. Priscilla Steenbergen finds herself behind after the opening leg. Tori Kewish against Casey Gallagher. Chloe O'Brien against Eileen de Graaf. We're going to sack that off. Christine Redhead is about to take on Laura Turner. We have an opening leg in the book for Lisa Ashton. And Griffiths underway against Julia Hymanson. Fran Elwick completes a 4-2 win over Terry Francis Kidwell. O'Brien takes the opener against Eileen de Graaf. Some match going on as a feature as well. Ton for Lisa Ashton against the darts, but it's ton 40 ton for Denise Cassidy. And he follows that up with a 41. 2 treble visit from Lisa Ashton will give her the ascendancy against the darts here in leg 2. Paula Jacqueline is out in the 1-2-8. She loses to Angela Kirkwood 4-2. Tough opening day on the women's series for her. Bo Greaves is underway now against Louise Leahy. Claire Brookin against Karen Webber. Steenbergen gets a leg back against Tammy McKenzie. It's an opening leg success for Casey Gallagher against Tori Kewish. Natalie Gilbert has taken the first leg against semi-finalist from event number 1, Adriana van Veegenen Vermaat. First leg on the board for Bo Greaves. Eileen de Graaf levels up with Chloe O'Brien. Lisa Ashton doubles her lead over Denise Cassidy. of a disaster on the bull-up for Fallon Sherrock against Anaku Shimuzu. It is the Queen of the Palace that will throw first. Lindsay Ashton 3-0 up on Cherie Yeomans now. Been very impressed with the level of Lindsay's A game so far. Hard not to be impressed with that scoring power from Lisa Ashton. Ton 40, 180 after 6 starts. At least 41 after 9. Barbara Hospoderska, 4-1 winner over Lainey Webb. That puts her into the last 64. If we don't get this seed, I don't think they can start seeding midway through the season. But if there isn't seeding for 2024, I'll be very, very surprised. I guess it depends which cycle takes precedent for the women's series. Obviously, at the minute, they are geared up for their season to run match play to match play. However, with 3 places at the World Championship up for grab, 2 for the Order of Merit, 1 for the Women's Match Play Champion. And every other PDC affiliate or feeder tour or whatever running in that system, then that should be that. Possibly the best match for names we're about to see all day. Emma Wapshot is about to play Sylvia Schlappback. It's the little things that are entertaining. Bo Greaves, 2-0 leader over Louise Leahy. Aileen de Graaf from 1 behind is 2-1 up on Chloe O'Brien. Kieran says, wonder how many events Suzuki would have won if Bo wasn't playing. Well, she's been beaten by her now in 6 finals. Even if you say she wins half of those. And she runs into a Fallon in one of them. Lorraine wins Stanley in another. Lindsay Ashton completes a 4-0 job. Say what again? Lisa Ashton produces an average of 100 to defeat Denise Cassidy 4-0, wrapping up the job with a 14-dart leg. That could have been a 13. That average could have crept up that little bit more. That is the second ton plus average of the day to join the 101 that we saw from Bo Greaves in event number 1. Lisa Ashton is here to contend. Those names, what, that Suzuki would have played in a final? Did I say Suzuki again? It's been a long day. We are into our number 7 of our stream today. And we are in the 128 of the second event. Just comfortable in this one for Bo Greaves. 3-0 up, averaging just 64. Doesn't look like she needs any more in the tank here, though. Aileen de Graaf has beaten Chloe O'Brien 4-1. Chloe, one of the 8 players to make it to the match play last year. No time enough. Don't get anything for these. Time and a half of nothing. It's still nothing. Steenbergen, 3-2 leader over Tammy McKenzie. Casey Gallagher, 2-0 up on Tori Kiewicz. Looks like those two are having a bit of a struggle in this match. Sylvia Schlappback, 1-0 up on Emma Wapshot. Jacqueline Maiden, 1 apiece with Rebecca Browse. It's 3-0 to Karen Weber over Claire Brookin. Ran Griffiths just 1 away against Julia Hymanson. Ran Griffiths, a 4-0 winner over Hymansman. Oh, wow. That wasn't intended. That's one way of doing it, Fallon. 48 left, and she pings the double 16 first start. Follows it up with a double 8 for a 3-0 lead, averaging 90. Are we seeing the top players flex their muscles a little bit in this round? We've already seen 100 average from Lisa Ashton. So 90 so far for Fallon Sherrick. It's 81 at the minute for Natalie Gilbert. So 66 for Priscilla Steenbergen as she wraps up a 40 win over Tammy McKenzie. Promising signs from Anastasia de Brommer's low, average 73. Lindsay Ashton dropped a little bit, but that was up around the 90 again in the early part of her match. As Bo does wrap up a 4-0 win, 64 average in the end for her. Pretty comfortable though, not really pushed. Afternoon, Bob. How we doing? That is the question, Bob. 9 straight tournaments. That last win, by the way, takes her to a 60-match unbeaten streak. It was 59 at the end of event number 9 in the race to the match play. Event number 1 this season. 60 matches unbeaten. It's not a perfect record in the women's series. She did play when she was a little bit younger in the very, very first season before she was the WWF Women's World Champion. Struggled with her action a little bit. A little less experienced. But since returning as the WWF Ladies World Champion, 60 matches unbeaten on the PDC Women's Series. And that number looks set to rise a little bit more. Just dropped below the 90 in the end. 86 average for Fallon Sherrick as she completes a 4-0 win over Nanaku Shimizu. Rowena Sidley is a 4-0 winner over Silke Low from Germany. Next up on the stream, Lucy Cunningham against Michelle Andrews. Karen Weber beats Claire Brookin 4-1, 72 average in that. We are starting to see that gradual improvement of the tour now. Like, when the women's series first started, it still felt like a 60 was a good average. A 20 in county is a good average. It feels like that's just creeping up now to the point where it's a 70 to be competitive. If you get a nice draw, you might sneak through with a couple of 60s. Oh, God. Eve Watson, 4-1 winner over Jan Robbins. Hello.
Greetings. How are we doing?
All right.
So I thought I'd join you for the journey as well, so you're not on your own.
Yeah. Not entirely sure we endorse this, OD, but we'll carry on anyway. Marianne Conway, 4-0 winner over Emily Mitchell.
Both my hands are on the steering wheel, and I'm looking forward. I'm just talking to you all. So, been keeping up to it. A decent performance, or very good performance from Lisa Ashton in round 1.
100 average. Just seen an 85 from Fallon as well. That was around 90 until the final leg.
Yeah.
How's the Women's World Match Play race going today? Not a massive amount of movement.
No, look, there's never going to be, is there? Because as long as the people at the top still win, there's not going to be much change.
Yeah. Lorraine Winstanley's early exit put her in a bit of trouble. Not massively, just Fallon jumped above her. Rhiannon O'Sullivan into the top 8. You've got Dieter Hedman, Priscilla Steenberg, and Rhiannon Griffiths just outside. The main loser, really, is Yuki Sakaguchi, who isn't there.
Yeah, and through no fault of her own either, which is it's just one of those things. It's unfortunate.
And an early exit from Robin Byrne here in event number 2 means she's at risk of falling a few places. Currently level with Anastasia de Bromislova, Noelin van Leuven. Just behind her, Laura Turner, Wendy Reinstatler, Adriana Van Vegan, and Vermaat.
Yeah.
Corinne Hammond on the charge.
Well, she played well in event 1, and arguably some of the best stuff we've seen from her on the women's series.
And there's more promising for Kirsty Hutchinson, WDF World Championship finalist.
Yeah. And I think going from BDO stroke WDF events into this PDC environment is very different, is the thing. And maybe it's taken some longer to adjust and get used to it than others, because there's no doubt Kirsty Hutchinson is one of the best players on the WDF circuit in terms of the women. She's always there or thereabouts. She qualifies for the back end of all the major tournaments. So maybe she's just about adjusted to life in a quieter environment. And I mean this in the nicest possible way. She's quite loud and life and soul of the party, is Kirsty. And I mean that in a nice way.
Yeah.
But just having to perhaps tone it down a little bit takes some getting used to.
When you have to be consciously aware of your own normal behaviour in an environment, then yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look, we saw her at Lakeside, even when she wasn't playing or whatever, she was always there in and around, and she's a very bubbly person. She'll talk to everyone and things like that. How we doing, chat room?
Katie Sheldon, the top 4 in the future, you think? She's got the potential, mate. She's got the right mentality as well as Katie Sheldon.
Yeah, but potential, without a shadow. And I know we spoke about this, it might have been on the live lounge, that I genuinely think for next year there is a genuine case to make the match play 16.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, I get the first couple of years there wasn't, but now there is there's serious questions to say, look, the strength in depth is good enough. Look, I still think the top 4/5 are a class above the rest. Not arguing that, but I think from say 6 to 16 is still competitive enough to give them a chance.
Well, if you look at the 16 now, 9 to 16 currently contained Dieter Hedman, Priscilla Steenbergen, Rhiannon Griffiths, Yuki Sakaguchi, Anka Zylstra, Robin Byrne, Anastasia de Bromislova, and Noelin van Leuven.
And that's without some of the names we've even mentioned, like Corinne Hammond, Kirsty Hutchinson, Anastasia de Bromislova,
Maria O'Brien, Laura Turner, all outside of that at a minute. Zoe Jones has played one event, is already up to 34th in the race to the match play.
Anastasia as well.
She's 15th. She was in that list.
Oh, so, right, okay, yeah. So, yeah, look, there's genuine questions now to be had to say, look, the strength in depth is good enough to be 16. Okay, 9 to 16 might not be able to win it, but they can make it competitive and make it interesting. And on their day, could they beat perhaps 3 of the top 4 to go and win it? Maybe not, but could they beat 1? Yes.
Yeah. Completely agree. What that does mean is they need an extra session.
Or do you drop games into the sessions during the week and then still have quarterfinals, semi-finals Sunday afternoon? So they've still got their own entire session still, but the other ones are dropped in as an extra or as a game in the sessions.
After the last couple of years where we've not started fallout bars until nearly midnight of the match play, the answer is no. There isn't time to drop them in.
Then you go Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Look, whether that fits for TV or not, I mean, is a different thing, because we all know a Saturday afternoon session clashing with the football is difficult.
Someone's got to clash with the football, though.
Yeah. I know, what am I saying? There's no football in July. Go to sleep.
Even better.
But yeah, then in that case, you go Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Does Dita drop if she skips events with WF? Possibly. Obviously, depends on results around her.
Yeah. No. It's an interesting one. As well, off the back of the numbers being so good here, Gob, would we be disappointed? They're not going to be the same numbers, but would we be disappointed if the numbers dropped massively for the German event?
Wouldn't be surprised.
No, I'm not saying I'd be surprised, but would you be disappointed is the word?
Potentially. Still very much at the point, though, where look, the numbers drop considerably for the Pro Tour. Right, yeah. And there's varying factors in that. Some of the players are already doing an awful lot of travelling. There's a Pro Tour weekend in Germany in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, and it's a Sunday, Monday. And we already have had conversations with players that just aren't going to go. Some involved in the Premier League would have to fly into Germany, to fly back to the UK, to then go back to Germany for a Euro tour. Then it's in Berlin. Then they're in Germany again anyway. It just all gets a lot of air miles, a lot of travelling. For a Sunday, Monday, which means your travel day Tuesday is back in to back out again. There's no rest day at home to reset and go again or anything like that. And there also is an issue in Germany in that there is no marker scheme.
But at that point, and I don't often hang them out to dry, but at this point, the PDPA need to take a look at themselves.
Yeah.
They get, is it 1 or 2% levy now?
Might have gone up.
Whatever it is, the PDPA get an absolute fuckload of money from that prize fund every year. They get 1 or 2% of 15 million. Correct?
Yeah.
At that point, it's a professional circuit, a professional tour. They have to cough up the money to be able to send the marking team there.
Yeah.
Is the general gist of this. And look, that might upset the powers that be or whatever, but I don't care. That has to happen.
No, I agree. Because it's the same at the Pro Tour. You get a challenge tour and whatever. But not everything is paid to mark. Not every system is. Some of these are, you send a few markers and the players might pay you a $5 to do it or whatever else. There's a few players that, there's a few officials there for the streaming boards and paid to be board officials and whatever. But actually, in terms of markers, a lot of it, for me, I think the scheme's a bit weird in that it's still very much at the expectation that a lot of people there are doing it for the experience or because they love to count or anything like that. But actually, when there is a cost of living crisis going on and these people are giving up their weekends for what? There's how many more Pro Tours this year are there compared to 3 years ago? Plus Challenge Tour, plus Q School, plus Women's Series, plus whatever else. There is so many more weekends where these people are in demand now to go and stand in leisure centres all day and tap some numbers on an iPad for the benefit of the players.
Oh, completely. Absolutely, 100%. And look, the funding or the prize money is there. The PDPA get a percentage. That has to be invested back into things like the marking to get that part of the tour up to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I fully get a challenge tour in Germany. That's not going to happen. I fully accept that. But the Pro Tour, that is an absolute necessity.
Yeah, but I'm not sure the Challenge Tour players pay a levy
Yeah,
on their
exactly.
prize money.
Yeah, exactly. So, but for the Pro Tour, that has to happen.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of question, that has to happen.
Although they do pay entry fees. No, didn't they increase their entry fees on the Challenge Tour to pay for markers?
I think they did. Actually, now you've said that, I think
Aren't
you're
they
right.
now £55 in a
£5.
event?
Yeah, because the fiver goes for your marker for the day.
Yeah. So even that. Imagine increasing your entry fee to pay for a marker team to then travel to Germany to not have to do it yourself anyway.
Yeah. And yeah. And look, but by the way, this isn't a PDC. This is the PDP have to sort this, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because they're there to look after the players.
Yeah.
And do the best for them. Because look, in darts, the old way has always been if you lose, you mark. But we're at the elite level now, where the greatest win in the world, some players aren't the best losers in the world, and I don't dislike that either.
Yeah.
It's you're a pro, you're there to win. If you lose, you're going to have the ump. Don't mind that. And then literally, you've got to go and mark within a couple of minutes when you're still raging. You've missed 3 darts at tops to win the match, and oh, by the way, can you go and mark Bob against Fred?
Yeah.
Probably not the best.
No. A few updates. Casey Gallagher just beaten Tori Kewish 4-3. Kirsty Hutchinson and Zoe Jones are 1 apiece. Michelle Andrews leads Lucy Cunningham 2-0 on the stream. Dieter Hedman just taking the opener against Sally Whiting. Joe Locke 2-0 up on Joanne Pugh. Almadina Fayado Ayuso 2-0 up on Shay Cole, averaging 93. Are we seeing the best from the Spaniard so far? There was a couple of results that come in as well. Jay Monaghan a win over Sharon Stratzman-Paul. That definitely would have been the most recent. Tracy North, a 4-0 winner over Helena Rubez. Katie Sheldon wraps up a 4-0 win over Sandra Page pretty comfortably. Emma Wapshot, 4-1 winner over Sylvia Schlappbach. Board 8. Marianne Conway beats Emily Mitchell 4-0. There was that Casey Gallagher win. Steph Stutley was a 4-0 win over Jessica Shakespeare. Rebecca Browse beat Jacqueline Maiden 4-2. Suzuki was a 4-1 winner over Joanne Deemer. Priscilla Steenbergen, 4-2 winner over Tammy McKenzie. I think that wraps up everything that we've missed so far.
Nice.
That was exactly the argument I was about to make. Could you imagine in another sport being refereed by one of the players?
It never happened.
You get it occasionally at county level for things like pool, where you take it in turns to referee the frame or whatever. But even at national finals and even those sort of tournaments, they pay referees now. You might have an event, you might have an official for a ruling in the arena, but the rest of it doesn't really need it. Could you imagine a player losing at Wimbledon and having to go and be a line judge in the next round?
Yeah, it never happened.
Just see Kyrgios screaming out at people on the serve.
Yeah, completely. Is the thing? It's just it's one part of the sport that needs to improve.
Yeah. And I appreciate, compared to a lot of other sports, the number of matches going on at once in an event is significantly higher in darts than the majority of other sports.
Yeah, no, that's accepted.
You don't tend to have 32, I don't know, games of snooker on at once.
Yeah, but take Wimbledon, for instance. You do have all those courts going on at once where there's an umpire and 6 line judges per game.
It's more than that because they rotate them halfway through the match as well, don't they?
I don't know. So I didn't know a line judge didn't do the whole game.
Yeah, they change after some sets. Plus the ball boys rotate, or ball children. Yeah. Although they are voluntary, but they are allowed time out of school and get kitted out in Ralph Lauren gear. So I'd probably say yes to that one myself.
I'd love to see you be a ball boy at Wimbledon. It'd be hilarious.
Not at 28 years old and weighing 23 stone. Back when I was 12 years old and 10 stone and quite nippy. Yeah, perfect. Armandina Fayado Ayuso wins 4-0 against Shea Cole, averaging 93.
That's tidy.
Very good indeed. Dieter Hedman 2-0 up on Sally White and Joe Locke 3-0 up on Joanne Pugh. Zoe Jones, Kirsty Hutchinson, good battle between those two apiece, both mid-60s averages. I think that's really the test for those two in particular is can they up their game when they need it? Have they got that 80, 85, even a 90 when it's needed?
Yeah, that go-to gear.
Yeah.
That we see Bo, Fallon, Lisa, Aileen, Makuru have got. They've got that kick when they need it.
Yeah. Lorraine Winstanley, 3-0 up on Catherine Hanley. That's the feature game at the minute. Just averaging 54. Now, granted, the first leg was a 35 average because she missed so many darts at double. But after losing in the prelim, in event number 1, this is not the most comfortable way to get into the day's action for Lorraine Winstanley.
Because this is full at 128, do the women get prize money from winning a 128 game?
Don't know.
Because beforehand, the 128 hasn't been full, so they haven't picked up prize money to winning a 64 game, have they?
Don't think so.
But now this one's full. Well, if they don't, that's wrong. Because it's a full category, it should be you pick up money for winning a game. I think. Look, it's just
if you reach the last 64, it's 50 quid.
So no. So if you reach the last 64, or if you win the last 64.
If you lose in the last 64, it's 50 quid.
So yeah, if you win your 128 game, you win 50 quid basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No prize money for a prelim round.
Yeah, look, which is fine. That's not an issue. It's not a full round. But being the 128 is full. Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I tell you, it's weird doing this because I'm obviously concentrating on the road. I'm just talking to you, and I've got no other screen to look at to get information. It's weird. Where normally when we do this at home, we can like just look at the other screen, can't we? Or
4 million other screens.
Yeah, and find the information we need.
Yeah.
Just going past the Rose Bowl.
Shit all.
Hey, wash your mouth out.
It's not quite Trent Bridge, is it?
It's better than Trent Bridge.
Behave. I don't care if that's a bite, a nibble, whatever. You know full well it's not even close to Trent Bridge.
I class that as Fishermania. I've just won. I'm weighing it in now. I've won.
No, you're just an idiot for even suggesting that. For whatever purpose that you have suggested that, you're an idiot.
The ground might be better, however.
Trent Bridge is one of the best grounds in the world.
However, 2 of the best players ever to play the game graced the Rose Bowl on a regular occurrence. With the beloved Hampshire.
No idea.
Kevin Peterson, Shane Warne.
Kevin Peterson played in everywhere.
However, he was a Hampshire player when he got called up for England. And the mighty Warney.
Peterson played for us, mate.
Got sacked from you. Didn't the coach chuck his stuff over the balcony at Trent Bridge?
Probably. Wouldn't be the first controversial thing he was involved in, would it?
No, or the last.
Vicky Pruitt now 3-0 up on Lauren Hitchens.
Here you go, John. If you could go and watch cricket at any ground in the world, where would you go?
Caribbean.
I'd love to go to the one at Cape Town with the mountain drop in the background and all that.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But I'd go to the Caribbean, I think. Is there one in St. Lucia?
Yeah.
Or is it in Dubai? Where they moved the IPL?
Was it Dubai or Abu Dhabi? It was one or the other.
Yeah. That holds a ridiculous amount of fans.
Yeah. In terms of nice little quirky grounds, I think it's Adelaide, where the one where is it on one or two sides? It's just got banks and people just sit on the bank. It's got two stands and is it two banks? I think that's quite quirky.
Sounds like Oxford United's football ground. A little bit of Corin on screen.
Oh yeah, look, the MCG is just unreal. And the fact that that's a cricket ground is mental because it is huge.
It is, but I'm not sure just being a big ground impresses me. Look, I know there's a lot of history there.
Well, I was about to say, it has got an absolute truckload of history to go with it as well.
Yeah. Like this year, I'm pretty fortunate. I've already got tickets to go to Trent Bridge, Edgbaston, and Lords.
Controversially, Lords does nothing for me.
See, I've worked at Lords a few times, but I've never had the urge to go there to watch. No, I mean, I'm going on a freebie, so...
That's what I mean. But don't get me wrong, Lords is obvious, but it does nothing for me.
I've worked there 4 or 5 times. And it's always been a fantastic experience. Zoe Jones ups her level just a bit, finishes with a 69 average to beat Kirsty Hutchinson 4-3. Vicky Pruitt, 69 average for her also. 4-0 victor over Lauren Hitchens. Fonsaman Willis has taken the opener against Lindsay Ashton. 16 dart leg for Anastasia Dobromislova to go 1-0 up on Wendy Reinstatler. Maria O'Brien, a 78 average to beat Yvonne Taylor. Warming up now, Rachna David against Rachel Brooks. Deborah Watling just gone 3-0 up on Jacqueline Brighton. 16 dart leg to open for Corinne Hammond. That's your featured game. 1-2-5 in response by Joe Clements, met by 1-1-5.
Tidy enough.
And then Clements finds a 46. Noelin van Leuven 2-1 up on Vanessa Zuidema.
West Ham 4-0 up on Forest. Christ. That's a bit nuts.
Yes. Peter Hedman, a 4-1 winner over Sally Whiting. You Reds indeed. Arsenal 1 up on Leicester. Leeds 1-0 up on Southampton. The new manager bounce. And Villa 2-0 up on Everton. Shy. This stream might finish just in time for me to watch our game at 7:45.
Oh, you're shy. It don't matter.
Shut up.
So good job Klopp's got credit in the bank. Any other manager would have been sacked.
No. Our fan base are massively overreacting right now.
I'm not about the fan base. I'm on about higher up. If that wasn't Klopp in charge, and he'd done what he'd done with you, he'd have been sacked for this season.
Yeah, but it is, and he has, so he can stay as long as he fucking wants. Give him the keys to the training ground. He's not fucking leaving.
Maurizio Pochettino.
He's not coming back.
He is.
He's not.
He is.
It's like an ex-girlfriend, mate. Never go back.
Nah, I'm going back.
Brutal. 2-0 leader over Lindsay Ashton. Corin Hammond, 2-0 up on Joe Clements. Anastasia de Bromslova, 2-0 up on Wendy Reinstadler. All three of those last 64 matches. In the 1-2-8, Caroline Breen, 1-0 up on Claire Stamper. Juliet Finley, Sarah Roberts underway. That's your streaming game.
Yeah, it's got to the point, Gob, where I fully accept that we are not a top side. And I have for years.
Oh, good.
Right? Oh, yeah, look, we're not. Look, we punch well above our weight. However, financially, we can't compete with the top teams. That's just life.
No,
However,
that's complete horseshit. You've just got a tight ass chairman.
No, tight ass owner who tells the chairman what to do.
Wedged. Don't think this can't compete. You've got one of the greatest grounds in the world and are very, very financially secure from ownership.
Oh, Joe Lewis is one of the wealthiest men in the world. But he's not. To him, it's a business. So it is what it is. But under Conte, I'd rather be an average side that plays good football than an average side and watch the football I watch at the moment.
Well, don't drive to fucking Sheffield on Wednesday, you thick bastard.
Oh, no, you can't beat an away day. And plus, Conte's not in charge at the moment, is he? So again, we play better.
Yeah, grow up. Darts, more darts. Anne Dorstein, 3 up on Abby Jurd. Trina Gulliver, 1 apiece with Eleanor Cairns. Sarah Roberts leads Juliet Finley. Some big games warming up. Lisa Ashton against Anka Zilstra. Fran Elwick against Eran van Viegeren. Rashna David against Rachel Brooks. Nicola Biddick against Rebecca Edwards, still warming up, is a 1-2-8 game.
This one seems to be dragging compared to the first one.
Yes. Yeah, let's not forget, we were 2 goals away last season from an unprecedented quadruple.
However, this season, you are utter shite.
We're in transition.
No. Your sporting director or whoever's in charge of your transfer policies massively got it wrong in the summer.
On Klopp's direction.
But they still got it hugely wrong.
We're a midfielder short, yeah. Didn't appreciate Fabinho was going to drop off the way he did. Henderson suddenly looks very leggy. Milner, just an absolute machine, but he can only keep doing it for so long. Keita still hasn't come good. And the player we signed to cover all that, because the player that we wanted isn't available yet, went out injured a week later and isn't in the plans anymore.
Yeah, I get that. However, everyone knew you were a midfielder short, and to pin all your hopes on one player is an absolute risk because I'm still not certain he even signs for you.
I am.
I'm not. I think he goes to a team all in white that absolutely smashed you up.
No.
I think the law of Madrid will be too much.
No, I think he comes home.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I genuinely think he goes to Madrid.
No, comes to us, mate. Don't you worry about that.
But there's still no guarantee in all this. And you pinned all your hopes on one player, couldn't get him in the summer, and then absolutely panicked and got someone that came in and within a week, Klopp went, no, he's not good enough.
No, within a week he was on treatment bench next to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain's spiritual home. Hello, mates. How are you?
We're talking about the same player.
Mello.
What's that?
Artur.
The guy you got from Juventus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was injured.
Yeah, but and Klopp said he wasn't fit enough, like physically fit enough.
He weren't, because he weren't playing over there. And when he did get fit, he got on the pitch and got injured.
You know, Mace.
Lindsay Ashton now 2 apiece with Fonsau and Willis. Just getting underway. Felicia Blair against Ran O'Sullivan. Brianne Griffiths 1-0 behind to Donna Gleed. Lisa Ashton and Zylstra's underway. Corinne Hammond scoring like a dream. Bromislova just under the 80 mark again. 2 apiece with Ryan Statler. Eleanor Kent leads Trina Gulliver 2-1.
I say what, considering Anastasia hasn't had that much competitive darts, I think she's been very tidy again so far today.
Yeah. Very, very
and great
solid.
to see her back as well.
Yeah. I think Mane wanted out anyway, Bob. I think wanted that opportunity to be a main man somewhere. Obviously, the fan base would have gone berserk if we let Salah go instead. I don't think we appreciate just how hard Mane did work for the team. But at the same time, Núñez looked a fantastic signing. I still think he's going to come good. Jota was already in the side. And Luis Diaz was signed to go on that side of the pitch as well, who's been out since just before the World Cup. Attacking-wise, I still think we have the best array of forwards in the world.
I still think that
they're not clicking at the minute, but we still have the best depth in the front three of any side in the world.
Given the choice right now, would you rather have Mane or Salah if you could turn the clock back?
See, Salah's not been terrible this season.
I'm not saying he's been terrible, but I'm just saying, given what we know now, if you could turn the clock back and make the same decision, one of them goes or stays, which one are you picking?
I think I'd still keep Mo, just.
There's no right or wrong answer.
Just.
Mason says, finesse or Taylor? I think finesse. However, the joker in the pack tonight that could, I'm not saying he will, but I think Lauby might do something special tonight as well. Lauby's the one that out of nowhere in a tight game could produce back-to-back 12s or something like that to win him a big moment.
I'm going against you both.
Where are you going?
Yellow.
I'm just going off the curse of Group A.
It's not a thing anymore. The curse has been broken.
It's been broken, but the Group A winner still doesn't win at as high a percentage as the others.
And expect it to be loud in there tonight because it's an earlier start for an evening with Andy Jenkins. Just what he needs is motivation to bring even more people at an earlier time in the day.
Well, and Ryan Finesse only lives about 45 minutes away as well.
Yeah.
He bought a load like, oh, it'll be loud tonight, 100%.
Corin Hammond is a 4-1 winner over Joe Clements. Yellow bit one basically won Group A. Doomed. Even Mace didn't win Group A, to be fair. It's like, did you do that deliberately, Mace? Let Dubbridge have the Group A just so you could break in through Group B and then win it. You knew what you were doing. Just the commentator, my ass.
That was like Desi, wasn't it? I'm just a rugby player nicking a few quid.
Yeah. Chat
Now
shit.
look at him. Now look at him.
Chat shit. Wins for Anastasia the Bromazlova, breaching the 80 mark in the average. And what a massive result this is potentially, even this early in the career of Eleanor Cairns. A 4-1 victory over the most successful female dart player of all time.
Trina Gulliver.
Correct.
That's that. Look, I was excited to see Eleanor play as well. She won the girls' youth at the WDF. Yeah. Right, God.
About all the abuse from Graham Potter. I think the abuse is ridiculous. It's shit. It should never happen to anyone. And social media era just makes that. Look, I get abused for doing this show.
Yeah, I get abused as well.
You're ginger. You're used to it. No, I'm joking. That's even worse. That's such a terrible attitude to have while we're having this conversation. But no, look. Yeah, even I've had messages following opinions on the live lounge or from a stream or whatever else. And that's not pleasant at all. There have been players that we help look at their social media platform and we've seen some of that and you see some of the ones that post. It's an absolute disgrace.
Look. After the Worlds, Fallon wasn't allowed her Twitter. Was she? No. But obviously we looked after it and still made sure posts went out that had to for sponsors and whatever, and some of the DMs were nothing short of disgraceful.
One of the best things we've done is not the best for helping manage the platforms, but getting the accounts verified is massive because it does stop a lot of the DMs.
Yeah.
Because you have to follow back or whatever else to be able to do so.
Yeah. Right, Gob, I'm going to jump off for 20 minutes. I'm just going to try and find a parking space in Portsmouth, go to the shop, and I'll be back at the venue in about 15, 20.
Sound. Bye.
Right, see you in a bit, chat room. See you in a bit, Mace.
And then there was me again. Where do we go? We go with some more updates is what we do. Have I missed anything, chat room, really urgent in the actual darts? As the stream ticks over to 7 hours. And we still have 128 games going. How many are we on? Mr. Monk, very, very steady. Good performance from Joe. Right, we're on 64 likes on the stream. Don't tell him yet, but if we get to 100, I'm going to make Phil buy me dinner. So hit that like button. Mates, you tell him when he walks in, if we're at 100 by the time Phil's back on this stream, he has to buy me dinner. Get cracking. Smash that like button indeed. God, we need the Dominoes. Yes, even better. If we get to 100, Mace is going to Chinese burn bars live on air tonight. In the middle of commentary, just grab his arm, rip him. I'm a huge fan of that. Lindsay Ashton beats Fonsal and Willis 4-3. Rhiannon O'Sullivan now 3-1 up on Felicia Belay. That's your featured game. With the weights between games, don't you think it makes it more incredible how many games are I agree with one? Yeah, look, some of it's ridiculous. And don't get me wrong, all the players have to go through that. We saw a big wait for Fallon in the round before she met Bo earlier. We've seen Lisa Ashton go through it before as well. It's not quite as bad as going to a UK Open, but it is something the players have to learn to deal with. I do think there are subtle changes you can make to these tournaments that will make that better. Playing all the prelims at once, as Phil said before, you start any of the 1-2-8s would certainly help. As Ashton beats Zylstra 4-1, Donna Gleed 4-1 winner over Ryan Griffiths as well. Aoife McCormack 2-0 up against Carla Boys. Not much. Yeah, look, there was definitely a lull at the start of this one as well, where we had it felt like a lot of the top players avoided or were playing later. So there was definitely like a 45 minutes to an hour period where we had a lot of sub-70s against each other that were going deep in matches that were well matched against each other, but not well matched at a level or a pace that made it as conducive to viewing or a tournament completing quickly. Do you think there should be a Women's World Championship in the PDC? Yes. But I don't think at that point you should be awarding spots in the current World Championship as well. I don't think the players should have a chance to become Women's World Champion and World Champion. At that point, if you have a Women's World Championship, the other one becomes a Men's World Championship or an Open World Championship and you play in one. And a lot of the work and a lot of the opportunities that currently grow the women's game, having players in the Grand Slam, the women's match play, spots at the World Championship, etc. A lot of that would have to go back the other way for me. Just to have a Women's World Championship, and I don't think that's the end goal. I think the end goal is to have an open tour where it doesn't matter what gender you have. And look, the fact they've had to create the women's series to get to a point where we could potentially see the level of darts from female players increase. Perhaps puts a dent into that ideology of a very competitive open tournament or open part of the game. But we'll have to wait and see. Are we bashing the Welsh already, by the way? Come on. No, Bo's still in. Emmanuel, she's just a long wait until she plays. Maybe in the 10, 20 years when women's darts sky booms, the women's series will become a women's challenge tour. It could potentially become a women's pro tour. But at that point, the end goal has to be separated. If you're going to make the women's game in its current guise and expand it to become a professional level, then at that point, the end goal is to be a professional female darter, not a professional darter in an open set of competitions, I think. We have a win on the stream for Sarah Roberts. It goes all the way against Juliet Finley, but that's a 4-3 victory for her. We need a new featured game. Let's go with this one when it's ready, because the last performance from Almadina was a 93 average. Let's see if she can reproduce it. Andy Murray and Doha, incredible. Has he just won? Has Murray won? The man's got a metal hit. It's not even funny. I think, look, the conversation from Barry Hearn has always been about darts being open, but the moves they're making at the minute to currently boost the women's game, I'm not sure how you move back from that. To then go, right, we're at level now. We're going to scrap everything we've done for the women's game. It's just open again. Because to see the level of progression that you need to inspire 4, 5, 6-year-olds to take up the sport from an early age is a 15 to 20 year process minimum. And then you need more and more to keep going and to keep proving it. You're looking at 20 to 30 years for a sustainable stream of both male and females looking at darts as a potential to be a career or the sport they choose from a very, very early age, and making sure the mechanics are right from an early age. I think that's why Bo has been so dominant. She picked up darts at 5, 6 years old. She's from a darting family, so has always been in that environment. And because of that, you look at the mechanics of her throw, it is, to a standout level, better than what we've seen from the majority of female players in our entire life. The reason that Trina Gulliver has been so successful is her throw is so much more similar to that we traditionally see in the male game. The elbow's up, the extension's nice and good, with a straight barrel dart. There are some very rogue throwing actions that you will see on the women's series. And part of that is lack of coordination skills development at an early age. Hand-eye coordination. Aaron van Veegelen has beaten Fran Elwick 4-3. Some tasty, tasty games. Angela Kirkwood against Marion Conway. Casey Gallagher against Noelin van Leuven. Kirsty Vainakainen against Eve Watson. Kim Holden against Roos van der Velde. And Ros Bulmer against Fallon Sherrock. Ton plus averages today. 101 average from Bo Greaves in event number 1. And we did see 100.2 from Lisa Ashton in event number 2 in the opening round. So we've had 2 of those so far. Couple in the 90s. One belonging to Fallon, I believe. 1-2 Almadina Fayado Ayuso, who's currently on the featured game right now from Spain, playing in her first women's series weekend. Have we had any others this afternoon? I don't think so in this event. I'll have to check the other one. That looks like Kim Holden on the stream. Murray getting pumped in the final looks poop. That's not good. Not ideal. But expected when he's mid-30s with a metal hip and keeps going to that level. How many women are professional at the moment? Fallon and Lisa? I think that's it. I'm not even sure Bo is technically a professional. Mikuru, maybe. Yeah, I think Mikuru might well be. I think Bo could be. Any players that lost their tour cards that we'd like to see on the Super Series? I think we've already seen a few. There's a couple more lined up, off the top of my head. There weren't that many that lost cards. We've already seen David Evans down there, John Henderson down there. Max Hopp is one that would obviously turn a few heads if he's ready to play. It's Carla Boys beats Aoife McCormack 4-3. 6 points lower in the averages. Aoife is beaten in the 1-2-8, which does wrap up the first full round into the last 64 proper dem. Some belting games on. Rebecca Browse against Dieter Hemmen. Ros Bulmer against Fallon Sherritt. Roos van der Velde has taken the opening leg against Kim Holden on the stream. Steph Stutley, averaging 96, is now 2-0 up on Almudena Fayado Ayuso. Maria O'Brien, 3-1 up on Tracy North. Good scrap back, both over the 75 mark. Steenbergen leads an all-Dutch match against Kelly Streef, 3-2. Stephanie Potter won away against Rowena Sidley. Rachel Brooks, 3-2 up on Rachna David. Mikuru Suzuki is 3-0 up on Vicky Pruitt. Absolutely flying. Another mid-80s average from her, 86. Rachel Brooks, 4-2 winner over Rachna David. I think the thing from here for Mikuru is, can she sustain this? She's been up since 3 a.m. because of jet lag. That will start to hit soon. And if it doesn't, it will definitely take effect tomorrow. Steenbergen and Victor beats Kelly Streef. Which means Bo Greaves is warming up now against Gemma Bowen. Eleanor Cairns will take on Joe Locke. That's her reward for beating Trina Gulliver. Aletta Vaya about to take on Laura Turner.
I don't know that one.
My smart home device thinks Aletta sounds a lot like
I don't know that one.
its name. Amandina Fayado Ayuso gets a leg back 2-1. It's a 90 average for Mikuru Suzuki. She beats Vicky Pruitt 4-0. Mikuru now motoring. Fallon Sherritt takes opener against Ros Bulmer. Kirsty Vienakainen takes opener against Eve Watson. Angela Kirkwood does the same against Marianne Conway. How has Katie Sheldon played today? She played steady in the first event. She wasn't, averages weren't smashing it out of the park or anything in the early rounds. Upped it when she needed to. She's only played in the 1-2-8 so far in the second event. She won 4-0 with a 76 average. Once she'll be on stream next. Roos van der Velter and Kim Holden are currently 1-0. It will be Katie Sheldon against Eileen de Graaf on the stream next up for you. It's almost like it's meant to be. I've just refreshed the stream to see how many likes we are on because I'm checking it via my phone. And the advert is for Domino's. If we get to 100 likes, Barzy's going to buy me Domino's tonight. He just doesn't know it. Sherrick now 2-0 up on Ros Bulmer. Hedman takes opener against Browse. We've got Hospoderska against Wapshot. Cairns is taking the opener against Joe Locke. It's Turner against Via. The longer the break Mikuru has between matches, the more likely she is to be napping at a table. She just needs to get on with it, get as far as she can before it kicks in. Just run on adrenaline. Van Leuven and Gallagher goes one apiece. Been impressed with Casey Gallagher so far this weekend. There does seem to be an extra level from her so far. Any Dutch fans in the chat room? Is Roos related to Jurgen? Stephanie Potter, 4-1 victor over Rowena Sidley on board 3. Laura Turner takes the opener against Via. Ros Bulmer has missed 6 starts at 40 to get a leg back against Fallon Sherrick, who has tops for a 3-0 lead. And it does go in 3, a 24-dart leg for Sherrick. But still comfortable enough, averaging 72 against Bulmer. Hedman doubles a lead against Browse. Hospoderska first on the board. Cairns doubles a leg against Joe Locke. Do I ever plan on going to the women's series? It's a bit difficult with what we do now. Like, I'd love to go to events. I could head over to the Pro Tours and watch, or even pick some of the players up from the airport, or even go muck. I've been invited to the marking scheme a couple of times, but that takes me away from streaming for you guys and for the channel. I'm not going to sit in the middle of the room and commentate on what's going on. You're not allowed to. So, long term, there might be a chance that we could communicate with a PDC to have like a roaming reporter on site. But actually, all the information that you need from these events is available online. To be honest, I say that about most of the PDC events now. Obviously, Phil goes and to every PDC event on our behalf. and will conduct post-match interviews and whatever else. But actually, in terms of an experience to watch the game, and then to be able to produce the content that we do here at Online Darts, the Fallout bar, any graphic updates on screen, which admittedly our socials haven't been as good as perhaps they have been in the past recently. I don't need to be in the venue to do that. In fact, it's a disadvantage to be in the venue to do that. If you travel, you get to use your laptop. I've got 3 screens in front of me, an iPad, a phone, a more secure internet connection, which I know might be a bit of a joke to a few of you, then being at an event, and everything else that goes with it. If it wasn't for the need to do interviews, we probably would never go, because actually in terms of viewing what's gone on and understanding what's gone on, if you do go to an event, you're in a press room at the back, still watching on TV to an extent, but sometimes without the commentary. You get stat screen next to it. You can't overly hear what's going on. You can go in the venue and experience it, but actually your seats are then so far to the side or wandering around, etc. You can't match the quality that you see on the screen for us to produce anything in the venue. You're not allowed to record once games are live. And Fallon Sherrick, by the way, coasts through against Ros Bournemouth, 75 average for her 4-0 win. There's 2 options here, though, Darren. There's a very, very good chance they hold McCook. Oh, no, because it's warming up. So there's a very, very good chance they hold it all the way to be the streaming game. But I think there's one more. We've still got to watch Katie Sheldon against Eileen de Graaf on the stream next. Bo's just started, so this is at most got a leg and a bit left if this 95 doesn't go. So we'll no doubt flick over to catch that one against Gemma Bowen. Rebecca Browse gets one back against Dita Hedman. Stutley goes inside. And that is the win for Almudena Fayado. Let's jump to Bo versus Bowen. Yeah, Dark Connectors has changed the way we did it. Back in, when I first started following the PDC, when I spent time with Kyle and he lived with me and whatever else, before Dark Connect, there was like 2 seasons where you get the odd bit of result on live darts data. You had the odd official that would sit behind the board of a laptop, but that was all randomly assigned. And other than that, the only way to get results was from people inside the venue. That's how Peter Verbeek, who works for Darts News and Toto and does a bit of photography, his socials just used to be updates from inside the venue. He used to wander around with a notebook, checking all the results from all the board officials, seeing them come in, and he'd go and he'd tweet a bulk load of results. There was a time before darts rankings where the only way to really keep up with what was happening live and all the races to certain events was following Burton DeWitt on social media. One of the hosts of the weekly darts cast used to produce tables for races to XYZ events and Pro Tour America, because it's just faster than the PDC were to produce it. But darts rankings scrapes everything and does it all in real time. It's fantastic. Kirsty Venakainen is a 4-0 winner over Eve Watson. And she's flying right now. Very, very impressed with the level of her so far today. Talking of flying, Makuru takes the opener against Donna Gleed. 17 dart leg for her. Nolan van Leuven 3-1 up now on Casey Gallagher. Kim Holdham 3-2 up on Roos van der Velde, who's just got another leg back. Turner takes the lead against Via. Not been as promising for Laura Turner this weekend as perhaps the first 2 blocks in the race to the match play have been. The back end of last season, she definitely looked to have been carrying better form than she is right now. Events 3 and 4 are tomorrow. Karen Webber has beaten Alex Howard 4-2. Bo Greaves already into a 2-0 lead over Gemma Bowen. Corinne Hammond takes the opener against Priscilla Steenbergen. What are you trying to say, Dara? Am I not good enough for you? Don't answer that. Sarah Roberts takes opener against Michelle Andrews. Joe Locke 3-2 up on Eleanor Cairns. Warming up, the Bromers Lower against Stephanie Potter. Have you lot got me pizza yet? Nearly 13 more. $164 after 9 for Bo Greaves. As Joe Locke does defeat Eleanor Cairns 4-2, just under a 70 average for her. And to be fair, depends where he's parking. He had to nip to the shop. Then he would have chatted to Mace on the way in. Then any players if they're already in. If he comes back, I'll cry. Rouse goes 3-2 up on Dieter Hedman. Are we starting to see a little bit of a decline in Dieter? Her achievements in her career are absolutely fantastic. One of the most successful title winners of all time. And that will take some beating as well because it's over such a period of longevity. We'll always have the question mark of not winning a world championship. Still works. And that does cut into her time to be able to play darts a bit. But are we now seeing the part of this game where, because of the acceleration of the women's game and the level, taken to that extra step by Fallon and Lisa and Bo, are we seeing a point and a level where everyone else is just catching up as well, and Dieter Hedman is just struggling to live with that? She's still got that game in glimpses, but it is the consistency of being able to play at 80 plus just starting to phase out of the Dieter Hedman game right now. Mikuru Suzuki 3-0 up on Donna Gleed. Corinne Hammond 2-0 up on Priscilla Steenbergen. We've got the Bromers Lover just getting underway against Stephanie Potter. Warming up, which will be on your stream, I believe, is Katie Sheldon against Aileen de Graaf. Zoe Jones will take on Quinty Beeman in a minute of the Netherlands. Jane Monaghan has the job of stopping Kirsi Vienakainen. Mikuru after this leg. The problem is Mikuru's in her last leg as well at the minute. If she's not being touched, it's likely we're going to jump to Anastasia. She's 3-0 up, so by the time we hop across to it, it could well be done, as Bo Greaves does wrap up a 4-0 victory, 78 average for her. Pretty convincing once again. Let's go and watch Anastasia. Laura Turner, 3-2 up on Via. Not saying Via's first name because it keeps setting off my device. Of the top 8 dominated the last 8 of the most comps in the women's series events. Is it possible? It depends what else they do, Anthony. Like, a few of them went to Q School, which means they're Challenge Tour eligible. There's also the women's series. If they go chasing money in the WDF, there's a chance. ADC women's is trying to get that side of their game launched and caught up to what they've done so far. One of the players in this is the women's director, so there might be some conversations going on this weekend about getting involved and getting some mini vault series started for the women in particular. If the PDC keep chucking money at the women's game like they are and increasing prize money, let's not forget the PDC announced the increase to the prize money in the women's series before they did the challenge and dev tours. Suzuki wraps up a 4-0 win over Donna Gleed. The next conversation to ask is, are they in the same half of the draw? They are. In fact, Mikuru and Bo could meet in just 2 rounds' time. Yeah, I mean, Lisa's a professional dart player. So is Fallon. She makes a lot of money from exhibitions. She's played in the MODUS Super Series, Women's Series. She's played in plenty of PDC events, the Grand Slam, Women's Match Play winner, played in the World Championships. Appearance fees in the World Series are pretty good. Seven away. Come on, come on, come on. Not recently, not played FIFA for a long time. Payday next week, and the first thing I'm going to do is buy Hogwarts Legacy and treat myself to that. Has the women's darts become faster, meaning games aren't going on for too long? I think there's twofold to that. Some players, I'm not sure faster. I think the standards got better. If you're playing better darts, you're throwing less darts, so you're at the hockey longer. Would they do a Super Series week of just ladies? It's been discussed. unexplored. Whether or not it comes off is well above the pay grade of myself and Phil. They've looked at the women's series over the last 18 months, the names and the players they'd need to make it competitive and intriguing to the viewer at home, and that sort of balance. So whether or not they can pull it off is a different matter. Dieter Hedman beats Rebecca Browse 4-3. She was trailing 3-2 in that one, so a superb turnaround from the heart of darts. Roos is the sister of Jurgens. I asked that. Either you're miles behind or you read my mind from about an hour ago. Rhiannon Sullivan with a 12-dart leg opens up against Noelyn van Leuven 1-0. Amandino Fayardo 1-0 up on Lindsay Ashton. Kirsi Vienakainen 15-dart leg to open against Jane Monaghan. Featured game, Dobromislova Potter 1 apiece. Corinne Hammond 3-2 up on Priscilla Steenberg. And then your last 32 matches in your 64 win. Stanley goes again. This is just the third game of her day so far. Zoe Jones 2-0 up on Quincy Beeman. Katie Sheldon trails Aileen de Graaf. Christ, how far behind is my stream? A long way. Sarah Roberts 2-0 up on Michelle Andrews. Barbara Hosper-Durska 3-2 up on Emma Wapshot. And Via Turner are level at 3 apiece. Do you think there should be an expansion of the Super Series, like maybe make it a mini tour, more stage events? I don't think you can, really. I'm not sure where you can go with it because there's no real ranking system. It's just invitational with affiliation to some various other organizations. The venue can host a mini tour perhaps or something more specific. We've seen the news that when they return, the belt challenge matches from the ADC will take place at the Modus Live Lounge. The winners of the ADC Vault Series are going to get the chance to play in the Super Series. Sheldon levels up with the graph. Sarah Roberts 3-1 up on Michelle Andrews. No, let's not get me on the Super Series. Not good enough. Amandina Fayardo 2-0 up now on Lindsay Ashton. Rhiannon Sullivan the same against Noelyn van Leuven. 93 average for her. Lorraine Winstanley 1-0 up on Caroline Breen. It's been a bit hard to judge where Lorraine Winstanley is so far this weekend. That early loss in the first event. Double trouble in the very first leg in the 1-2-8. You don't want me on the Super Series. Well, you might do if you're going to bet me to lose 4-0. Yay! And I'm going to leave that up now so that Barzi sees it because that's basically a contract, isn't it? Mace witnessed it when we made the deal as well. Laura Turner beats Aletta Via 4-3. Zoe Jones drops a leg to Quincy Byman, now just 2-1. All right, Dan, how's it going, mate? Ailing the graph. I've got to stop spoiling the stream. Anyone here from Barbados? I'll be very, very surprised if there is. In fact, let us know where you are watching from. Of the Notts County. Canada for Preston. Ireland for Dara. Bognor Regis. Nice. Doncaster. No wonder you've played with Bo before. Thanks, Midnight Woodsman. Anthony's in from Ireland as well. Plenty supporting Katie Sheldon right now, then, I guess. Are we back underway on the Euro Tour yet? Does yours count as knots, Dan? You're a bit far out for that, aren't you? Rihanna Sullivan completes a 4-0 win over Noah Lynn van Leuven. Good result for that. 89 plays 88 in a 4-0 whitewash. Almadina Fayado 3-0 up on Lindsay Ashton. Eurotour starts back at 6 p.m. Love it. I'll get my stream ready. D2B's in Canada. Bob's in Ireland as well. Did you play Wednesday, Dan? Fayado Ayuso beats Lindsay Ashton 4-0. Puts her into the last 16. Are you adding yourself back in, Phil, or do you need me to press the button? Was that a... You need me to press the button? Hello?
Thank you. It's all right. I'm on my iPad because I'm doing research on my laptop at the same time.
Solid.
No,
have you seen the news? Have you seen the news?
No, what? Tell me.
You're buying me Domino's for dinner tonight.
I see the bit scrolling at the bottom.
Yeah, we reached 100, and the chat all agreed that if we got there, that you'd buy me Domino's.
That's
Mace
nice
was
of them.
witness to it. Mace was witness to it. You can pop along and go and find him and check that out. He saw it. It's all 100% legit. It was all the chat room's idea.
He's not here yet.
We'll get him on when he does arrive.
Have I missed any huge results or anything since?
I don't think so. We got some big games. Dieter Hedman came from 3-2 behind to win 4-3. She now takes on Aaron Van Veegeden. Natalie Gilbert's 2-0 up on Joe Locke. Good game between Kirsty Vienakainen and Jane Monaghan. That's 2 each. Dobromizlova got his feature at the minutes, 3-1 up on Stephanie Potter. Probably our worst performance of the day so far. Typical of that's the one we've got on stream. No, not with Pineapple Preston, you absolute savage.
I like pineapple, just not on a pizza.
We have 4 winners in the last 32 already. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, 89 average, beats Noelyn Van Leuven, 88 average, 4-0. Almudena Fayado Ayuso, the Spaniard, beats Lindsay Ashton 4-0. Mikuru Suzuki is looking very, very good here this afternoon once again. She's a 4-0 winner over Donna Gleed. And Corinne Hammond was a 4-2 winner over Priscilla Steenbergen. Still in, Lisa Ashton, Maria O'Brien. I think they may even play next.
Tidy.
Would be a board 2. Monaghan, yep. The Bromslova, Potter, Turner awaits the winner of Deborah Watlin and Nicola Biddick. On 5. Kim Holden, after beating Roos van der Velter, will play either Katie Sheldon or Aileen de Graaf. On 6, Hospodurska is waiting for Anne Dorestein or Carla Boys. Sherritt versus Sarah Roberts coming shortly.
Tidy.
Kirkwood will take on Wyn Stanley or Caroline Brain. Wyn Stanley still around the 60 average in this one. Beaten in the first round. First event. Second event, round 1. Loads of double trouble in the very first leg. Made the average below 40 at one point. But still averaging just 60 in this. It's been a bit difficult to judge where she is, but looking at it, it's not been that great. We've already seen that O'Sullivan Van Leuven result and Ashton Fayado Ayuso. Hedman leads Van Wiegelen. Suzuki beat Gleed. An interesting match coming up or underway now. Bo Greaves has just dropped the opening leg to Rachel Brooks.
The Rachel Brooks' pace doesn't suit anyone, does it? And we see even at the elite level, even the very best struggle against the pace of certain games.
Yeah, and I don't just want to talk about the pace of Rachel Brooks whenever we talk about it, but you do have to, because
you can't
that is the way she plays. Not to put anybody off, it's just the way she sets herself at the hockey, then approaches it. She's just it's a bit like Scott Mitchell. It's not deliberate. It's not taking the piss out of anybody. It's just the way she's always done it, and the level that she's comfortable at. Levels up at 1 apiece, does Bo. But that is a test. That is a tester of, can you keep your composure and mentality going at the same time as the game?
Oh, completely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It seems, again, it's all a bit disjointed where they started the prelims at the same time as the 128.
Yeah. Gilbert beats Locke 4-0. Pepperoni. Or maybe a meteor. And the one.
Lisa Ashton, Maria O'Brien next on the stream.
Just a good scrap. Sherrick Roberts warming up. Holden de Graaf also.
Yeah.
Reeves does go 2-1 up on Rachel Brooks. Looks like she's handling that pace pretty well so far. Potter has darts to send us to a decider against the Bromislova, who has already missed match darts. Pineapple should never be seen on a pizza.
Correct. Horrific. Pineapple as a fruit, immense.
Oh, grow up. To a decider in a feature. Hedman comfortable against Van Veegenen so far, but sub 90. That's sub 60.
I saw parts of the Eileen-Katie game, and Katie made me feel a little bit disappointed that she let the game get away from her, because early on she had chances.
Yeah. The fact she's competing, though.
Oh, completely. But look, I think that's a compliment, because we hold her in such high regard as a prospect and a talent.
100%.
That giving away these chances to you, like Eileen de Graaf, is a compliment, not a negative.
Yeah. Would you rather be a pineapple on pizza eater or left-handed?
Left-handed. Not even a thought.
I'd have shot them at birth as well.
Not even a thought in my mind.
Stephen K is both. You have my condolences, pal. And a Spurs. Oh, God, man.
What's that?
And a Spurs fan top it off.
Nothing wrong with that.
Stephen, a left-handed pineapple on pizza eating Spurs fan.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. You and he just turned on the stream. What have I entered? You've just timed it well, Ewan. We are 2 minutes away from having streamed for 8 hours. At some point, we're going to have to discuss something other than the darts. And we so happen to be picking on left-handed people that eat pineapple on pizza. $180. Phil Taylor has been retired from PDC darts for nearly 7 years now, and he is still in this video.
Is it 7 years?
2016 World Final, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah?
No. 2018?
He said he'd been retired 6 seniors.
Yeah, 2018 World Final.
Close enough. 5 years.
Oh, someone asked in the chat room earlier about Ryan Furness's shirt tonight. I've seen it, and it's a naughty little treacle.
That good.
Yeah. I'm just going to put a teaser out on Twitter now.
Headman wraps up a 4-2 win. Starting now on stream, Maria O'Brien against Lisa Ashton. Bo is having a tough time against Rachel Brooks, currently 2 apiece. And then she finds a wanty in leg number 5.
I didn't see it there. I'm guessing that first leg between Fallon and Sarah was quite poor.
27. So, yes. Yeah. 2 apiece. In a world of trouble. Bo's left 108 after 12. Rachel Brooks, after 12 darts, is 230 points behind.
Casual.
Seriously, have we not complained enough to the PDC about live darts data now being absolutely crap since they took it to the PDC website?
But I get why they've done it.
Yeah, but it's shit. I get why the Premier League's 17 weeks long. It doesn't make it good.
What about the other site that we found?
Oh, I've not even looked. That's a good point. Especially for when I'm hosting.
Yeah.
Or solo. Even better. You try it. I don't know where the link is.
Fucking hell. I'll find it then.
Do as you're told. Greaves did take the 5th leg, so she leads 3-2. Much better response on throw from Rachel Brooks, who was stranded in the 300s in the previous leg. I just opened up 135, 140. Can she force a decider? Greaves has gone 96-46. So breathing space for Brooks. Currently 15 points lower in the averages.
That site might have been banned. I get 502 bad gateway now.
Yeah.
Do you reckon they found out it was getting scraped?
I don't see what the issue with that is, though. Is that illegal?
Didn't you say there was an English version of it as well? Because I was sent the German version, wasn't I?
A Q school? Yeah. It was at the top, though.
All right, okay.
There was like a tab to switch between. Two horrid visits from Brooks, who's gone 41.28, allows Greaves straight back into this leg, who's gone 140.134 to leave 85 after 12. Brooks wants 157. If it doesn't go, you've got to get close. She leaves 58, two dart combination. If the 85 does not go, should get at least a dart at the bullseye from 85.
You would expect her to keep them straight.
And it goes in 3. Bo Greaves, a 40 winner over Rachel Brooks. A good test overcoming that one.
Yeah, definitely.
She's ready to keep. Sherrick goes 3-0 up on Sarah Roberts. Not been her best performance by a long shot, but it continues to just be enough. De Graaf's taken the opener against Holden. Ashton's taken the opener on stream against Maria O'Brien.
It's another good run from Zoe Jones here as well.
Yeah, that was where I was going next with this. 1-0 up on Karen Webber, mid-60s average again. We've seen her breach the 70 mark a couple of times, but she seems to just be capitalising and picking off chances when she gets them.
Oh, right, dude. And as if by magic, Mace is in the building.
Right, darling. It was the chat room's idea that Barzy had to buy me pizza, wasn't it, Mace?
I've got my headphones on.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Let's yeah.
that's better.
Go.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, pal. You?
Yeah, not bad. It was. Tell Bars the chat room decided that Bars had to buy me pizza, didn't they?
100 likes and dinner was on Barzy.
Too many calories
Correct.
in pizza. I'll get you some pasta instead. That's better for you.
What do we get to? 107 and counting. 107 and counting, Mace.
Well, that sounds like a proper meal, not just a pizza.
Have you seen Bobby? It's Greg's or Domino's.
I'll take both. Sausage roll on a pizza, yes, please. It's better than a pineapple.
Greg's or Domino's.
Fallon about to see a 4-0 win, but not her best, but didn't need to be. And it goes in one. Fallon Sherrick beat Sarah Roberts 4-0.
Where do we go next? Gonna have to be De Graaf versus Holden.
Surely warming up Dieter against Makuru.
I presume it's going to be streamed. Maybe not.
That's the old hand nice.
It's okay, mate. It no longer looks like I've been shot in the hand, which is nice.
Decent.
Are we doing chat? There we
Mason-
go.
Mason-
Actually, on the stream.
Yeah, on the screen and send in the chat room.
Yeah.
That's like this software that we use. Brilliant. Can you send people a mobile link now? That's what I was doing in the car.
It's incredible. It's got to be the best mobile connection I've ever seen.
Yeah, of all the ones we wanted to break down, he gets away with it. De Graaf goes 2-1 up on hold, and she's playing a lot better this afternoon.
Yeah, she was a bit ropey earlier on in the day, wasn't she? Like a bit of rust there or whatever.
Yeah.
However, she still needs to have a word with herself about that shirt.
Talking of shirts, Mace,
Yeah.
of all the colours you could have picked, mate,
Yeah, well, I'm working on a shirt. There was one that was planned, and it didn't arrive in time, unfortunately. So I had to go with Plan B.
Put a little teaser out there. Ryan's got a funky little one for tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, Ryan. I'm probably going to go down the line of Ryan shirts, the golf shirts, and get one of them all printed up, and because I got a lot more sponsors to go on there for the one in Yeovil, the Masters. Tickets. And there'll be no.
Who the hell would sponsor a commentator?
You'd be surprised.
Oh.
Is one of them the same as last time?
Yeah. One of them's also the same as Rob Cross's.
Yeah, that's the one I was on.
Yeah.
Mr. Bain.
Yeah, and No Sam, who's actually a guy called Chris Mason.
Oh, that's nice.
And the business name is obviously an anagram of.
Yeah. Tidy. Does anyone think Yella has a chance tonight? Yeah, absolutely.
Mate.
Everyone in there has got a shout. I tell you what I've been impressed with today. Fajardo.
Yeah.
The Spanish girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this her debut goal?
It is, I believe. Almudena Fallardo Ayuso. I believe it's a
That's why I
debut.
let you.
Also, the other one, Mrs. Lennon.
Yeah.
Aoife McCormack. Been impressed.
Yeah.
But I considering in Spain it's very much a soft tip sport. I think she's done very well today. Been impressed.
Yeah. Kirsi Viinakainen as well, the Finnish.
Yes.
Beaten Fallon, I think, in event 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last 16 here. She'll play Lisa Ashton next, so that'll be a decent test. She beat Lisa in event 1 with an 86 average.
Yes.
We were saying earlier, mate, I think you were in the chat room, that obviously too late for this year, but next year there's a genuine case to make the match play 16.
Yeah.
Genuine case that, yes, that the top 4 and 5 are still better than the rest.
Yeah,
but 6 to 16 is so competitive now.
Yeah, the depth and the quality is there. And of course, we've got that Saturday session.
So we said Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, there's your 2 sessions.
Ideal. And it was well supported last year.
Well, again, I spoke to one of the PDC boys, approaching just about to hit 600 tickets sold for the Sunday session already for the women's. Already 600, and we don't even know the field.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we know one. There's absolutely no way Bo Greaves is not there.
Makura is there as well.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, over the rest of the events, Fallon and Lisa will pick up enough money. We know 4 of the 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just...
Has Keen Barry's girlfriend played? She has. Barbara Hospoderska. Who was she beaten by this afternoon? Has she been beaten yet? Lane Webb.
Zoe Jones 2-1 up as well in the last 32.
Yeah, looking at the current 8 in prime position for the match play, obviously Bo, Makura, Lisa, Aileen, Fallon, Katie, Lorraine Winstanley and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. What a great 8 that is, if it.
But you look at the ones below them, and there's a genuine cause now.
Absolutely.
To extend it to 16. Anastasia's only played a block and a half, and she's up to 11.
Yeah.
Corinne Hammond's on the
She had a
charge.
good day today.
Laura Turner. I genuinely think 16 in the match play would work.
Yeah, I agree. Kirsty Hutchinson.
She's played better today. We said she was disappointing last year in the women's series, but again, finding her feet more.
Yeah, that current top 8 is quality.
Eileen de Graaf in a bit of trouble here, Gob. Kim Holden takes a 3-2 lead in our feature game.
Yeah, who did Kim beat in the previous round as well? It was a good performance from her in that one. Where's it gone? Roos van der Velter. She pushed scoring-wise pretty consistently in that one, but Yeah, a solid level we're seeing from Kim right now. Eileen with the darts to send us to a decider. We have a last 16 game live. It is Mikuru against Dieter Hedman. If we haven't seen too much of that one, we'll swap over once De Graaf Holden is done.
Yeah,
Zoe Jones, mate, back in the women's series. Last 8 earlier on. She's 2-1 up in the last 32 now.
Yeah, she was a good player. I used to do a lot of exhibitions with Zoe back in the day.
So weird, like arm out here, like the weird stance and whatever.
Yeah, when she first came along.
Well, she was one of the first women that proper branded herself.
Yeah,
That
the
Pink Panther theme. And that was it in the Pink Panther. She was a proper thought about the whole brand idea.
Absolutely, she did. So I had these done.
I saw them earlier. That's superb.
Yeah. I'll stick one over there.
Cheers,
Mate. Taking over everything with the attack.
Are you on balcony jeans?
Yeah.
No. So I put some jeans in just in case. I didn't know what the sort of.
I'm up there with Henry.
No, you're not. We don't need you on the screen any more than necessary, Philip.
Won't have time to be on screen at the UK Open.
Busy.
Very. Draw on Monday, I
Monday,
believe.
draw Monday.
Live or?
3 rounds. 3 rounds left of the draw. It's not going live actually.
Yeah. Yeah, recorded as live.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
press a
don't
button on a computer and tell everybody what they're doing.
We were saying earlier, mate, that it would have been a real funny, obviously, twist of fate. There's a woman playing the women's series called Yvonne Taylor.
Yes.
Wouldn't it have been hilarious if that was the Yvonne Taylor?
Well, I did question that initially and thought, so we know the some lineup for next week.
Yeah, is it the actual full week? I don't think it's been announced yet, but obviously, yeah.
Well, Group A, Robert
Group A's
Rickwick,
out there.
Gary Stone, Andy Bolton, Harry Ward, Martin Adams, and Lee Shewan. Wow. Like that. That's a toughie.
Excited to see
Mike Norton,
Harry Ward.
Kevin Dowling, Ryan Palmer, Alan Tavern, and Scott Taylor.
Decent, isn't it?
And Scott Walters.
Yeah,
Decent. The other 6.
Decent.
Yeah.
Decent 12 next
Well, I
week.
thought this week was very good.
Good to see we've got Mike Norton's name right this time as well. Hammond versus Natalie Gilbert on the PDC stream. Suzuki takes the opener against Dieter Hedman. I'll whack that one up on screen for you guys to watch at home. Angela Kirkwood is 2 apiece with Lorraine Wynn Stanley in the last 32. And Karen Webber and Zoe Jones are 2 apiece also. Warming up, a belter of a game. Rihanna O'Sullivan against Almudena Fayado Ayuso.
Some of these names, I'm start going to do a Phil Taylor. I'm going to start calling everyone Reg.
Corey Cadbury.
Yeah. Right, Reg.
I'm a little bit disappointed I'm not going to get my Jack and Danny joke in early doors.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, take a brave man to pick a winner tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, go away.
Yeah. I'll just put that out on Twitter for the.
It is a beauty. 4, 7.
What have you got in the locker for us for the UK Open then, mate? Any rascal clobber?
Yes, there is a few, obviously. Goes without saying.
Few little rascals. Huge news as well for the UK Open. In fact, we can see pictures now from every board.
Well, it was when the technology came along a few years ago. It was something that one of my many ideas, because I do like spending PDC money. I've been spending George and Jason's money this week. I've done just about £1 million this week. But I did suggest it because the technology was there and it was relatively affordable. But the problem was internet speed.
Bandwidth down there.
Bandwidth, yeah. So now because obviously with the TV truck, these signals beam, so they've got satellite internet. They can actually take a.
Speaking to Dave and Matt at Dublin as well, it's not going to be full board. It's going to be split screen.
Yes, yeah.
With score graphics across the bottom as well. So that's insane.
Who's going to be? Are they taking a feed off Dart Connect for that then?
The strap's going to be from Dart Connect. So as the marker is putting it in, it's there.
Well, it was something that people were frustrated with, and then obviously Dart Connect came along so they could track it
at least. So now you can actually see it.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I also think that will then go into Pro Tour.
I was about to say, is this the first step of us seeing every Pro Tour board?
Well, I actually designed them a thing that clamped with cameras, and then a clamp side camera, and they all linked.
Yeah, well, I know.
But again, every time I put it to them, the cost of actually getting the bandwidth and the strong enough.
Well, I know last year they tested some cameras at some events.
Yeah.
It's good having Mr. Walker.
This in November, wasn't it?
What's that?
It was one of these in November, wasn't it?
It was one of the Women's Series in November.
Yeah. I think it's similar to the stuff they're going to be using. But yeah, fair play to the PDC again, continuing to evolve, which is what we like.
It is. Zoe Jones is out for the second time today. She loses to Karen Webber 4-2. Both finished just above the 60 mark, 61 and 64. But a decent return, or I say return, a decent debut. Women's Series.
I was going to say, just maybe ran out of steam a little bit. Not used to playing this amount of darts in a day.
Back in this environment and
yeah.
Steve Beaton's fought back from 3-1 behind to now 4-3 behind, back on throw against Nathan Aspinall, who owns Dart Connect. It was invented by an American group.
American, but it wouldn't surprise me if Barry owns it on the quiet or something. You know what he's like. But yeah, no, it was invented by an American firm or people.
They are good. The more and more I look at it, the more and more I think I'm getting used to the new interface as well.
I like the new interface now.
Of the scoring graphic it is. It's got rid of some of the stuff that we didn't need, like what turn of visit it is. Sack that off. Didn't need that.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm going to have to shoot off in a minute, so we'll go and film some stuff for this evening.
Good. Get rid of you.
I will try and hop back on shortly.
Sound. Bye then. See ya. Let me back on. He's got to send me the money for dinner. Everything's slowing down a little bit now as we hit that stage of the day. We've got a duplicate game warming up. Boys versus Hospoderska in the 32 just starting. Turner 1-0 up on Watling. Winstanley 3 apiece with Kirkwood. I think that is the next step with Dart Connect. It's make the stats page that you have attached to the scoring sides or even just in the back end of it more conducive to what we're used to seeing in darts. And I guess the issue with that is the two things you usually track at average, so first 9 and actual average, and then doubles, number of doubles hit, and percentage. And there's no way to register that in Dart Connect as it stands. Angela Kirkwood has beaten Lorraine Winstanley. A disappointing day for her. Gilbert currently leads Corin Hammond on stream. A better day so far for Corin. Watling and Turner get underway. Bo Greaves now takes on Karen Webber in the last 16. Seems like a few more of the 16 games could get underway. Vina Kine and Ashton could get underway. Sherritt Kirkwood, O'Sullivan Almondina, that's just got underway. The ball for the Bronze Adonis. Stevie Beaton. O'Sullivan takes the opener against Fayado Ayuso. Hedman's pushing Makuru now back to 3-2 with the darts. Both players open at 140. Gilbert's left 101 after 12. 59 for Hammond. Gets her to 116. Turner now 2-0 up on Watling. We're yet to see the level that we saw from Laura Turner in the last 8 events so far today. Her and Lorraine Winstanley seem to be two that have struggled to adjust to returning to the women's series. Neck and neck in leg number 6 for Hedman and Suzuki. 140, 60, 140, 140, 60, 60, 140. Can Suzuki follow the 140 again? Stevie Beaton takes out the Asp. To the delight of the crowd in Kiel. And not a smile on that man's face. He's been there. He's done it all. Disappointed Aspinall leaves the stage with this Steve Beaton that will chat to Philip Brzezinski. Suzuki, back-to-back tons, put her in a lovely position to break. Should this 118 for Dieter Hedman not go, it would be 101 remaining for Suzuki. O'Sullivan is now 2-0 up on Almedina Fayado. Excuse me. Averaging 91. Karen Webber 1-0 up on Bo Greaves with a 50 average. What on earth has happened there? As Ashton and Kiersey Vienakainen get warmed up. Can't beat Ashton in event number 1. Greaves left 25 after 15 darts in the previous leg. Then scored 9, 12, bust. Double trouble. Hammond levels up at 3 apiece. Greaves missed ball for 167. Scoreline says she was on 172. O'Sullivan now 3-0 to the good against Fayado Ayuso. We do get a deciding leg between Natalie Gilbert and Corinne Hammond. It is Gilbert with the advantage of throw, but only scores 43 with it. Suzuki 3 apiece now with Hedman. Suzuki has the darts, but she trails very slightly. Just a 60 is not enough. Dieter Hedman has severely raised her level from the early parts of this game. And Mikuru Suzuki, a finalist 6 times out of 9 events in the race to the match play. Potentially at risk here from Dieter Hedman. O'Sullivan beats Fayado Ayuso 4-0. Gilbert looking at 86 to defeat Hammond. Second dart was wild. Single 18 and dragged it into the 13. $94 for Hammond. 25 first dart. 19. Does this ball go? Oh, it does. Slap bang in the middle. I'll use the 25 as a guide. Hammond sneaks through at the expense of Natalie Gilbert. Why haven't we seen Sherrock versus Kirkwood? I've been finished a while now. In the last 16. Is that going to be on the stream? Is that what we're waiting for? Suzuki does beat Dieter Hedman. Puts her to the last 8 once again, where she will play Rihanna O'Sullivan. Her opponent is already known. Sherrock Kirkwood now warming up. Not showing as a stream, but I think that's where that's going to go. For Iswell's Turner in last 32, would have had to move them. Still 2-all in that one. That is going very slowly. A score's going in. We should probably put a game on, by the way. Let's do that. Well, wait. Yeah, Turner's gone 3-2 up. Ashton goes 3-0 up on Vina Kind, and is she about to exact some revenge from event number 1? Looking pretty comfortable so far. Sherritt Kirkwood underway. Carla Boys, Hospodurska. That's taking a while, as is Turner Watling. On the Euro Tour, we have some live action between Super Ted Evitts, and the Ferret, Johnny Clayton. Greaves moves into the lead against Karen Webber 3-2. And has the darts here in leg 6 to get it wrapped up. Carla Boys goes 3-1 up on Hospodurska, last 32. Both players averaging 40. Bo's still in, Emmanuel. She's playing right now. She's 3-2 up. Greaves still undefeated since her return. Yeah, it was 59 matches before event number 2 got underway. Since then, don't think she had a prelim. So that would be 60, 61, 62. This would be a 63rd victory in a row. Turner does get over the line against Deborah Watling. 4-2 victory for Laura. Oh, wow. Bo Greaves. Not her best performance by a long, long way. However, the last 2 legs are fantastic, including a 12-dart leg to win it with a 1-2-7 checkout. That will help your average after it was a little bit slack to start with. Yeah, this event does symbolise halfway in the race to the match play, by the way. 20 events before that gets underway. Another 10 after today. She gone dark green yet? No. Was it 11 the leg before? One way to turn it around from 2 apiece. Just switch on the afterburners like that. It is a 13-dart leg for Fallon Sherritt to open up against Angela Kirkwood. Carla Boyd still 3-1 against Barbara Hospodurska. We're going to have to swap to that one because it's the only one that's close to start. Watch on the way. We have 4 results in the last 16, and they are all in the same half of the draw, which means we know what the quarterfinals will be in that half. It will be Rihanna O'Sullivan against Makura Suzuki and Bo Greaves against Corinne Hammond. The other half of the draw is playing absolute havoc right now. Lisa Ashton has just beaten Kirsi Viinakainen 4-0. That's the last 16 result. Anastasia Dobromazlova and Laura Turner is the last 16 game that hasn't even started yet. Sherritt Kirkwood now 1 apiece as your feature. That's the last 16 game. We're also waiting for Kim Holden to play the winner of Hospodurska against Carla Boys, which is still 3-1. Let's see, score adjustments and all sorts. Afternoon, Simon. How are we doing? Bovey, Hammond warming up. Will we get that one streamed? Surprised they've gone with that. Normally they hold the last 8 to start at the same time. As I said, we've still got a 32 game going, then 2 more 16s just to get started. There's a very, very good chance we could have a finalist about an hour ahead of the first half. Oh, it goes on. It goes on. Both players have thrown 42 darts in leg number 5. And Hospoderska wins it to extend the match. That was a 47 dart hold of throw. Kirkwood goes 2-1 up on Sherrock. Back on throw. Still no streaming game. 2 games in play, one of them on screen for you right now. Ton 40 for Kirkwood. Is Fallon about to be under a bit more pressure here? Ton from Fallon, but it was met by a 140 from Kirkwood, 83 for Fallon. Doesn't even finish. A 6 darts from 1-2-1 for Angela Kirkwood to take a 3-1 lead over Fallon Sherrock. We will see Rihanna O'Sullivan and Makura Suzuki on stream. Anastasia and Laura Turner are about to get underway. That's the last 16 games, so we are catching up just that little bit, although they are showing that the board 8 last 8 match between Greaves and Hammond will be underway shortly. The Ferret does lead 3-1 over Ted Evitts on the Euro Tour. Fallon Sherrock finds herself a long way back in this leg, looking down the barrel of a 3-1 deficit in a race to 4. Another player who has sat around for a very long time. The top half of the draw has been very slow this afternoon. So the 8 goes for Kirkwood. Fallon's still 7 points better off in the averages, but needs 3 straight legs. Hospoderska's left 32 after 24 darts in the other game that's live. Boys is back on 135 still, despite throwing first. As the 32 goes in 3 darts for Hospoderska, and we go all the way to a 7th and final leg on board 6. Yeah. No scoring at all from Fallon there. The 55 was a gift from Kirkwood to open, but 45 and 55 in response from Sherrock means she is in trouble. Trebleless once again. It's 1-2-1 ton for Kirkwood. Poor counting, but still plenty of time in this unless Fallon finds an extra gear, and very, very soon. The Bromwich Turner is now underway. Last 16 match. Six darts from 165 for Kirkwood, minimum. That now becomes 6 darts from 122 minimum. Leaves 38. Just a 60 from Fallon, leaves 158. Not the nicest if she does get a go at it, because Kirkwood wants double 19 to knock out Sherrock 4-1. Doesn't go, leaves double 8 instead. Needs a moment of magic. Does Fallon Sherrock? Just 98, leaves 60. Will she get a chance at it? It's match starts again for Angela Kirkwood. And it goes in 1. Fallon Sherrock is out in the last 16. Beaten by Angela Kirkwood 4-1. Bromwich Turner on while we can. So do I, Simon. Should be pretty good. I mean, I'm not sure. We're still going to attempt to stream. Hopefully, we can get some recruitment in to help me as well. Because see, Barzi's going to be in Minehead. I am emceeing an event in the evening, so I have to be there for 5. So I'm going to have to go by about 4. More eyes on what's going on. Obviously, we still use Dark Connect. Hopefully, there'll be a way to watch every stream all in one, but whether or not internet holds up whilst trying to stream is a different matter. It'll be interesting to see how the PDC set that up. We have a result. Carla Boys from 3-1 up, forced all the way to a decider, wins 4-3 against Hospoderska. 29 dart leg to get over the line. And she moves into the last 16. As I said, that side of the draw holding things up a little bit in Leicester, which feels weird to say. To be fair, we had Starling at the Circus Tavern, and it was great. Until they took the signal in, because the production team finished before we did in the evening. No, commentary only on boards 1 and 2. They've gone with the quarterfinal between Suzuki and O'Sullivan. That is being streamed. Will I be at Blackpool for the seniors? I sure will, David. Not only, well, I'll be there from the Thursday night, hoping to get things ready. Friday, I'll be covering the Golden Ticket Qualifier, the Open Series. Saturday, I'll be on the social team for the Champion of Champions. Then we've got another Open Series in the evening, and I might get some time to myself Saturday night. And then Sunday, I'll be back covering the Champion of Champions once again. Drive home Sunday night. Busy, mate. I like the team will be there to work on one or the other. I'm across both. Do I have an autograph collection? I do not. I'm trying to build up a few things, memorabilia-wise. I've got quite a nice piece downstairs. I've got the Dartist print of Kyle Anderson up on the wall. A few of his flights that he gave me in there as well. Quite regret not getting more from him whilst I shared a house with him, especially after what's now happened. A few on the wall are signed Ultimate cards with match used flights from Pro Tours, etc. Just what was available. So Mervyn King, Stephen Bunting, James Wade, Luke Woodhouse, David Evans, and Damon. Have a shirt from Boston. Gave me after last season on tour. That's about it in my collection so far. I have 4 of the Unicorn Noir range still in box. I wanted to collect them all and display them, but they're not the cheapest to get hold of. The ones I'm missing are Yellow Klassen, Dimitri, and I think it was a Japanese player. I can't remember his name. And they're all the expensive ones, basically. So I've got Smith, Gando, Hybrex, and Wade. Brand new in box. Never thrown with. I need my brother to clear some of his stuff off this shelf, though. Get rid of his football medals. I've got some media accreditation that I might put up instead. In the sale on double tops. What, the Noir inbox? Prize fee Usher next. That should be good. Is it still Ray and Bobby? Yep. Ray and Bobby will front all of World Seniors coverage. Sega Asada, that's the one. There might be one more as well. I'm sure they added one late. Was it 6 to start with when they added Dimmy, or was it 7 and added one more? Turner and Bromslova go one apiece. Bo Greaves going through the gears. She's 2-0 up on Corinne Hammond. Mikuru Suzuki, Rihanna O'Sullivan currently one apiece on the streaming board, which means O'Sullivan takes this 32. Kim Holden and Carla Boyd warming up in the last 16. Yeah, Hammond's playing well here, but being taken apart a little bit by Bo Greaves. One left that's in 20 grams. Oh, I'm not waiting for that to load. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not expecting to see Barzi back knowing that Graham Usher's on the Euro Tour stage now. Dimitri's are on sale as well, actually. Then they look to be soft tip. A more soft tip. Yeah, I know, sorry. Paul, my interest peaked. Holden goes 1-0 up on boys, 14 dart leg. That should get things motoring along a bit if she does a few more of those. Laura Turner 2-1 up on Anastasia de Bromislova. That's on your screens for you right now. Bo Greaves 3-0 up now on Corinne Hammond, averaging 93. Hammond still averaging 82. Not laying a glove on her. And Mikuru Suzuki 2-1 up on your stream against Rihanna O'Sullivan. But I would hazard a guess that's about to go to a piece. Hammond gets one back against Greaves. There is that one back that I was guessing for Rihanna O'Sullivan. Had a pretty comfortable lead in that leg. Expect she takes out 40. What's that? Oh no, that's a horrible notification. That is. That's the lead gone. I tend to use Darts Corner. I had an account with them from a very early age, and I've never had anything go missing, anything turn up late, everything always tends to turn up pretty early, to be fair. I've had 14 different addresses I've had stuff delivered to, never an issue with any of them. I know that some people have. I ordered stuff during the strikes, it still arrived on time. Obviously, their range took a hit last year, but it still has everything that I need at the moment. So, although we do have a shop now just outside of Leicester in Selby called the Dart Shack, and we tend to go over there now. Still do the odd flight order online, but if you want to buy a new set of barrels or anything major, we tend to go over there and I let you throw them or check everything out before. So Bo Greaves 4-1 winner. Is that still first to 4? I think it might be 5 in the semis, isn't it? Or not? Is the quarters first to 5? I don't remember what day it is anymore. I'm going to disagree with that, John. We've had a couple of bad performances or bad parts of the draw in this event, but for the most part, the standard continues to rise, and there have been plenty of performances within this that are better than the level that you're talking at. I thought it was just semis and final where the format got longer. Was I really not paying that much attention in the first round? Yeah, it's first to 4. Why is that game still there? Why have they not moved it? What's going on with Dark Connect now? How is Bo 4-1 up, but still throwing? What is going off here? The quarterfinals in event number 1 were first to 4. Suzuki beat Hammond 4-2. O'Sullivan beat Zoe Jones 4-0. Van Vegan and Vermaat beat Ros Balmer 4-3. And Bo Greaves beat Fallon Sherrick 4-1. Why has that just been played first to 5? Did they make a mistake in event 1, or have they made a mistake in event 2? What's going off here? What is happening? That's very weird. Why would Dark Connect change it? I don't have the power to send the PDC a message. Yeah, what this really needs now is a longer format. Yeah, even the report from event number 1 is showing 4-0. Why? Why? What's going on? You can't go from this event onwards because you'd start at the start of the day, surely. Mad. Absolutely mad. You say it's not that big a deal, Darren, but people that lost 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 in the quarterfinals in event 1 have been robbed of the opportunity to produce comebacks or to win in extended format. I'm not saying they all would have. I'm not saying any of them would have. But anybody that lost in a quarterfinal earlier on in a shorter format, if it transpires that it is supposed to be first to 5, as we've just played here, has been denied the opportunity of that extended format to get back into the match. They definitely didn't decide to change it at spare time. 7:15 at night. I've been streaming for 9.25 hours. They definitely just haven't found extra time. Crazy. crazy. I don't know if there was any confusion on stream. I don't get a chance to listen to comms whilst I'm streaming. Mad. There we have it then. So we're still waiting on the result of Turner versus Bromslova so that Lisa Ashton can play her quarterfinal. We should get Kim Holden against Angela Kirkwood very soon now that they are both into the next round. So we're waiting on that quarterfinal. So we've got a last 16 games still going, 2 more quarterfinals to play. We could potentially play a semi-final right now between Mikuru Suzuki and Bo Greaves, but then they have to wait again for their final opponent. It's fair to say event number 2 has got a bit messy. Talking of messy, Gerwin Price doing a job on Graham Usher so far, averaging 107 is the Iceman. Fair to say he is back and rolling. He needs it though. Reminder, he has to go to the final or win one of these first 2 events to stay in the seeded positions for event 5 and 6, I think it is. Bromslova misses darts to force a decider. Turner wants double 8. More misses here. Tight one between these two. Expect better. Turner was much better in the first 8 events in this race to the match play, so events 13 to 20 last year. Anastasia has been pretty solid around the mid-70s, 80s mark for a lot of the day. Last round, perhaps not so good against Stephanie Potter. Is this a case of not used to playing this amount of darts in a day once again, getting back into this habit and routine? Obviously, it took her a long time to be active in darts again. We have that last 8 game warming up between Kim Holden and Angela Kirkwood. It's not going to be streamed. They're going to put Mikuru versus Bo on stream. Now, it depends when they're going to get that going. More darts come and go for both of this pair so far. De Bromslova wants 10 to send us to a decider once more. Which she does. We're going all the way. Lisa Ashton's quarterfinal opponent is still unknown. Holden and Kirkwood goes live. We have a game on. No way. All series with 4 in quarterfinal. All series, what, last season as well? I'll have to do some digging on that one once we get out of here this evening. Not that I want to sit and look at my screen for any longer. If that's the case, then the only thing I can think of is that with the increase in prize money, they've extended the quarterfinals, which is supposed to have happened from the start of today and hasn't. And it was noticed by Event 1 and in Event 2 they've rectified it. I'm not sure they can replay it because you've already played the matches afterwards. You can't carry on from where they were. You can't just start again from the quarterfinals of a previous event. It's just going to have to stand. I suppose that's the tournament director's decision, is final at their discretion, etc. But yeah, what it sounds like is they've attempted to make an increase from today as a number 1 this season and have messed it up in the first event and have rectified it for event 2. I expect tomorrow what we'll see is first to 5s in the quarterfinals. I haven't gone back and found it. I haven't looked at the prize money increase. I'm not sure if it was included in that. The only other place you'd be able to find the playing format is the player's brief. And obviously, I don't have access to a player's brief. I'm not a player. Not in that sense. Wahey. That was terrible. It's 9.5 hours, forgive me. Anastasia beats Laura Turner 4-3. So she will now take on Lisa Ashton. Cheers, Bob. We'll see you again tomorrow. Greaves and Suzuki is warming up, which means the official is there for the stream, so we should get that one very shortly. Obviously, they will be sat around waiting for their opponent a fair while, if that is the case, because Holden and Kirkwood are one apiece. We will see Ashton de Bromislova in a quarter-final, race to 5. And then the winner of that will play Holden or Kirkwood to face Suzuki and Greaves in the final. Greaves and Suzuki underway. Kirkwood first to a finish in leg 3. First to a makeable finish, we'll say. Kim Holden wants 140 to break. Suzuki and Greaves underway then. Kirkwood bust 50, but it does come back for another crack. And does the same again. I think she's hit treble 18 twice for the single. And loses the leg. Suzuki takes the opener. A 14 dart leg. Just a hold so far. Race to 5 once again. Does this mean they've got the final wrong as well? Does this mean the final should be first to 6? Was the final first to 6 earlier? Or was it 5? Have they gone 5-5-6 instead of 4-5-5? It was first to 5 earlier. Kirkwood in position to break straight back against Holden, who does fire in a 140 to pressure the 64. We saw Kirkwood bust 50 twice in the previous leg. How has she done that? How do you leave 6 from 64? Oh, they've changed it to 4. What is going off here? As Holden goes 3-1 up. Yeah, that's correct. On a piece then between Greaves and Suzuki. Kirkwood motoring along in leg number 5 despite trailing 3-1, 80 ton 40 for her. Still waiting on Lisa and Anastasia to get underway. Luke Humphreys is racing to a 2-0 lead over Daryl Gurney on the Euro Tour. Snarl as he won leg 2. Guan. Makuru leaves 56 after 15. A 110 out for Bo Greaves for a 15 dart leg of her own. Breaks to go 2-1 up. Now averaging 98. And surely the conversation now, by the way, is we've been looking at this is can anybody defeat Bo Greaves, which is still very much the question. But we were looking at that from a standpoint of a race to 4 and then races to 5 at the depth. If this is now a race to 5 earlier and potentially the final is a race to 6, as I suspect, why would you play quarter, semis and final all longer? Surely that final would be that extra leg as well if you're going to make that change. Over an even longer format, the scoring power that she possesses makes her even more dangerous in this field. If you're going to beat Bo in a race to 6 in this field, you're going to have to play near perfect darts. There aren't many in the field that can live with her at the best of times over a longer format where she's got more chances to just chuck in that big visit and get things back on track for her. Curry won the ball. Yeah, so this is already a breaker throw. As Holden's missed darts. For 3-1, Kirkwood misses more as well. The averages start to fall that little bit more. Lisa Ashton's taken the opener against Anastasia Dobromyslova. Holden goes 4-1 up, one away from a spot in the semi-finals where she will play either Ashton or Donna Bronislava. As Bo Greaves goes 3-1 up, still averaging 90. Mikuru 87, yet finds herself a break behind. The good news for Mikuru, she won the ball, so she is just one break behind. The bad news is she's got to go and break Bo Greaves. She needs to hold a throw first, though. Lisa has been sat waiting for this match to start for a very, very long time. Both leave 1-6-1 after 9. Advantage Holden with the throw. On the stream, after 6 darts each, Bo Greaves has a lead of 105 points. It is just relentless. Ashton goes 2-0 up on Bronislava. I would have if I was Lisa. Don't forget, Lisa's over 50 now. These are long old days. As Kim Holden wraps up a 5-1 win over Angela Kirkwood. So she will play the winner of Lisa Ashton or Anastasia de Bronislava, which is currently 2-0 to the Lancashire Rose. Bo Greaves, 4-1 up. Pings double 10 for either a 14 or a 15. Didn't see which one it was. And is now throwing for the match. Still averaging 92. Wish I knew, Matthew. Wish I knew. The only thing I can guess is it just wasn't set up right. Whether that's a lack in communication between PDC and Dart Connect or whoever else. I don't know where Barzy's gone. I think they're live now, aren't they? Has the Super Series started? Dragged Mace into a selfie, poor bloke. The stream's live, so they'll be underway shortly in Portsmouth. Oh, great. Salah's tweaked his hamstring. I don't know if he'll start. We've also got no Nunes, no Gomez. Jesus, what a day. Bo Greaves, 5-1 winner over Mikuru Suzuki, averaging 90. That puts her in a 10th consecutive final. Brilliant. Lisa Ashton 3-0 up on Anastasia Dobromizlova. Now it's Bo Greaves' turn to wait around. I do think Bo would be a threat on the development tour. Not saying it's a cert that she would. But I do think she should give the Dev Tour a go. 100%. She's got potentially 4 or 5 seasons on that. How many matches has Bo won in a row at the women's series now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 65. It was 59 at the end of event 9. I'd like to see her give it a crack, 100%. Humphreys demolishes Daryl Gurney. That's what it's there for. She's used to this sort of environment. Look, playing in a male-dominated environment might be slightly different, a little bit more brash, a little bit more aggression from some of the players, but the level that we're seeing from her consistently is going to contend. Even if she's not winning titles, last 16s, last 8s, definitely on the card. Look, tough draws. Tough from the very get-go. You have to be ready from the start. There's no 3 or 4 games to get yourself warmed up, as we're seeing an awful lot of in the women's series for somebody of her caliber. Ashton does complete a 5-0 whitewash over Anastasia Dobromizlova. So we will see Lisa Ashton against Kim Holden in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, 100%, Anthony. Let's be honest, we only need one now, don't we? Nobody needs my face bigger. I don't think I can either. It's built in. Oh, we definitely don't want that. We'll go back to that one. No. Where's it gone? That one. Ta-da! Much better. Not pretty by the sounds of it, Matthew. Salah out, Nunes out, Gomez out. Salah's cleared to start. Not sure I like that. Not if he's tweaked it, because if he goes and does more damage to it, a full sprint in a minute and is out for 6 months, we're in trouble. Well, what's a hamstring? 6 to 8 weeks nowadays, but... There's literally nothing for me to tell you about right now. We've got an ad break on the Euro Tour. There's not even the sign of Ashton Holden warming up. Super Series doesn't start until 8. Or does it? When does that start? More adverts. Brilliant. It's at 7:30 it started. I like yellow shirt. It's a nice shade. I guess, Anthony, it depends. With Nunes also out, Diaz not fit yet. Can we play a front three of Jota just back, Firmino, and don't even know. Gakpo? Elliot maybe. But you say not worth losing the season over. We're also, before today started, we were 7 points behind fourth with 2 games in hand. So if you start losing ground now, you're in trouble. But if you win both those games in hand, we're a point behind Spurs, who, to be honest, it's Spurs. They'll crap themselves. Take Madrid out of the equation. The last couple of performances have been all right. The first 20 minutes against Madrid were all right. We just let them settle. In fact, them losing Alaba was probably the best thing that happened for them because they stopped being as expansive, more solid at the back, stopped Mo getting space in behind. We lost the threat of Nunes that way as well. And then it allowed their midfield to settle into the game because they weren't running behind constantly. Still no semi-final. They're going to stream it. Ashton versus Holden is going on the stream. Well, good decision. Makes absolutely no sense to not stream it at this point. couple of pints of vodka, maybe. If I've got a hangover tomorrow, you know what I did? All right, one last BN biscuit. Favorite person I've met along my darts journey? That is possibly the easiest question I will ever answer. Kyle Anderson. I met him as a student at an event at Riley's. Just came down, walked the competition. I think he played in a hoodie all day. They made him take it off for a photo at the end, and that was about it. One of the lads bugged him to come down and practice with the uni team. Didn't expect him to actually do so. Got to know him pretty well. Went to the Premier League with him. Went out for food a few times. Next thing you know, I'm skipping lectures to go and play FIFA with him. 18 months later, he's living in my shared house with me for 2.5, 3 years. Came like family to me. Easily. And that's no disrespect to anyone else that I've met in the sport. There are some fantastic people in darts. But, nah, he was one of a kind. We're underway then between Ashton and Holden. Helps if I click on. At this point, I'm just going to run off both. So, why does it do that? Yeah, it was absolutely mustard. I think the reaction after he did pass as well, like, tells you everything you could ever need to know about him. Like, genuine sadness in the sport. The tributes, like, not a single bad word by anybody. Anywhere. that one got a bit emotional. But yeah, like I said, there are plenty of unbelievable people that I've met in this sport. I hope so. That was one thing that did frustrate me, and I appreciate that everybody was trying to help, but there were so many different attempts to try and raise money for the family and to do something as a tribute to Kyle. It almost got a little bit lost. And look, there is no community like the darts community when something goes wrong. There are, through this podcast and whatever else I've done in the past, I've had friends battle with cancer that people on this podcast have never met, but were supporting on social media and rallying around and pushing charity efforts. And there's just nothing quite like it. So whilst I don't begrudge anybody for attempting to make a difference, when there were central funds or whatever built up, the movement from Damon Heta to organise the raffle in the way that he did, at that point, what I really would have liked is everybody to have donated towards that, whether it be something to win or money towards that raffle, rather than going, well, I'm doing this and sending the money to Carl's family, which happened a fair bit. Now, look, some of the players donated, and at that point was nothing short of ridiculous. But there did seem to be that race to name something name a trophy or a tournament in Kyle's honour. And I just think at that point, just take a step back and let's find a one-off at the biggest opportunity to name something in his honour, rather than 5 or 6 different things from 5 or 6 different places or organisations or groups or that sort of thing. Anyway, back to the darts. Ashton with the advantage of throw. Struggling a bit here, though. Left 210 after 15. She's averaging 90. Kim Holden averaging 95 at a minute. I think those averages are about to take a bit of a hit from this leg number 4. Neither really finding their groove at all. First to a finish is Holden on 152. Ashton left 165. Turns that into 75. Potentially another 6 legs left in this matchup as Ashton leaves double 11. Oh, we kicked off. £2,000 to the winner, Anthony. If you win your 128 game, you get 50 quid back. So it does work out pretty well. Yeah, Notts County dominated earlier. They were at the top of the league, and they've managed to lose 2-1. I think it's £25 an event, maybe £30 an event. I am on tomorrow, all day once again. Barzy won't be shooting off to Portsmouth, so it will be the two of us from start to finish. I got to get that pizza first. He started comms now. Kim Holden goes 3-1 up on Lisa Ashton. Are we about to see what would respectfully be a shock finalist here at the Women's Series? All part of my job, Dara. All under one big banner. As we hit the 10-hour mark. And we still have half a semi-final and a final to go. Nabby, why is Cater starting? How bad are we? No, you got to set it up. If I just go, Barzy, if we get 100 likes, you're giving me this. It's not going to happen. If you don't go, Phil, if we get you to this many likes, what are you going to get gob today? That'll come from him then. And he ain't got a choice to back out of it. I don't know, anything. I want a MacBook, but you're about to stump up the price for that. Trust me. Tried that with my boss. Mello played 90 minutes. What, for the 21s? I do want the new Hogwarts Legacy game. Then I could ignore his messages and just play Xbox longer. Oh, Diogo. No, I can't whistle. Should be able to with a massive gap at the front of my teeth, but no, I can't. 32 incoming for Ashton for 3 apiece. There we go. We are level. Best of 3 from here. Holden with the advantage of darts. Advantage of darts? Advantage of the darts. Christ. I don't know where Kim Holden's from. Says England on Master Caller. No idea. Wirral. I feel like maybe I were after a county when it was Merseyside then. Potentially. She wants 60 though for the 4-3 lead against Lisa Ashton. It would put her just one leg away from that final. Just the 20 scored. Ashton should at least get a dart at tops from 80 to break the throw. Oh, inside. Leaves 10. Am I going to Exeter? I am not. I'm doing the home stint. So I will be Thursday night Fallout Bar. Friday daytime streaming the UK Open while we discuss the outside boards until mid to late afternoon. Then on Friday night, I am MC for the Nottingham Varsity Darts match. So University of Nottingham versus Nottingham Trent. Crowd of about 800 in there. Exhibition to start with Matthew Edgar and Robert Thornton. And then a match between two universities. The atmosphere in there is ridiculous. You've honestly never seen anything like it. Very fortunate to have played in it a few times as a player when I was a student, but been asked back to MC, which is a nice honour. Then Saturday and Sunday, it is county weekend. So I am MCing and refereeing all 36 matches between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Then I'm not doing Liverpool Premier League. I'll be doing the Barnsley Pro Tour stream next weekend. And the weekend after, sorry. hoping to go to the Nottingham Premier League, but I don't have anything sorted yet. It is 2 weeks away. And then that's a Sunday-Monday streaming combination because the Players' Championships are in Hildesheim. So, yeah, busy. Busy. Plus, I've got stuff to work on for the World Seniors ahead of Blackpool. Hope to see you there then, Rob. I love Trent. This is my day job, Lendl. Since October. I've been full-time working across 4 or 5 projects now. The golden ticket is a qualifier. It's just a fancy name for the qualifier. Because every other qualifying event for the World Seniors have been over 2 days with multiple chances, because it's a one-off, they've branded it as the golden ticket. So a one-chance saloon, basically, to win on the day. So that will take place, I think it starts at either 1 or 3 on the Friday afternoon. So everyone will go up there. Everyone will try and qualify for that. The winner of that will play on the Saturday against Phil Taylor. And then there's an open series, which is basically the seniors version of a Pro Tour Friday night. And then there'll be another Pro Tour open series on the Saturday night once we finish the broadcast on Saturday evening for the first day of the Champions. Because the Champion of Champions is afternoon session, so it's 12 till 5:30 both days. We've gone to a decider, by the way, between Ashton and Holden massively has the advantage. 87 left after 15. Ashton back on 2-1-2. Yeah, this is my 24/7 job, pretty much. It's fun, though. Can't knock it. You just got to keep going at it, Lendl, until you get opportunities or the revenue drives it. Like, I pull the odd shift on the Super Series socials with the clip-in software. Obviously work for the seniors. A few exhibition events and that sort of thing. As Kim Holden is a women's series finalist. She defeats Lisa Ashton 5-4 and will get a shot at Bo Greaves to deny her a perfect 10. Yes, that is right. Kim Holden, in her first women's series final, will be trying to deny Bo Greaves 10 straight titles. Don't want to do that. When do tickets go on sale for what, Rob? Is Bo guaranteed a spot at the match play? She's not dark green in darts rankings yet, but 1,100 already, potentially another £1,000 if she wins this match. Kim Holden's just jumped up to 9th, by the way, in the race to Blackpool. Potentially would go into 4th spot if she were to win this title. That's how quickly things can change around. With 10 still available, even if you look at 10 of 2 grand and 10 of 1 grand to get above 12. Suzuki would still need... I don't think it's possible. Suzuki would still need to win 4. 3 in a final. If Bo Greaves doesn't win another penny now, Suzuki would still need to win another 3 in a first round. That only leaves 7 left to be won. Ashton would need 4 and a couple of 32s or 64s. De Graaf would need 4 at least. And then you're looking at finals for just accumulating 1,000. Fallon is about to be... Well, she loses this. If Bo wins it, she's going to be over 10 grand ahead of Fallon Sherrock. So I think once they do some sums, darts rankings will pretty much confirm Bo Greaves at the women's match play at the halfway stage, which is tonight. Tickets for Blackpool are already on sale, Rob. In fact, I think tickets for everything are on sale. Yeah, tickets for all seniors events are on sale. So go worldseniorsdarts.com. There's a buy tickets link in there. You can buy now. The Saturday for match players, for the Champion of Champions, is over halfway sold. So need to get onto that one. Yeovil and York are both on sale already. 2-day event. You can get weekend tickets, VIP, and all of that. We're going to see the final then. Kim Holden against Bo Greaves on the stream very, very shortly. I think I know the answer, but chat room, let me know who you think is going to win or who you're supporting. Will it be 10 on the trot for Bo? Or can Kim Holden stop the run at 65 match unbeaten streak? See, I don't know, Rob. I'm going to wait for it to go live. There's a good chance this may say first to 6, which is what I'm expecting. I don't see why you just add an extra leg to the quarterfinal. At that point, you make your quarters and your semis that bit longer, but your final is then a race to 6. Your final needs to be standout, in my opinion. At which point, I think this favours Bo even more than it does with somebody who's won 9 straight events, 65 matches. And in the last 2 rounds, in both matches, have averaged 15 points higher than her opponent. Euro Tour. What a match in store, by the way. James Wade walking on right now. Will take on Peter Snakebite Wright. What's he doing? Has Kim been in a final before? Yeah. Not at the Women's Series. This is her first Women's Series final. Checked out her Master Caller profile. I think she's won 9 titles from various events. Whatever Master Caller has kept track of. Peter Wright is colourless and designless in his hair. Does that mean Joe has not travelled? Get the big walk on. Still waiting for this final to get underway then. What are they pissing about at? Quick right then, we will be back all day tomorrow, starting from 10 to 10 maybe. We'll have a quick discussion about all of the action so far today. Quick chat about the Euro Tour, no doubt, during tomorrow, and finals night from the Super Series. Streaming all day for both events. The live lounge will be back on Monday night. Myself, Barzy, and Boise, as we'll look back at night 4 of the Premier League. Review the Euro Tour, the Women's Series. Look ahead to night 5 of the Premier League in more depth than we did on Thursday night. And any other news that breaks over the weekend. We will also have the UK Open draw for the first 3 rounds. And I guess the big question heading towards that on Monday is, will we see Corey Cadby play in the UK Open? We're yet to see him play in the PDC since winning his tour card back. So he will be in the very first round. Peter Wright has, unsurprisingly, changed his darts since Thursday night. We have some pictures of Bo Greaves to throw first. They look like first to 5. What? Why would you just increase the court? What? Well, that definitely doesn't make any sense now. I don't know if they've played before. Bo wants 41 for the first leg. Doesn't go. Coming back for 16, though, holding back on 2-7-1 after 15 darts. Yeah, that really has baffled me a bit, to be fair. Early advantage for Bo Greaves, then hold a throw in the first leg, and is already adding the pressure to Kim Holden right now here in leg 2. She's gone ton 40 against the darts to leave 161 after 9. Holden just fired in a ton to leave 179, so it's 6 darts from 161 for Greaves for a 2-0 lead early on in her 10th straight Women's Series final. I'm going to keep saying that. 10 straight events. She takes out 97 in 3. The format would have been in the player's brief. If it wasn't in the brief, then they can't change it at that point, I don't think, Anthony. Obviously, you still have the tournament director's discretion. I'm not sure if they will have made an announcement before play started. Before, what the PDC do is the first matches are always called out by microphone. So they'll be up on a screen once the draw is done. You can go and have a look. But the first matches, they will always call out who's playing who will throw for the bullseye first, and the development tour, who's marking those games. After that, they won't say anything. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was be an announcement at some point. When they were doing that call out earlier. What's the earliest she can qualify for the Slam and Worlds if she keeps winning? No idea. Slam and Worlds started first event. So she's already on 3,000 out of a possible, what's the maximum earning? 40? No. 20 events at $2,000. Yeah, 40 grand. What's the Worlds? 2 spots. I suppose the Worlds is harder to calculate. For the match play, you just work back from the last spot and go, right, can they still catch her? How many of each of the remaining finals or wins do they need to catch? Then you work from the place above, and if you don't get all the way up to the top for it to be successful, then you know it's not possible. But who's doing commentary on the women's series? I think women's series comms is Chris Murphy and I want to say Johnny Bryan. Yeah, Murph and Johnny Bryan are on comms for the women's series. And then Euro Tour, it is Dan Dawson, Paul Nicholson, and I forgot the other guy's name. On the Euro Tour, Wadey gets one back. He trails Peter Wright 3-1. That was a break. But in the women's series right now, McCarthy, that's the one. Bo Greaves in complete control. However, advantage Holden here in leg 4. She'll have the darts. She just left 107 after 15. Bo's left 226 after 12. So a 2 treble or better would put this 107 under severe pressure. Scores 97 to leave 129. So still advantage Holden. Needs 1 treble in the first 2 darts to get a dart at the double. And only scores 22. That one is a bit of a slip. And Greaves leaves top, which pressures this 85 all over. That will hurt. Holden scores 75, leaving just 10. But Greaves splits inside on tops all the way down to 5s. And another chance for Holden to get her first leg on the board. Let's see what she did. I think she's gone 45 inside. Oh no, it's a 15, so it was treble 20. I missed the double 5 on the outside. However, she has now come inside of it. Didn't take the double 2, and Bo Greaves moves 4-0 in front and has the darts to wrap up a 5-0 victory in this final. Only averaging 76. But it's been enough so far. As we approach the 11th hour, literally, not just the sporting saying for the very last minute of the day, the 11th hour is on the horizon in 20 minutes' time. I have a feeling I might have said goodbye to you all by then. Ton 40 from Bo Greaves. Scoring power is just ridiculously good. And another 140 to leave 1-2-1. Will she wrap it up in style? And still no pizza. Shocking. Misses double 18 on the inside. Treble 20, 25 inside on 18 maybe. It is the same start time tomorrow. We'll be on about 10:15. I'll say 10:15. If you're ready for 10:15, we might be on just after that. We believe it's a 10 a.m. start, but it was a little bit delayed this morning. The stream then said 10:30. Didn't, but we'll get there. As Bo Greaves has got there in the final. It's a 13 dart leg to wrap up the title. Takes her average above the 80 mark once again. 10 straight Women's Series titles for Bo Greaves. What a fantastic talent the WDF World Champion is. She continues to dominate the PDC Women's Series in its toughest field to date. 141 entries in the first event, slightly less in the second today. With all the quality that is now in that field, this is as strong as this Women's Series can get, and she has still blown everybody away. Once again, she is a phenomenal talent, and we'll probably continue to see that go again tomorrow. She goes for title number 11 and 12. Can anybody stop Bo Greaves is the question to be asked right now, because she continues to just be phenomenal. Thank you very much to everybody that has joined us throughout today on this stream. Just approaching 11 hours of coverage. We're probably in for similar time tomorrow. Maybe we won't get the same bad luck of some of the draw that we had this afternoon, but we're still expecting a long one. So I really do appreciate you guys. If you've been here for 10 minutes or been here for all 10 and a half hours, we'll be back again tomorrow. No doubt, to cover all the same. Like I said, we're back on Monday as well. If you still want more darts, the Euro Tour is on. There's a couple of games to go. Wade has just leveled up with Peter Wright, 3 apiece. 2 more matches after that, including Stephen Bunting against Michael van Gerwen. The Super Series final is also underway. go and enjoy Phil Barr's and Chris Mason's commentary on that one. I'm off to try and find some dinner because Barzy's not sent me any pizza, so we'll get him for that tomorrow. But I appreciate all of you for tuning in. I'll catch you all first thing in the morning.